Hello, hello, hello. Can anybody hear me now? I fucking hate starting live streams. So I always fuck it up in the beginning. I don't do this routinely, so I'm always amateurish when I start. Can anybody hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Can anyone hear me now? Okay. King Moore says he can hear me. Amir, what's up? King Moore, thank you. Yusuki of the Wildfire, thank you. Um, who else is in this motherfucker? D Rock Den, what's up? Full Circle, what's up, guys? Sorry about that. Let me see. I just realized that I can use the microphone on my computer without the damn headset. Um, okay, I want to share my screen again. Hello. Okay. Hello. Hold up, I gotta turn my damn phone down. I was wondering what the hell was going on. We got cross audio traffic here. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Early on, I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. I forget what this streaming service you have to actually add yourself, even though you're live streaming. I always get this shit confused. But anyway, yeah, guys, I need to add some stuff. So I'm gonna play a little music for you guys, and then I'm gonna share my screen, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay. Hopefully you can hear the fucking music. Hopefully I'll be able to tell once I start it, and then I'll come back and we'll get the show started. All right, guys. If you're wondering, I know some of you are watching like I'm watching the news. Donald Trump struck first blood in the state of Indiana, my neighboring state of Indiana. Been there many times. Indianapolis is like my second home city. He got 11 electoral votes from the state of Indiana. So yeah, he struck first blood. But we're gonna talk more than just about the election. I don't know how long the stream is gonna go. To be honest with you, um, it might just go until I feel the sleep bug, or it might go until we have a definitive victor. It's just gonna depend on what my mood is and how the night goes. But I actually had a list of different things that I want to talk to you guys about. So, um, yeah, like I said, let me play a little music, get some windows opened, and then I'm gonna be right back here. All right, let's see. Let me know if you can hear the music, by the way, when I go to play it, okay? What's going on, guys? I trust you can hear me, and I trust you can see my screen. Let me pull it up on my phone to make sure. Um, okay, I'm gonna wait until I hear my voice before I start talking on my phone. Sorry, guys, the music volume sucks because I'm not sure how to. I understand how to transfer my screen, but I don't understand how to transfer the audio stream. Do it on Game Show, but that's a different encoder that helps you share your screen. So anyway, what's going on, guys, and welcome to the election night special stream coverage, live stream coverage of election night 2020. In case you've been living under a rock, then you would know that Joe Biden is competing against Donald Trump for the presidency of the United States. All right. But what's going on, guys? The title of tonight's live stream is "What would you do or what will you do if Kamala Harris becomes president?" Now, I know for some of you who are slow or who were born and raised in Idaho, nothing against people from Idaho, that may seem a little confusing. And you'll say to yourself, well, wait a second. I thought Joe Biden was the front runner and Kamala Harris was his running mate. Yes, technically, this is the case. However, if we're looking at this realistically, and I don't know how many people are willing to look at this realistically, okay? Let me paint a picture for you, and I've been talking about this on and off for the last month or so. When Ronald Reagan, prior to Donald Trump being elected, Ronald Reagan was the eldest president to ever be elected into office in 1980. When he was elected, he was 69 years old, which means when he left office, he was 77 years old. I believe in January of 1989. Now, when Ronald Reagan left office in 89, he was as old as Joe Biden would be right now if he gets elected tonight. Okay? And Joe Biden will actually be older, as I recollect, once he's sworn in, if he wins tonight, in January of next year at the age of 78, because I believe his birthday is this month, November. So, and then when you pair into, will be the oldest president of the United States ever elected and sworn into office. But he would have to defy the average life expectancy for a white man, which I believe is the second highest life expectancy behind white women. I may be mistaken. I know black people are on the lower end, but the average life expectancy for a white man, I believe, is like 76, 77 years old. So you're talking about a guy who's right there, like knocking right on the door. The Grim Reaper is on his doorstep, and it's more trick than treat. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. There are plenty of people who live beyond the average life expectancy. My grandmother on my mother's side was one of them. She lived to see, I think, I know, 86 years of age. But you're talking about a high-stress job like Commander-in-Chief, Presidency of the United States. My father made note that since Bill Clinton, no American president has ever left office without having at least one gray hair. That's like a old saying that, people kind of kid at how, just how acknowledging how stressful the job of presidency of the United States is. So you're talking about a dude that's going to be 77 years old when elected, 78 years old when sworn in. And just to survive his first term, my niggas, just to survive his first fucking term, he would have to be what? If he's 78 when he's elected, he would have to exceed the average life expectancy of a white man by, I think, 6 years. So he'd have to live to see 82 years old. And then if he's reelected, to survive 8 years in that office, he would have to live to see 86 years old. Now, again, I just talked about how my grandmother, she died at 86. But honestly now, how many people not only live to see 86 years old, but are of sound body and mind, even if they do live that or beyond that, to the point where they can actually function at that age and make critical and, for goodness sake, you know, uh, high stress executive decisions like that in the presidency of the United States. I just want to say, can anybody hear me can anybody hear me? Because I'm noticing there's not a lot of people in the room, and that's fine if people don't want to come to the stream, but I just want to make sure I'm not running my mouth for nothing like I did the last time. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Please tell me I haven't been talking and talking and talking and nobody can hear me. Hello? Okay. I can hear myself. So if I can hear myself, then other people can hear me. Okay. So okay, that's fine. So back to what I was saying. So you're talking about an old man who's already old, okay, and could get sick or could drop dead at any time. He's I think not 7 years, but he's older than Trump. What is Trump like now? Like 74, 75 years old? He's older than Trump, okay? So realistically, okay, if Biden is elected, there is probably the highest probability than there is ever been in American history of a vice president becoming president of the United States. And look, a lot of people don't take this into consideration. They don't realize this, that okay, out of the 45 presidents, I believe 45 presidents of the United States, 9 of those motherfuckers have been vice presidents who took over for presidents, including 1 who resigned, Richard Nixon, and 8 who died in office. Another thing that people don't take into consideration is that of the 8 presidents who died in office and their vice presidents took over, 4 of them, of course, we know the 2 most notable were failed by assassins' bullets, Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. But there was also William McKinley, and there was another guy, James A. Garfield, in 1881. But the other 4 who died in office, they died of natural causes. I believe 1 died of pneumonia. Franklin Roosevelt, he died of a stroke, I believe, at the end of World War II. So you say out of 9 vice presidents have become presidents of the United States. So if you take 9 and divide it by 45, what is that? 9 times 5 is 45. So that means that 1 out of every 5 American presidents have been vice presidents already that have taken over for acting presidents that were actually elected. Okay, Lyndon B. Johnson, Gerald R. Ford, Harry S. Truman. I know I'm not going to be able to name all of them. Theodore Roosevelt. I forget who Abraham Lincoln's predecessor was, but yeah. So this is we've seen this in history before. Okay, it's not a stretch to it's not a stretch to believe that this Kamala Harris biatch could very well at some point, she's not in her prime, but she's a 55-year-old woman, okay? just relatively healthy, and 55 is not young, but it's also not necessarily old. Okay, it's very conceivable that if Biden is elected tonight, um, he could very well become the next president of. She could very well become the next president at some point during his term, you know, of the United States. And while I'm not involved in the election, um, in the election process, because I believe it's all just a bunch of baloney, and I don't believe in benefiting perfect strangers just because they wear suits and ties and stand up on a podium and they're in commercials and on CNN giving canned speeches. I will say that that is somewhat frightening. And it's frightening not because it's a woman, okay? I want to be very clear about this. It's not frightening because of a possibility because it's a woman that could, for the very first time become a president, but because of um, the feminist mindset and the overall core beliefs that not only Kamala Harris, but the party that she represents now have, in our current day and age. Okay. You're talking about someone who'd be willing to push socialist policies, someone who is, pro abortion, someone who has been a former prosecutor, who, claims to be against the death penalty, but had no problem locking people, and particularly minority and particularly black men, up for petty crimes for serious time. Wasn't she a Was she an advocate for the three strikes law, or was she against it? I forget. The fact is, we don't need a femicunt in the White House. Okay. Now, we'll what again. I don't vote because I don't. There's a few things, and we're going to talk about a lot of different things tonight. For those of you who aren't aware, Biden is ahead right now, 44. Trump is at 37, but the night is still early and it's relatively close. Still, it looks like Trump right now has Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Oklahoma, and I believe Biden has New Hampshire, Vermont. All the states that they're expected to win. It's kind of falling along the lines, but again, the night is still early, so we'll see how things transpire. But a couple of things you have to understand about me, okay? And I'm gonna try to bring some other brothers on later on in the panel once I get you know um, some of the stuff out that I want to talk about tonight, because it's not just gonna be about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and Joe Biden, but you have to understand that I'm a person who not only thinks outside the box, I live outside the box. Okay. I'm a 35-year-old black man who's an entrepreneur. I have a relatively small operation, but it works for me. I have my ups and downs. I'm a one-man show, but like I said, I'm an entrepreneur nonetheless. I don't have any children. I've been very responsible with my penis. you know, if we're being politically incorrect here, I've only been with 4 women sexually, even though I've had dozens of skirmishes with women. I I'm not gonna take that as a positive thing, but I've never been with any other race of woman but black. It is what it is. I am not religious. I um, don't waste my time voting. Okay. I mainly, outside of the internet, I mainly just stay to myself, and I don't contend with social norms, including the traditional expectations of a man, especially a black man, um, to confide by certain expectations when it comes to the opposite gender. Okay, like taking a bitch out on a date, trying to impress her, trying to schmooze her, or like one dumb nigga on the JPV live stream I was on 2 years ago talking about, you got to know how to caress a bitch and finesse a bitch and all that. I don't confide by that shit. Okay, basically, I'm a person who has always been, wherever the herd is going, I'm going in the opposite direction. Okay, and I do that purposefully. Every once in a while, I'll have a troll that comes on my show and says, well, look at you, that's why you ain't got a lot of views, or that's why you ain't got a lot of subs. Look, I've made it abundantly clear. If I wanted to be a big name YouTube superstar, as lowbrow minded as a lot of you niggas are, I hate to say it, not all of you, but there are, and we're gonna get to that tonight. Like I said, we got a lot to talk about. But as lowbrow as niggas are, all I would have, do you understand? All I would have to do to make money and to get more subscribers is tell niggas what they want to hear 100% of the time, like a Tommy Sotomayor, or on a smaller scale, an Obsidian. Okay, all I would have to do is basically massage my my core audience with what they want to hear instead of what they need to hear. Okay, I'm not interested in being popular. Again, this is a hobby. Those who choose to listen to me can choose to listen to me. Those who don't choose to listen to me, fuck them. That's fine. You don't have to. It's a free country. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say what I have to say, and I'm gonna say what I feel like I need to say, and I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say. Okay. And a lot of what I say, all of what I say, is based in the core beliefs that I have personally about life on an individual scale, and life as it interacts with the rest of the world. Okay, so my viewpoint is, the less and Trump is up. He's not up, but he got another state. It's now Biden 44, Trump 42. By the way, I believe the points that they have to get is 270 to win, or whatever. But my idea is, the less that I go along with the norm, the better off I am. And that is based a lot in the things that I've seen and that I've experienced in my own personal life. Okay. And seen and heard about other people going through. It just so happens that 6 years ago I got fed up with a certain group of female, the black female, and I started ranting about it, and come to find out that there were other black men who thought just like me. However, since I've done that, I have expanded my horizons to realize, to come to understand a lot of things that I didn't understand 6 years ago. Okay. And one of the things that I now understand is that it's not just black women who are the problem with what we see on the ground. It's a lot of you niggas too. Now, you can throw in this, white people, it's, other, LGBTQ, it's the liberals, it's this, that, and the third. But what it basically boils down to is that, when you're talking about black people and the issues that affect black people, and this is one of the reasons why, I just kind of say to myself, I really don't even kick it with nobody no more. I don't go on people's live streams, is because I realize that both sides have the same problem. They can't see their own bullshit. They can't see both sides, both black men and black women. They can't see how they are literally at least half the fucking problem. And I'm going to show you some examples of that tonight, if I get a chance to. Okay? So, when I look at this election, on one hand, I'm saying, Well, I'm not gonna get involved in that shit because I don't want to cooperate with humanity. I have a very low opinion of humanity, and I really don't have a lot of trust in mankind. Biden is up 51, Trump is at 42, by the way. Again, these are going to be the easy states. But Biden is, I'm not going to say he's maintaining a healthy lead, but he is staying ahead of Trump. Trump struck first blood with Indiana, but right now it's Biden 51, Trump 42. Um, while I'm beating my gums, it should be interesting to um, bring up that, you know, uh, the Democrats and the libtards have literally tried every. I'm not a Trump fan, okay, and I'm going to explain to you Negroes in visual detail why Trump can't save a lot of y'all ass. He can't save your black ass. Now, you have a right to vote for whoever the fuck you want to vote for, and I would not, contend with voting for a Biden, Kamala Harris, or Democratic ticket because we've seen what the Democrats have done in these black communities. But black men, I'm here to tell you, Trump can't save y'all goofy ass. I'm sorry. An overriding majority of y'all, he can't save you. And the reason why he can't save you is because of you. Okay? A lot of black men do not realize how problematic they are to black manhood. They don't understand this. And I'm gonna get on him later. Obsidian is been some things that have came up that I've looked into that some people have shared with me. He is a prime time fucking example of that. But what was I saying? Yeah, so you know, I tend to steer clear of whatever's popular. I tend to purposefully go in the opposite direction just because, I just feel like it's not worth the risk, and also I want to be different. Okay? Because a lot of what I see in this world, a lot of what I see with black people fucking disgusts me. Okay? So I purposefully go in the opposite direction. Okay? And I feel like that makes me a stronger person. I deliberately stopped celebrating all holidays. Okay? Pagan or not. You know, once I realized the origins of Christianity, especially Southern Baptist denomination Christianity, and how it correlated with with the black diaspora. It when I walked down that rabbit hole and I saw it for what it was, I stopped fucking with Christianity first and then religion altogether. I've never really gotten involved. I understand politics. I can have a political conversation with you to some extent, but I don't involve myself in politics because the one thing I've understood about all things that human beings do is that an overriding majority of it is to benefit themselves, meaning personally. Okay, everybody else besides maybe their children, if they're loving parents, comes second. But then on the other hand, that could be considered an extension of themselves. Okay, no matter whether you're talking about a commercial ad for some restaurant like McDonald's or some politician giving a canned speech at a rally. Okay, at the end of the day, everybody is out to benefit self. Okay, and that includes these fee-fails, these sheep pimp frauds that I'm about to address in this stream. This includes these sheep pimp frauds. Everybody is out to get for self. The problem is a lot of people don't mind stepping on and messing over and manipulating and fooling and tricking and trapping other people to get what they want. But when it happens to them, then they got a motherfucking problem with it. Then all of a sudden, it's time to call something out. It's time to point fingers. And this is especially bad in Black America, where we can't see our own bullshit. Okay, and we can't see how our bullshit contributes to the fuckery of other people's bullshit. Now, let me give you guys some examples of what the fuck I'm talking about while we're here. I wanted a more elaborate election coverage I wanted some sound effects and stuff where like maybe y'all could hear, um, the election results in the background. But that's pretty much kind of fucked up at this point because again, I don't do streams. I'm very amateurish when it comes to streams. I'm damn near pro when it comes to video making, but I'm amateurish when it comes to streaming. But I want to get on this. I want to show you guys something. It's very important. What why do I say there are many reasons why I say, for example, that black men are half the problem and that they are in a lot of cases their own worst enemy when it comes to these whores. Okay? Let me show you one example of that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if we can pull this up. So, as y'all know, right now I am running a series on, since we're on YouTube, we're just going to be politically correct, on this young swirling female that online goes by the name of Shayla Toby. And the name of that series is Failed Korea Boobs, Part 1. Fruit in substitute for the real word. Fruit worshiping, K-fruit worshiping cross. Well, we're not even going to say that. You can clearly see it. I'm not going to say it because this is YouTube stream and no. But the name of the series is Failed Korea Boos. Now, if you don't know what a Korea Boo is, a Korea Boo is basically a female who becomes the romantic interest of one of these K-pop these K-pop boy bands in these K-pop or Korean dramas that they have that have gone really popular. I guess they're equivalent to like soap operas, like a thing mixed between soap operas and music videos. And so if you become the romantic interest of one of these K-pop guys, then you're called a Korea Boo. And somewhere black women got it in their mind, because we know that a lot of them are delusional, that some of these Asian groups, BTS being one of the more popular ones, because I did a lot of research for this series. Trust and believe. If you have not seen part 1, sign up on Patreon now. Don't wait until it's released to the public, because I'm not telling you when it's released to the public. It's a closely guarded secret. But if you've not seen part 1, you need to sign up and see part 1. But I did a lot of research for this, and I found out that BTS is one of the popular groups, and black women somehow, black females that follow this K-pop stuff, somehow, somewhere, some way, they got it in their minds that these Asian K-pop members like black women enough to publicly date or otherwise be in a relationship with one of them. Now, this just points to, the mental instability of black females like the one in question. Okay, to be so transfixed. It's one thing to have little teeny bopper bubblegum bullshit, crushes on different celebrities and stuff like that. That's one thing. We all grew up with the girls that had crushes on NSYNC, even though half them dudes were gay, or Backstreet Boys. That's one thing. But to leave the only support structure that in places like Akron, Ohio, and go overseas, get a one-way trip plane ticket to a country you've never been to, a country where you don't even speak the language, you admittedly don't have a work visa, and anybody who's seen part 1 knows of what I'm talking about. Okay, the only support structure you have over there are other, K-pop brainwashed black females that happen to be your cousin, renting a tiny apartment. And then you go out, you jump on Tinder immediately, trying to find, your, some Asian dude that looks close to one of these K-pop fruity and the booty looking dudes. And like I said again, I'm not in complete detail, but trust and believe me, okay? Out publicly, for those of you who aren't Patreon members, you're going to see that a lot of these guys, especially in BTS, are sexually. I mean, they're red lipstick, for God's sake. But these are the guys that these black females are getting wet in the panties for. Okay? Look, 18 hours and 21 minutes of coverage on this. Okay? Trust and believe. You are not going to want to miss this shit. Okay? I really shouldn't go into too much detail because this is for right now, it's for paying patron members. But okay, you have a female that goes over there, don't know nothing about the country, can't speak the language, can't work, nothing. Then gets involved with this little nerdy Asian dude, allows him to rent her an apartment 200 miles away from where she's living with her cousins. If she gets in some type of trouble, nobody will even hear her screams. No Korean person is gonna fuck, including the police, because when they got into it and she told the police that June hit her, they didn't do nothing about it. As she admitted, she expected them not to. Okay? All of this craziness is going on. And somehow these black females don't realize how this makes them look mental. Okay? And it makes them look desperate. But see, I know what a lot of you black men are thinking. Yeah, that's the Negro bed wench for you. But see, here's the deal. Play a part in this too, not females. Oh, black men don't respect us, and that's why other men don't respect us, and that's why other races to me and put their foot up our ass. No, that's not why y'all play a role in this. This is what I mean. This is one of the things that I mean when I say hashtag half the problem with black men. So let me scroll down here and let me show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so underneath this, like I said, we're in part 1. Part 2 was just released a few hours ago. About 6 minutes ago. For those of you who are Patreon members, part 2 of Failed Korea Booze is up right now on Patreon. I'm going to be posting a promotional community post to promote it here on YouTube sometime right after this stream, or maybe tomorrow morning. But if you are a paid patron member, part 2 is available right now, so go check that out. I released part 1 back on November 1st. But so yeah, I'm running this series that totals 18 hours and 21 minutes of pure fucking heat. But check this out. Now I post this promotional this promotional ad here, and we scroll down and we see that there's not a lot of comments. But one of the comments, now this is what I said first, just to kind of set the tone of everything. This is what I said in the promotional ad. I said, quote, "I warned y'all it was coming, and now it's here." Okay? Quote, "Failed Korea Booze Part 1, K blank worshipping blank, Shayla Renee Tobishka exposed." Unquote. Available right now for sneak peek patrons only. But don't worry, the general public has only but a little while longer to await the coming of my greatest masterpiece yet. The Sisterhood of Failure, guest starring Shayla Renee Tobishka, really brought the beast and old Brian out of me this time. And for those of you who don't know, the reason why I got on this chick was because, as some of you know, I had actually done a video called K-Pop Ghetto Gagging Gone Wrong. I had done a docu-commentary back last summer, late last summer, and she was one of the females that was included in the docu-commentary. Apparently, she got wind of the docu-commentary. She watched it. She didn't like it. She posted, a comment expressing her distaste in how I portrayed her in that docu-commentary on one of my videos. I believe a promotional video of that docu-commentary. And then either her or one of her female cousins that were or still are living over there in South Korea. They summoned some Pookie and Ray Ray wannabe thug looking, goofball ass Negro. This guy to be exact, the guy on the left. They summoned him to hit me up on Facebook, my Facebook DM, and threatened me with, among other things, he said in the end, he said, "You hide behind this video, you about to get got. Might not be me, but it's gonna happen." Okay. So when he threatened me like this, I said, "Oh, okay, okay." So you want to talk shit, and your punk ass didn't have nothing to say to June Lee, who put his foot up your female cousin's ass in South Korea. But you don't have no smoke for June Lee, but you got smoke for me. So when they cross that line, because it's one thing, she talks shit in the comment section of my promotional video. I talk shit back and I just block her. That was not why I made the video. But a lot of people are gonna say, and this goes up. The trolls are gonna come over like they did on the first one. The butthurt black females, they're gonna come over and say, "Oh, you just mad because she's exploring her options with Asian men." I didn't do this because she was over there getting on her knees for every, admittedly, being played by Asian dudes that she met on Tinder less than a month after she touched down in Seoul, South Korea. That's not why I'm doing it. Okay. I made that docu commentary. I generalized the females that were involved in the story, and I was done with it. The reason why I went so hard, and anybody who's seen that first part will know exactly what I'm talking about. The reason why I'm going so hard on this whole is because she did what black females always don't like. If they can't call the police on you, they will summon one of their male relatives or some beta savage that they're in a relationship with or fucking. They will try to summon another dude to threaten you, or otherwise, if he's in close enough proximity to you, try to harm you simply because you did something that she doesn't like. And we talk about this all the time. Black women across the board, the same MO. Now you over there, being smutted out by these Korean dudes, but you still will reach your arm all the way around to the other side of the world, back to Akron, Ohio, and wake up this beta male Dusty to come fuck with me. And he's so goddamn stupid, he doesn't say to himself, what's his name Franklin did in Grand Theft Auto V, when that hood rat was confronting him about, one of his homeboys. She talking about, do it for me, Franklin. Go save him for me. He's like, for you and your white doctor? This nigga didn't even stop to think, wait a minute, am I really gonna jump in this guy's FB stream or FB DM and confront him over a person who doesn't even have me in her friends list on Facebook? Number one, she's over there deifying, worshiping, and doing God knows what else. These Koreans, admitting that she got played by several Korean guys, not a guy, several Korean guys, and that was before she met June Lee. Okay, am I really gonna do this? She don't even want to be with black men that look like me. She's over in another country where she's dressing up like a club thot, trying to attract Asian dick of these K-pop fruity in the booty looking dudes, and I'm gonna stand up for that. I'm gonna fight for that. Really? But again, he's a dumb nigga. So of course he's gonna do that. When she did that, when her or one of her two cousins, when they crossed that line, that is when I went on the warpath. Okay, this has nothing to do. I want to be very, very clear. This has absolutely nothing to fucking do about picking on her simply because she's over there getting on her knees, among other things, and spreading her legs, or was, for Asian dudes, hoping that one of them would make her their Korea boo, when really most of them probably did was just turn her into a human condom. Okay, it has nothing to do with that at all. Because again, if I'm going to pick on one particular black female, then I might as well pick on all of them. But then they don't bother me that much. Okay, they took a L with June Lee and another L with One Nation last summer. Preying on underage black girls, and I made a video about it. I laughed at it. We all laughed at it, and I was done with it. Okay, she comes back not liking the video. I can do. Okay, I understand. It's a critique about you. I can understand you would be turned off by it. But don't you ever in your fucking life think you can summon some Pookie and Ray Ray when you don't even deal with black men. You gonna summon some wannabe gangster, little wannabe thug punk to come into my DMs and talk shit to me and threaten my life because you don't like something that I fucking said. Why didn't you summon one of them Asian dudes? Oh, that's right. They don't give a fuck about your ass. At least not enough to do anything more than unload their balls on you. You didn't summon one of them Asian dudes or one of them Hispanic dudes or one of them white dudes. No, you go and get a Pookie. The same Pookie that she said on her Facebook timeline that she was glad she didn't have. She said on at least a couple of days that she was glad that she didn't have no more. She co-signed another female that said, I need a real man, not a nigger. Only a few of y'all will understand where I'm coming from. She said that. So she don't even want to deal with this dumb Negro. She don't want to deal with niggas that look like him. I know that. She don't even have him in her friends list on Facebook. And he's contacting me on her behalf while she's over there getting on her knees for them Asian dudes. So when she crossed that line, that was I decided that I'm going to virtually break my foot off in all of their ass. And trust and believe me, when I say that I got all of them, when I say I got them all, you best believe if I'm going to take time out to make a series, a video series that was in like live stream form, it was supposed to be a live stream that was no more than 2 or 3 hours long where I was going to address this. But trust and believe, if I'm going to be doing that shit for 18 hours and 12 minutes, you best believe, you best know I got all them motherfuckers. And I have no remorse. Okay? You fuck with me, you can best believe I'm going to bring the heat and I'm going to do everything in my power to burn your ass. But anyway, back on why black men are half the problem. It's not because of what these females are saying. No, it's not. Continuing what I said in the promotional, says, in what equates to 18 hours and 21 minutes of verbal carnage, I attack, outflank, and obliterate my shenemy, such as I have never done before in this groundbreaking 3-part docuseries that will explore the hard truths surrounding black females who try to deploy black girl magic overseas, only to leave empty-handed and disappointed in most cases. Now, that's what I said in that promotional, launching part 1. And like I said, for those of you who are on Patreon, part 2 is available right now. Now, the 9 comments, I said all of that, and look at what this one dumb nigga said. He only had one thing to say. To all that, he says, she cute though. Jerome Clarkson says she cute though. Okay, first of all, nobody's debating that when she puts on all that fake up and weave, because I saw her in that first June Lee video where she didn't have a lot of fake up and weave. She's above basic at best. I'm not saying that she's ugly, okay? She's above average. Not a bad looking girl. When she puts on the fake up, yes, she's pretty. These females are masters of prettying themselves up, okay? But as I told Jerome Clark, let me just read the exchange that I had with this nigga. And this will literally show you why I'm on the warpath against black men like Obsidian and Negroes like this as much as I'm on the warpath against black women now. I said all of that. This is about exposing black females that are living a delusion, living a lie over there, particularly the one that fucked with me. And his own response is, she cute though. Remember how David Kell said a lot of these dumbass niggas, they were in his comment section when he was getting into it with Crystal and Cares and so many years ago on the Chad Factor, And some of them was like, I'd still fuck her though. Yuck, 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 yuck. This is a female who says good black men are unicorns, and the only thing you could talk about is how you would still fuck her. This is equivalent to that. She cute though. This female is over there. First of all, she's trying to get two black men into it so one or both of them can wind up dead or in jail. Two, she's over there deifying and worshiping another race of men whose language she don't even speak. The dumbass broad. I mean, say one of them do actually pay attention to you. How are you going to communicate with them when you don't speak Korean? Again, doesn't make any sense. And to all of that, 18 hours and 12 minutes of total fire, total flame. Picture Dresden, Germany at the end of World War II getting carpet bombed by the fucking Allies, motherfucker, and the B dropping those incendiaries from the B-52s over the skies of Germany. Fire, complete flame, scorch. And all to all of that, all this nigga got to say is, she cute though. See, this is the main problem. This is why I can't take a lot of you niggas serious, number one. Two, this is why I say that you niggas are half the problem. And three, something that I had mentioned earlier, I hate to break it to y'all, and by the way, Biden is still at 51, Trump is at 42. I hate to break it to y'all, black men, but for those of you who aren't already woke, and I'm not talking about you woke, but really seriously, truly woke, okay? Trump can't save your black ass. Trump, let me say it again, if you didn't hear me. If you got a fucking hearing problem, let me say it again for the hearing impaired. Trump can, if he wins tonight, I will say that I won't be happy, but I won't be sad, okay? I will be relieved that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris punk ass ain't in that motherfucker, because I don't want to see a Kamala Harris be president, you know, other than her feminist policies also and pro-liberal policies also, you know, she's going to encourage and embolden black women to act even bigger asses. Okay? That's what I don't want. Okay, all that black girl magic shit that we saw, you know, after Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Meghan Markle, who by the way ain't even black, but that's a subject for another video. I don't think any black man wants to see or hear any more of that crap. Okay, we don't, even though it really means nothing. But you have to understand, okay, that as long as you have an overriding majority of black men who think like Obsidian, operate like Tommy Side, who think, as long as you have that, black men are going to get no fucking where, no matter who is president of the United States. Okay, no matter how many discussions y'all have about what's the solution, nothing is going to change for you black Negroes as long as y'all have the mentality that you do, which is why niggas have been talking about solutions and debating, you know, different strategies for 50 years since the end of the Civil War. Has gotten black as a whole no fucking where, because niggas are all about what I tell you. You're all about salt, substance. Okay? This is what we see across the board. Day in, out. This is what we see across the board. And then when it comes to black men and their inability, remember I told y'all, I'm not bragging, but it is something to brag about considering how sexually loose a lot of black men are. Okay? Even though I've had over 50 different what I call skirmishes with black women, I've been very, very conservative. I've been conservative with my dick as I've been conservative with my political and personal beliefs. 4 women, that's it, at 35 years old. There's a lot of black men that are 10 years younger than me that have had 3 or 4 times that many hoes. Okay? But then you niggas want to complain about the very same hoes that you desire. She cute though? Really, bruh? That's all you can say? Okay, we can acknowledge that she's attractive when she puts 50 pounds of fucking fake up and a weave on. But that's not really the point, is it? The point is, this whore has no respect for your black ass. But even though she doesn't have respect for your black ass, she has no problem using your black ass or running back to your black ass when shit doesn't go her way or when shit hits the fan. Black women still, swirling black women still want protection from black men like Matt Money, the nigga that was in my FB, threatening me over a fucking video, but had diddly to shit fuck to say to the little Asian dude to put his foot up Shayla's ass. Okay? This is the point, not if she's cute or not. So what do you see? This is what pisses me off. And the only reason I didn't block this dumbass nigga is because I want to use this screen to make a valid point. Okay? Nigga say this. It would have been different if he had said, you know, okay, so and so, I agree with what you're saying in this video series, or I could be cute, or I have to admit he's cute, but all he did is cute. Like that trumps, that overwrites everything else in the program. She cute though, so her being Asian, you know, weenie worshiping, you know what, you know, her, you know, trying black men to fight or even kill each other, her saying that she don't want to have nothing to do with black men. None of that means anything. The only thing that matters to a majority of these niggas is she cute though. I'd still fuck her though. Yuck, 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 yuck. She's made it clear that she's an actor in Ohio. I don't have your acronym. Is any you know suggestion, then I would imagine that it's quite ghetto. But at some point, this female, this black males, people here, okay. But then she will summon one of them to try to intimidate or even harm another black man because he said something about her taking an L from a non-black dude disrespecting her. And your only response to that is, she cute though. But black men want to sit up here and act like woo-woo the fucking fool when I tell y'all dumbass that y'all are half the fucking problem. How do you expect? This is why I can only take, even aside, there's a handful of brothers that most of them who email me, there's a handful of y'all that I can take completely serious. The rest of y'all I can only take half serious. Because I know you're a handshake and a hello away from being a full-blown simp again like Obsidian. And a lot of y'all are simps. You're just pretending like that. Okay? See, what I've come to learn about black men, and I didn't understand this when I like Obsidian, which I'm about to address next. What I didn't understand about black men is now y'all still and see, this is where me and a lot of black men are vastly different. Okay, and I don't think I've explained this to you niggas. Okay, y'all know that I do dog culture. I do that for a reason. Just like I told y'all, I don't only think outside the box. I live outside the box. I buy these dolls. I'm up to 4 now. $7,000 worth of silicone. How many of you niggas or how many people do you know have $7,000 to blow on anything? Okay? Like I said, I have my ups and downs running my business. When I have my ups, I got plenty of money to blow. When I have my ups, like everybody else, I purposefully bought these dolls. Heterosexual part of me that sexually desires women. I want to remove that, or I want to have an alternative for that purposefully. Because I understand something that a lot of you niggas never will figure out. That being unable to control that urge and that sexual desire is the primary thing that gives these females power and arrogance against men, to think and feel like they can do whatever the fuck they want and say whatever the fuck they want. Okay? This is why every time you get in these holes, they almost always attack your sexuality. You're gay. You just mad because you can't get with a black woman. You just mad because some black woman must have hurt you. They all see, this is what you dumb niggas don't understand. You know why they always connect them not liking you to something that a black woman did or your sexuality? Because this is what a majority of black men have been brought up to believe, that their manhood is tied to their sexuality, their sexual orientation, and their so-called body count. How many women they slept with, how many women they've been in relationships with, and they pulled a bad female. And it is my intention, it is my belief that masculinity and sexuality are two separate entities. Okay? Yes, I'm sexual. Yes, I have a sex drive. But my sex drive should not be the primary requisite of my manhood. Okay? A lot of you niggas don't understand that. You cannot comprehend that. Hence, she cute though. So you're saying that if you thought that, I don't know, Hitler was cute, it'd be okay him causing World War II and nearly causing the deaths of 100 million people? I mean, I don't understand. If you thought Jim Jones was cute, would it be okay what he did, getting over 900 people to kill their fucking self? I don't understand this concept of black men who think that just because a female is attractive, this automatically gives them a pass when they do fuck shit. But see, this, I understand now, this is where y'all are at. Getting back on what I was talking about the vast difference between me and other black men. Okay? See, a lot of you black men, y'all want to steal, whether you're talking about black women or other races of women. Y'all want to still fuck women. You still want to fuck with women without dealing with the fuckery of women. And other than the fact that makes you a nutcase, because it's not going to happen, I am here to tell you, hey, knock knock, who's there? It who? It's not gonna fucking happen. If you gonna deal with these hoes, you gonna deal with hoe shit. Period. Okay? And I just decided after my last relationship 3 years ago, I'm not willing to deal with fuck shit anymore. Okay? I see men like Obsidian. I didn't even know he was 51 until I listened to one of his recent broadcasts for a reason, but we're going to get to that in a minute. I have men twice my age, like Obsidian or that frog sounding ass nigga that came on JPV's live stream 2 years ago and tried to argue me down about, not wanting to deal with women anymore. Okay? I have men twice my age acting like they're half my age, still talking about pussy and making pussy payments and how to caress a bitch and how to finesse a bitch. By the way, guys, Joe Biden is up 80 and Trump is down. He has moved. Like I said, I have to see what state that is. I know some of y'all are watching election coverage along with me. What state is that? Oh, okay, that's why. Nothing. I mean, it's big, but it's not much to worry about, because the state that Biden snagged was the state that he was expected to snag, which was the state of New York. So the state of New York put him up, but of course, New York has a lot of electoral votes. There's still plenty of states left, but is leaving out much right now. Is Trump? He needs, I believe, 190. And Trump, I don't know. Anyway, I just, black men really need to be realistic with themselves. Okay. See, another thing that I've come to understand in the last year as I've walked down this rabbit hole, and I develop, I grow into understanding things like anybody. I grow. Another thing I understand is I don't have a lot of the same hangups that a lot of black men my age and younger have, or even older have. I don't have any kids. I don't have any baby mama drama. Okay. You know, um, I live by myself. I don't work a dead end job. I'm my own boss. You know, I'm not religious. I'm not, I don't involve myself in the political system. You know, there's a lot of things that there are a lot of experiences that I have had with black women, but there's a lot of experiences that I haven't had. Okay. I've never been arrested. I've been harassed by stupid ass cops, but I've never been arrested. I've certainly never been caught up in the justice system over no female. I'm not paying child support. Okay. I've never been divorced. So, I also I'm humble because you can't really humble yourself around these niggas, but there's a lot of things that, as it said in some biblical scripture about the rich man when he was so-called talking with Jesus Christ, there's a lot of things that I've kept from my youth. Okay. So while that doesn't make me pure, it does make me more, it makes me less stained mentally, psychologically. I'm less stained than a lot of black men who have dealt with and are still going through a lot of stuff. Okay. You know, my last ex tried to get me to be dumb enough to put a ring on it, but I didn't. That, we got engaged, but I always realized that there was something wrong with that bitch, and I was not gonna jump that broom. I told her until things are right, that broom is not being jumped. And once she realized she couldn't manipulate me with her pussy or her mind games, that relationship, it just went downhill real fast. But back on subject, now understanding that really in that retrospect, I am different from a lot of, not all black men, okay, but I'm different from a lot of black men. I've been responsible sexually. A lot of black men can't say this, and so as a result of this, when I'm talking to black men, when I'm listening to black men on these panels act a fucking fool with each other or try to work out issues, bringing women, and particularly black women of all women, into these conversations, trying to help black. You have citizens, approaching the founder operator of our website FS Avenger last year, trying to bring black women in as the financial investors and backbone to back FS Avenger. Like I said, we're gonna get on him in a minute. That let me know that I'm different. Okay? Another thing that's different about me, from not all, but a lot of black men, I knew my father. My father has been married to my mother since 1984 for 36 years. My father worked the same job for 33 years with the city of Chicago as a pollution control officer, and then a master chief maintenance technician for over 30 years before he retired. I watched that man wake up in the morning and go every single day. When physical discipline needs to be, me and my sister got it from my mother too, but we got it from my father as well. Okay. I saw that man be a man for 30 years. Well, for 21 years of my life, because I moved out for college at 21. Okay? A lot of black men don't have that. They don't have that. They don't have that. They don't have that viewpoint, from a man or male role model in their lives. All they've known are these ratchet, loudmouth, aggressive, ain't nobody gonna tell me what I can and can't say. If I got something on my mind, I'm gonna say it. Type, ratchet black females like their mothers, their aunts. This is the only frame, and the only males that they knew were degenerate. Okay, I didn't have degenerate males in my life. Okay, I've known a lot of degenerates. You know, my best friend, his mother divorced from his father, who was half Japanese, half black, as it so happens, when he was very young. When they moved into the suburbs, in our next to our house in suburban Chicago, he was only living with his mom. He would visit his father from time to time, but my buddy Warren, I mean, he pretty much all he knew in his upbringing was his mother. His mother was not a ratchet woman, but you know that has to have some type of psychological effect. I mean, when you see idiots like Taz, even Obsidian, this dude is more of a trust and believe, y'all. Some things have come up that I had to look into because, like I told y'all, I'm off in my own little world. But when I decide that I'm gonna make a video about something, I do deep research. I could watch hundreds of hours of videos on that topic. And when I tell y'all that Obsidian is more of a fucking clown than I thought he was, trust and believe me, he's more of a clown than I fucking thought he was. I don't understand now in hindsight how I ever got involved with a dude like this. Okay? But I understand a lot of men that act like fucking fools, trying to negotiate with these dumbass females, you know, trying to argue back and forth with these females. The reason why they're doing that is because they're only shooting from their frame of reference. They don't know anything else. This is all that they know. This is all that they have seen. Okay? For me, I didn't look up to a woman. Well, you know, my mom was there, and I love my mom, you know, but I didn't look up to a woman when I was a child. I looked up to a man. I didn't fear a woman. I feared a man. Okay? Between if I tell you this, if there were ever a time when me and my sister were little and it was time for us to get our asses spanked or you know our asses beat, you know, and we had a choice between mama whooping us and daddy whooping us, of course we would choose mama because the licks, they would hurt, but they would hurt a lot less. Okay? A lot of niggas, they don't have that frame of reference. Okay? So they can't do anything more but be half the problem because they've only known one half of the people who conceived them in this world. Okay? So when I see this nigga say dumb shit like she cute though in a post that's supposed to be about a serious topic, you know, it frustrates the fuck out of me. And my block button finger itcheth, but at the same time I understand this Negro is likely fucked up. Because, you know, black female fuckery is all he's known all his life, which is why so many of these black dudes are effeminate. So you see, I say, he says, she cute though. And then Blackfoot responds, he says, apparently not to those Koreans. Cordero, of course, says, I know, right, exactly. I respond, I say, she's above basic, she's cute, only after putting on fake up and weave. And why does that even matter? And Jerome Clarkson says, because there's a man just acknowledging a woman's beauty. But nigga, okay, there are places where you can do that. You can do that on my videos. But I just made some videos about dark. I made a video a couple of days ago about does dark skin define beauty or lack thereof or something like that. Why not make a comment like that on that? All the pretty females that I showed. This subject matter is not about whether or not she's cute. Or if you want to acknowledge she's cute in your mind, okay, fine. But why not talk about the subject matter at hand? Because what it sounds like, and maybe he didn't mean it like that. Maybe I misinterpreted, but then again, knowing these niggas, I probably didn't. It sounds like what you're saying is the fact that you think she's cute negates everything I said in 18 hours and 12 fucking minutes. Which means, to me, what you're saying is this hoe gets a pass for being a little dumbass hoe because she cute, because you want to fuck her, even though she don't want to fuck you. As a matter of fact, she don't want to touch you with a 2,000. How far is South Korea from the United States? A 3,000 or 4,000 mile-foot pole. You know how I know? Because she was over there in South Korea, far out of the reach of you, one of you dumbass Negroes asking her for her number. But again, this is where black men are at. And so I respond to this fool, and I say, acknowledging a woman's beauty or lack thereof is not the purpose of this video series. And as I have said time and time again, if a black man can only see a black woman with his penis, yet lacks critical thinking skills to see past her outer shell, then he should be watching someone else's channel, not mine. It's not a place for simps. This female and females like her are the enemy of black men. Now, do you at least understand that? And he never replied, which is why I'm likely going to wind up blocking this nigga. You know, I've been doing a lot of blocking lately because I realize now, another thing I realized, and I realized this, you know, after I fell out with Obsidian, I cannot align myself with, and I cannot carry every black man, okay? There's a lot of black men who ain't going to never get it. There's a lot of black men, the only thing that they care about is how a female looks. It don't matter. She could have a knife. She could be standing there smiling at him and have a butcher knife in her hand behind her back, waiting on him to get close enough to her so she could bury it right in the center of his fucking chest. And do you know? You know what I realize now? This is what I realize about black men now. Particularly those like Obsidian. I realize now that there are black men that are so goddamn dumb and so weak to put, figuratively speaking, not only would they approach a female that had a butcher knife in her hand behind her back, waiting for him to get close enough to bury it in their chest, but they would approach her even if they knew what her intentions were with that knife and knew that she had the knife in her hand, waiting on him to get close enough so he could bury it in her chest. These dumb motherfuckers would still try to walk up on her thinking that they could talk her down low enough for her to put the knife down and put her panties down so they could still hit it. This is how dumb a lot of these Negroes are. And so I realize now I can no longer associate myself with a lot of black men. I just can't. I cannot even give them a pass. I remember one of the last I did last year. I said, I understand that not all black men are headstrong like myself. Every black man is at his own level. And I think I held a poll or I asked a question of some of others that I had on the panel. And I said, where are you? Do you think you can live a life without women? And almost every one of them niggas said, no, man, I'm not that strong. And I gave out a pass, but now I realize I can't get out of pass no more. I can't. My Marlboro man mindset is now not only fuck bitches, but it's fuck these niggas that act like they ain't got no fucking sense too. Because all that's gonna happen if you keep trying to work with people who are unwork-withable, them and their bullshit is just gonna drag you down too. Okay, so from this point on, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. I don't have any more time for niggas that are not willing to evolve, that are not willing to change. Okay, now I'm gonna try to. After a while, I'm gonna try to bring something in here. Before we get to Obsidian's weak ass, okay. Another thing that I need to mention. You guys know that I made a post about shit that I saw on social media the other day about this rapper that I guess is homosexual called Nas X, and for Halloween he dressed up as Nicki Minaj. Now 50 Cent had 20 words for Lil Nas X and some other Negro rapper that he was with, and he made a joke that Lil Nas, because of his Halloween costume, and this other rapper who is heterosexual, would be perfect for you. Look, This isn't me in any way, shape, or form trying to uphold 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson as, some stalwart of black manhood. This dude is what David Carroll says a fucking shine. Okay, he's a shine bone. By no stretch of the imagination would I want 50 Cent to represent me as, the definition of black manhood. Okay, so don't misconstrue or misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay, but the problem that I saw was, and everybody knows that 50 Cent, he loves trolling on Instagram. It's really a wonder Instagram hasn't shut down his page yet, but he loves being a troll on Instagram. And after he made this comment, poking fun at Lil Nas's Nicki Minaj outfit, black women and white liberals came out of the woodworks after this nigga. Okay, I mean, and to let you know that they have an agenda, to let you know that these motherfuckers have an agenda. Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, has been trolling on Instagram, talking shit about people for fucking years, years, and he's never got backlash as hard as he got when he made this joke about Lil Nas and this other Negro that he was beefing with, whose name escapes me. I'm not gonna look it up because it's that important. By the way, guys, right now Biden is at 89, won the state of Colorado, and I believe Colorado was one of those battleground states that could go either way. And Trump is still at 51. I just want to stop and say I do believe in most elections, the person who goes out front first usually wins, and that was Donald Trump. Donald Trump did go out first, winning Indiana, but right now Biden is he's maintaining a healthy lead. Again, that does not mean everything. Okay, there's still some major battleground states. Florida and the state of Texas are always battleground states. But when you consider that Biden is gonna win, almost certain to win California, I mean, you know, everybody expects it to be close. Okay, so I understand that, but I told y'all before that I was more certain that Donald Trump was going to win the election a few months ago than I am now. Okay, I I specifically I personally believe that this COVID-19 scare was kind of specifically for the sole purpose of taking down Donald Trump. I do believe that. Is the germ real? Yes. Is it potentially life threatening? Yes. Are there as many people catching coronavirus and dying from coronavirus as they say? I doubt it. Okay. We know that these hospitals and these coroner's offices have been being given incentives to say that something is coronavirus. We know that even with unemployment, people have states and at the federal level they've been kind of turning a blind eye to just anybody filing for unemployment. Why? Because they want to drive the unemployment rate up and make it look real bad under Trump's watch. Again, I'm no Trump nut hugger, but I am I believe a master of seeing shit for what it is. As one guy, Bob Whedon, once put it, you can't trick the tricker. Okay, this is all just too convenient. That all of a sudden coronavirus cases fly through the roof right around the time that the election is here. Now all of a sudden, coronavirus cases just fly through the fucking roof. Now all of a sudden everybody's getting sick. Even though if you go outside, you see everybody still walking around like nothing. Okay, it's smoke and mirrors, man. That's what I said in the promotional video leading up to this. It's just smoke and fucking mirrors. But back to this 50 Cent thing. So, I I really, this is the other problem for black men. Okay, black masculinity has always been um, the target of oppression. You know, starting with white men who saw black men as a direct threat, especially after slavery. But now it's not so much white men as it is these feminists, and more specifically, black women who now, for generations have been, kind of put as the mammies of the black community. Now, black women and the power that they perceived themselves as having is being directly challenged by black men who are speaking up and speaking out about how they really feel about black women. And black women aren't able to, pull the same shenanigans and talk the same uh, bullshit that they were before without consequences and repercussion. And a lot of black men, even though I don't consider that a positive, a lot of people do, I don't. A lot of black men are starting to venture out and date out. Okay? And while black women are doing the same thing, now they see the black man. At first it was the white woman that black women saw as their largest competitor. But I understand now, because black people historically have been so divided and conquered. Okay, black women now see us as their main competitor, which is why all this, instead of seeing us as their man, they see us as their competitor, which is why all this strife is kicking off in the so-called black community. And so the black woman is, you know, she is rummaging through her trick bag to see what other tricks, what other forms of manipulation she has up her sleeve. And one of these forms of manipulation are using this LGBTQ movement to try and soften black masculinity by normalizing and defending black male homosexuality. Okay? And look, you've heard me say it. Okay? I'm not going to cape as hard for gay people as obsidian cape for them, but we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that, trust and believe. But I will say, and I've really always said, short of one of them pissing me off, I don't have anything directly against homosexuals. I don't have anything against them. Most of them ain't done nothing to me. Okay? But it does arouse the curiosity. It does make you raise an eyebrow when black homosexuality and black transsexuality and black bisexuality is being pushed and defended and upheld more than black male heterosexuality. Okay? When we consider that it is natural and that it is normal for men and women to be heterosexual, it's liking someone of the opposite sex. That's nature, and we know it's nature because you can only reproduce when a species of the two different kinds of the same species come together from the opposite sex to procreate. So we know it's natural, and people are trying to abnormalize that for black men and normalize same-sex attraction in marriage to the point where they are dragging a dude for making a harmless joke when everybody knows he's a troll, among other attacking Kevin Hart and specifically targeting black men for this criticism. Okay, because there's lots of people who are against homosexuality. I'm not for it or against it. Homosexuality for me is like Trump and the Republican Party. I neither hate it nor like it. I could give a fuck. Okay. But you do have to admit that something is fundamentally wrong here. Okay. There is a hidden agenda here. Okay. Why do black women want to see their men? And you, of course, you have the likes of Irene Yvette who will claim that they are anti-gay, anti-homosexuality. But we see a lot of black women who, the same women who seem to hate black men, heterosexual men's guts, like in Atara, Dallas, have no problem helping a gay black man paint his nails and, a dress. They will have no problem doing his hair. They will have no problem telling him how cute he is. These females want black men to be the bitches that they call us. This is what they want. This is what they want. And to some extent, as sick in the head as they are, I think that a lot of them feel like this is what they need. And, this is one of the reasons why I tell black men what I tell them. That, the best thing for you to do is to live a life of solitude, worrying only about yourself, trying to get yourself together, because it's very, very easy to be, influenced by or overwhelmed by, even if you're against it, die hard against it, it's very easy to be overwhelmed by, these ever changing social norms, really social app norms that they are trying to rationalize as normal. Okay? Black men, make no mistake about it, black men are the target. The problem with that, as I said in the beginning, is the black men don't understand that they are also helping the situation by being their own worst enemies. Okay? Fighting, bickering, arguing, threatening, killing other black men on behalf of your shenemy. I know it's enemy, but you add an S onto that, you'll have she nami. You are doing things on behalf of a female, most of whom don't give a shit about you unless they can use your death, your imprisonment, your otherwise unfortunate demise to further her own agenda. Hence, hashtag Black Lives Matter. And all other times, she is joining the white people, particularly the white men that a lot of you niggas claim to be your enemy, and, to each his own. Whoever believes whatever they want to believe is fine. She is joining the rank and file of these white men and these other people to destroy your black ass in every way imaginable. When you look at, for example, the Bill Cosby trial, it wasn't just Andrea Constance on the stand. It wasn't just white, old, haggy-looking white women at the press conference during his trial, talking about all the things they claim he did to them 20, 30 years ago. There were black women in that crowd too. Black women wanted to take this man, so-called America's dad. They wanted to take his black ass down just as badly as those white women did. Okay? Now, granted, white women target their own men in the same way. Okay? But black men need to, and this is why I say I don't associate myself with a lot of black men anymore, because I also realize that black men need to understand, and they need to come to accept that the safest place for them is a place where they are, I don't want to say isolated, but where they are completely reliant dependent, and sufficient on, with, and by themselves. Okay? Now, that's not to say you'll never have friends. That's not to say you'll never have a girlfriend. What I'm saying is don't go looking for that shit. Don't worry about it. If it happens, let it happen. Okay? I think the main reason why black men find themselves in the live streams and in the video comment sections of these black female channels on YouTube, the same way these black females find themselves on live streams and in the video comment sections and in the chat rooms of black males, is because a lot of black men, they still want the same thing that black women want. They want attention and admiration from the other side. They just don't know how to get it. You know how they talk about, like when kids are little and the boy likes the girl, he'll go and pick on her because, he's too shy or he's too awkward to, know how to talk, or he's just too young. His brain hasn't developed to come up and, express to the girl how he really feels about her. So, he'll hit her, he'll bully her, or he'll pick on her. That's his brain's, that's his still developing brain's way of making sense of that feeling that he has when he looks at this girl and has a crush on her. Well, to some extent, I think that black people are like that a lot too. Because I can't make sense of why any black man would be interviewing an Irene Yvette. Any black man would be in the live stream in the chat room of a Irene Yvette, a Chrissy, a Nyla Says, a Black Woman's Fear. Nigga, why are you even there? Okay, you say, oh, well, it's just entertainment. I just want to see what they're saying. Okay, so Negro, if it's just entertainment, then why are you complaining about these females? Why do you know them so well? Why are you over there, nigga? You don't have no business being over there. There's no need for you to be over there. Okay? None. What I tell you about these females, they're all salt and no substance. They have nothing. Understand me. They have nothing to offer black men in any large way. Now, individually, if you're in a relationship with one and you happen to have one of those few good ones, that's something completely different. But collectively, these hoes have nothing to offer but heartache, suffering, and other detriments. And thus, that brings me to this part of the video. Hold up. Before I get on this, let me check. Okay, so Biden is holding at 89, but Trump has now moved up, winning both Dakotas, both states of North and South Dakota. He also has Arkansas, Mississippi, South Carolina, states with small electoral votes. Trump is at 72, so he's inching back up on Biden. So that's good, I guess, by some considerations. But this is another thing that I got to get to. And after this, I'm going to open up the line. I'm going to not open up the lines. I'm going to share a link with some trusted brothers and see if they want to join the stream. I don't know if they will, but I'm just going to see if they want to join the stream. Let me read some of the comments here. Cookie Head Jenkins says, regarding black women, the idea that they will cooperate with you as a classic heterosexual black man is an exercise in futility. This has been an exhibition of social engineering on the highest levels leading into this election. Says she thinks we all are like Uncle Woodrow on Sanford and Son. Melancholic Tigger says, let me ask you brothers this. What are your thoughts about Maxine Waters punishing black men for supporting Trump? What is that old hoe gonna do? let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something that I come to understand about these we shall overcome ass Negroes. Okay? I'm telling you, because see Dolores Tucker, she was talking the same shit about Tupac, Snoop Dogg over 20 years ago, what she was going to do. See Dolores Tucker was nothing but she was what she was? She was the Sophia Nelson of her time. Okay? A lot of these black females that think they're so fucking empowered because they didn't got all old, crusty, and dusty, and you know, um, they claim to have marched with Dr. Martin Luther King, and they think that gives them some type of empowerment. When in reality, marching ain't never really done shit for black people. It's basically just symbolistic. Okay, a lot of these them we shall overcome generation Negroes were no different back then than these females are now. Okay, and same thing can be said to some extent about males too, because we know Martin Luther King was cheating on his wife to the point where he gave Coretta Scott King STDs. But I mean, you look at even Malcolm X's wife, Betty Shabazz. It later was revealed that this woman was cheating on him or threatening to cheat on him, and why? Not because Malcolm was gone all the time, on tour, traveling around the country and the world on behalf of the fruit of Islam and Elijah Muhammad. She was threatening to cheat on this man because he, according to her, he couldn't sexually satisfy her. This is supposed to be a Muslim woman married to a Muslim husband who is an outspoken spokesperson for a black militant organization that has the world's attention. And she's thinking about going off and getting D from somebody other than Malcolm X because, according to her, Malcolm X couldn't sexually satisfy her. And when you flash forward to see Dolores Tucker talking about, we're getting tired of our children calling us bitches, whores, and sluts. Who was sitting right next to see Dolores Tucker when she was talking that shit in that press conference? Who the fuck was sitting right next to her? Betty motherfucking Shabazz. And when Betty turned around, y'all go back and look, because I had a couple of videos where I played that shit. I said when you look, when C. Dolores Tucker said that shit, Betty Shabazz turned and she looked at her almost with an annoyed look on her face. She looked at C. Dolores Tucker. She didn't say nothing. She just looked, almost with like an annoyed or tired look on her face. Like she knew that C. Dolores Tucker was bullshit. Why? Because she knew what the fuck she was doing when she was the age of these females that these dudes in their rap lyrics are calling bitches, hoes, and sluts. What did I tell y'all? Those rappers before social media, they were the first black men to have a platform. There weren't many of them, but they had a platform to express how they really felt. And what did they usually talk about? Gangs, drugs, police, death, and black women. Because these were the 5 major sticking points of a lot of black men back then. And to some extent, although a few things have shifted around, those same sticking points apply now. Okay? But who is by her side? Betty motherfucking Shabazz. And now you have this Maxine Waters home. And I told y'all about these older black females, these church hags, these we shall overcome motherfuckers, I used to march with Martin Luther King. I marched with Martin Luther King across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I told y'all about these niggas, man. I mean, dude, the writing is on the wall, man. What was that female down in Birmingham, the 15-year-old girl, the thought that Rosa Parks took her place because she got pregnant by a white man? What is that girl's name? Damn. What is her name? I don't remember her name, but y'all remember I did a piece on her. Pregnant at 15, unmarried with a white man's child in her belly. And this is why it didn't have people. You got black females now talking about, Oh well, they picked Rosa Parks because she over her because she was biracial, but she was the first one to get up to refuse to give up her seat on the bus. No, no, Claudette Colvin. Thank you, Zomu FTW. Thank you, Claudette Colvin. It didn't have nothing to do with her being dark skinned. What the NAACP did, now we know, is, and it's sad that it took so many decades for this to come out. They basically set up the whole thing and and you know coached Rosa Parks on what to do to recreate the scenario that Claudette Colvin actually lived out by refusing to give up her seat on the bus. But why did they have to do this? Because back then, one thing I will give black people back then that they didn't understand now, because they obviously had their thoughts and their holes back then. Okay, the difference was back then, unlike you niggas nowadays, back then black people understood optics. Okay, they understood we can't have no little 15-year-old hoe with a white man's child in her belly standing up shouting, screaming about civil rights and racism down in Alabama. Well, damn, racism, you got racism right in your belly. The hell are you talking about? They knew you couldn't see that. That's the difference between them niggas back then and them niggas now. The reason why they were marching, and a lot of black people don't have the ability to comprehend this. You niggas don't y'all, man, please listen to me, okay? Marching had nothing to do with forcing the issue with white segregationists during the civil rights movement. Let me say that again. Marching had nothing to do with forcing the issue of the civil rights movement back then. Meaning that the specific act of marching is not what caused black people to get to a point where they were winning those battles, desegregating the lunch counters, desegregating the buses, getting black people the right to vote in the Deep South. That's not where it came from. Okay? Marching was a tactic. Okay? It was a non-violent, provocative tactic. The civil rights activists down there, they understood that they had to engage in a battle with those crackers down there in the Dixie South, where they would be non-violent, using tactics used to provoke the white Southerners to be violent against them. What they were banking on was the news media, freedom of the press, constitutional right, the press to record that violence, that provoked violence, by marching in places where they knew the crackers didn't want them, standing up and refusing to leave places where they knew the crackers didn't want them. Okay, they needed the provoke violence so that the cameras would catch that unanswered to violence, and then those images and that footage, like what happened on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, would be broadcast around the world. Are y'all really so gullible? Are black people really so fucking gullible to believe that the SCLC and SNCC and Dr. Martin Luther King actually thought they was going to march into rural Alabama? They was going to march across that fucking bridge. Everything was just going to be fine and dandy, and they was going to put out. No crackers were going to do what the fuck they were going to do. They were counting on that. They were, now, granted, they weren't counting on the shit being as violent as it was, because, them crackers fucked them niggas up. I mean, we all saw it. But, okay, that was the purpose and the tactic of marching. What a lot of people don't know is that the SCLC their original target was Albany, Georgia. Okay, the original place where they set up to have a showdown with segregationist honkies was in Georgia. Their first campaigns were in Georgia. The reason why you never hear about Georgia and only hear about Alabama in relation to the civil rights movement is because Democrats in Georgia was smart. This is okay. To demonstrate and protest black people not having the right to vote at the local magistrate. The police chief treated them very humanely. He was nice to him. Dude, I forget his name, but do you know this police chief even he made sure that the marchers even had refreshments and bottles of water. Black asses. That's one thing I have to give them over this generation. They understood both optics for themselves and they understood optics for the target demographic of white people who they were trying to, get rid of politically, so to speak. Okay? They knew how it was going to look to the rest of the world. If they had a little pregnant black girl up there with a white man acted in her belly, screaming, I want my rights. They knew how it looked for white police officers on horseback to be beating black people with billy clubs. Okay? They knew that. Nowadays, black people have no sense. They have no sense of how the rest of the world views you. Is how the rest of the world learns how they can treat you. And that even goes back to this failed Korea Booze series that I'm doing. Where these black females don't understand that in Korea, yes, they have access to World Star Hip Hop. Yes, they have access to Facebook. Yes, they have access to Instagram. Yes, some of them have access to Snapchat. Yes, they see black females out here acting like hyenas, whores, and thoughts. Okay? So when you come over there and you put on your little thought attire and you go to their clubs, they're going to treat you the same way they see you treating yourself. Okay? Black people no longer understand the importance of proper representation, which is why you have a fucking Cardi B interviewing Joe Biden on behalf of the black community when this hoe ain't even black. And not even to talk about her history of drugging and robbing men and being a former stripper and a gangbanger. But this is where black people are at. This is where y'all are fucking at. Okay? Simply put. Now, this is what I'm going to do. Because I've been talking my ass off. Okay? I'm going to briefly black out my screen, and I'm going to introduce someone in this link. Let me say this. If you're interested in joining the stream, I may not see your request, but you can put it in the chat room if you're interested in joining the stream. The panel is what I'm saying. Y'all are already joined to the stream. But if you're interested in joining the panel, and hey, what's up, Genuine Trucker Twan? My boy Twan, what's up? Got my business. Sorry, when I talk, I don't really look at the chat room that much, y'all, because I want to keep my train of thought. What's up, Kurt Chris the God? Got another mod in here. What's up? What's up, boy? So okay. So this is what I'm gonna do. Before I get on Obsidian's dumb ass, y'all, I'm telling you, man, some of y'all, I know a lot of y'all send me emails, and I have conversations with a lot of y'all, over emails and, behind the scenes. But I'm really, I really need y'all to one of y'all to email me and help me believe why I should continue to have hope for the black male collective. Because, dude, man, it is not looking good, man. It is not looking good. I remember when Aquazi and David Carroll they made that series called No Hope No Change for the Negro. It ain't looking no hope no change. I see what they were saying now. It, man, they say don't never give up hope, but dude, it is not looking good, especially for black men. You know, black women, you know, they gonna be all kinds of fucked up. I mean, it is female nature number one, and number two, I mean, these females they're too retarded to even realize in a lot of cases that they're taking ills. And you know, but see, at the end of the day, but see, that's what black men don't understand. When the black female fucks up, she's all you know, all that strong and independent shit go out the window like it did for these hoes in Korea. She can always try. Not saying it'll always work, but she can always try to come back and play the victim. Okay, that's her last playing card. But see, this is what I mean. Black men, y'all don't have that card to play like she does. Okay, when your back is up against the wall, all you can do is brace for impact and you know clench your fists, you know, close your eyes, clench your teeth, and just wait for impact. With her, y'all, you know what? Y'all remember Anne Hathaway's character in one of those Batman movies? Y'all ever seen that? Anne Hathaway playing Catwoman. Remember she was in the scene where she was doing some exchange with the bad guys, and they were gonna trick her and try to uh kidnap her or kill her or something, and just take the shit that she was trying to have a fair exchange for. She kicked all of their ass, but the police SWAT team came in, and then she realized it was too many guns in there. So after she kicked the bad guys' asses and the SWAT team came in, she started acting like a defenseless female, like she was screaming and waving, like, oh, damsel in distress. And as soon as the SWAT team ran past her, she grabbed her shit and left. See, that's what females do. They can play the victim. Black men, that's what a lot of y'all don't understand. Shit hits the fan, y'all can't play the victim. Y'all don't even have that card, bro. Y'all don't even have that card. So that's why it makes things even worse when you see black men acting like they ain't got no motherfucking sense, especially when it comes to these hoes. Okay, and we gonna get to that in a minute. Okay, let me black my screen out. I would play music for y'all, but that's all kinds of fucked up. I know y'all could barely hear it the last time. Let me black my screen out. And by the way, Biden and Trump, Trump is still holding at 72. Biden is at 89. The road to victory, according to what they say at least, is 270. Let me black my screen out, and let me see if I can introduce some more brothers to like a panel, because I'm tired of running my mouth. And I'm gonna have a lot to say about it. So just give me a second here to just do this. And let me just do something right quick. See if I can introduce this fucking stream here. All right. Anybody that's interested in joining the stream, just let me know in the chat box, please. Let me know in the chat box. I will try to look down. It's hard for me to do that while I'm talking. The only way I can keep a clear line of thought is by looking directly at the screen of stuff that I'm talking about. But okay, I'm sending a request out to some brothers. Let me just ask, Would anybody like to join the stream right now before I move into the next segment? I mean the panel. Would anybody like to join the panel? If you would, email me at Brian, Brian Solange, Solonge at gmail.com. Or I'm sorry, Brian Solange 2, the number 2 at gmail.com. That's Brian Solange 2 at gmail.com. Okay? So that's what's up. Anyway, so okay. Let me do something right quick. Hold on 1 second, folks. Alrighty. Alrighty, daddy. Alrighty, daddy. Alright. Let me check my power source. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Alright, good. 95% charged. Keep this thing supercharged. Okay, so Cookie Head Jenkins, are you saying, let me ask you, Cookie Head, are you saying that you would like to join the panel? Because I need some help here, brothers. I'm be honest with y'all. Look, if I could talk shit about a black female for 18 hours, granted, it wasn't 18 hours straight, but if I could do that for 18 hours, I can run my mouth. But, after a while, the mouth gets dry. Okay? I need some help, especially with this Obsidian dude. I'm going to need some help. I'm going to need some feedback. Okay, so you said you just sent the email? Okay, cool. Let me look at your email. Give me 1 second, brother. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I need to bring some of you brothers in here. I need to bring some of you brothers in here. That's what I need. Because I'm going to need your help on this one. Give me 1 second here. I may need to darken my screen again. Are y'all seeing my... So I want to make sure I'm not sharing. No, I'm not sharing my screen. So that's good. Are we still live? Yes, we are still live. Okay, so I'm going to try to bring some more brothers in here. Let me pull up my email right quick. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. All right. Oh, boy. So, yeah, and, hence the title of this video. Seriously. What will you do while y'all waiting on me to speak with this brother? What will you do, or what are you willing to do if Kamala Harris becomes president tonight? Am I being a smart ass for suggesting such a thing? Perhaps. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Okay, I'm sending you that link right now, brother. Just give me a second. I'm sending you that link right now. I'm trying to, if it'll let me. It's loading. It's lagging. But yeah, before we get to this next segment about this coon, there was a time when I had some respect for Obsidian. Even after we fell out, there was a time when I had a little bit of respect for this dude. But now all of that has gone. Let me put it to you like this. This is how bad it is with Obsidian now. I have about as little respect for this nigga. I have less respect for him. Put it like that. I have less respect for Obsidian than I have for Angel Ramirez. And here's why I say this. Angel Ramirez has always been a Captain Save-A-Ho. From Jump Street, when he launched his platform, that's what he advertised himself as. The black woman is queen. We're not going to put down black women. We're going to uplift black women. Captain Save-A-Ho. That's what Angel Ramirez, Okay, he has not tried to hide that, under red pill or MGTOW. He is what he is. He is what he is. Okay, and while I cannot respect that, I can at least acknowledge, okay, this is where he stands. Obsidian came off the rip claiming to be manosphere, which they consider themselves red pill or whatever. This dude is nothing other than a grade A super simp man child. I can't even, the shit that I have heard come out of this man's mouth. Again, I'm speaking from experience now. Because, I not only used to deal with Obsidian, but more recently, because there was an issue that came up. Okay, I'm sending you the link right now, J Stub. There's an issue that came up with Obsidian, and somebody who openly endorses Obsidian, and some of y'all know who I'm talking about. And another brother shared a link with me of somebody that was calling this other person out for endorsing Obsidian. And at first I was rolling my eyes like, oh, another person wants to bicker and argue. But when I watched the video, I had to say, damn, this person is making a fair point. And no matter how much I don't want to talk about this, I do think I need to talk about this. So the first thing I did when I decided that and I sent you the link, by the way, Cookie Head. I just sent you the link. So yeah, let me know if it works for you. And I apologize. Just let me know if it doesn't work. Let me know in the stream. I'm gonna bring my screen back now, guys, while we're waiting on Cookie Head to see if he can join the stream with us. Okay, there we are. So let me minimize this. Okay, so with Obsidian, y'all have to forgive me. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. With Obsidian, I don't know really what to completely make of this guy. In on one hand, I know one thing, he can't be taken seriously. This dude is by far the biggest clown in the black sector of YouTube. Okay? And quite frankly, I don't even think he realizes that he's nothing more than a useful idiot to people like Kevin Samuels. Because seriously, he's always kissing Kevin's ass, but it occurred to me watching this dude make a fucking fool of himself on people's shows like Nyla Says and that stream that he did with Irene Yvette, and now this newest sheep pimp fraud that's come along, the one furthest to the left, Akia Marie or whatever, Dakia Marie or whatever her name, the hood rat's name is. Has Kevin ever overly celebrated Obsidian in any major way? Has he ever openly endorsed Obsidian? I know he's spoken of Obsidian, but has he ever really kissed Obsidian's ass the way Obsidian kisses his ass? Because if it's two people, going, both scratching each other's back, that's one thing. But the only person I ever see and hear about, wanting to hold it for the other person, as Mr. Carroll says, is Obsidian to Kevin. I never see it I never see it in reverse. And I recall I caught a stream where Kevin Samuels and Obsidian, and this is not why I'm calling Obsidian a clown, by the way. I'm gonna get to that. But I remember there was a stream where Kevin was calling out he was calling out black YouTubers that were the badasses, or they were the king dings of the black sector YouTubers, something like that. And Obsidian was on that stream defending him against all the people that were calling out his high value scam bullshit. And Kevin listed a number of YouTubers that he considered high up on the Hulk. And do you know, Kevin's he didn't even mention Obsidian's name even once. Obsidian had to butt in on what Kevin said and said, "Oh yeah, I'm up there too. I'm up there too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I'm there too." I'm like, hold on, dude. You're massaging this guy's ego for him, and he's not even going to mention you as one of the stalwarts of this specific category of what he considers to be successful black YouTubers that are doing it big and doing it bad and doing it best. What does that really say, Mr. Obsidian, about your relationship with him? I mean, I think you might want to reevaluate, because it sounds to me like you're investing a lot more into y'all's friendship than he is. And quite frankly, backing off of this and really looking at this situation, I'm really starting to think that Kevin Samuels just sees Obsidian as a useful idiot. Now, something else funny about Obsidian before I get to the main course here. And Cookie Head, are you having problems? Oh, are you on? I'm sorry, brother. Hold on. I didn't know you were on. Hold on. Are you on? Okay, I see you. Sorry. Let me see if I can you hear me? Because I can't hear you. Oh, I gotta add you. Do I have to add you? Hold on. Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on, man. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I'm bringing him in.
All right.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't hear you. That's a problem. Hold on. For some reason, I cannot hear you at all.
Okay.
This is not good. Anybody here? Me, Cookie Jenkins? I think I saw him gesture yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
But I can't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Hold on. Can anybody else hear Cookie Head Jenkins in the stream? Okay, you can hear him. It's really, really strange that I can't hear him. That's really strange. Hold on. You know what? This is what. Let me see if I can. Oh, this is terrible. I tell y'all what. When you are an amateur at something, please learn from people who know. Okay, there's your mic. Your mic is on. Other people are saying that they can hear you. You're obviously in the stream. If I disconnect, let me see. Wait, let me turn. Wait, I think I know. Wait, hold on.
All right.
Say something now, brother.
Hey, what's up, brother Solange?
Say something now.
All right, what's up, brother Solange? Can't hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me disconnect my mic. Okay, I disconnected my mic. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can still hear.
Can anybody hear me now? Huh.
Yep.
I don't understand what's going on. You say, Tigger, I'm on prepaid phone, internet access is slow. If for some reason I don't hear anything.
No?
Okay, brother. Well, this is what I'll do. I'll ask you because I want the stream show to go on. So I'll just introduce the next segment, and then I'll ask you a question, and then you just start talking. Okay.
All right. Cool.
We'll do it like that.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. For some reason, I'm having a significant amount of trouble hearing you. I'm gonna plug my mic back in. Hold on. Oh, I hate this. Okay. All right. So what I was about to say was I got wind of somebody calling out a certain YouTuber on here that frequently endorses endorses, and everybody knows by now that they kick it with Obsidian. And while you're a grown person, you have a right to kick it with or be friends with whoever you want. Okay. Um, I when another brother sent me an email about what this person was saying. Um, at first, I thought it was just another Negro that was, looking for his 5 seconds of lame, bickering and wanting to bicker and argue. But I looked at their video clip and they raised some very valid points, not only about the person in question that endorses Obsidian, but about Obsidian. And so I said, well, damn, well, shit, man, I got to get me a piece of video about this. I got to address this issue. But before I address any issue on a major scale, as I did with the Shayla Toby, failed Korea Booze series, I said I got to do research about this. So I hadn't really paid much attention to Obsidian since I fell out with him. The last live stream I did with him was December 24th, 2018. And as it so happens, that stream uh, actually included not only Obsidian, but I realize now in hindsight, I was on there with Kevin Samuels. He joined the stream 2.5 hours into the stream on Christmas Eve 2018, and I spoke extensively with Kevin Samuels. At the time, Kevin Samuels wasn't on this whole high value man piece. Nobody really knew who Kevin Samuels was except that he hung out with Obsidian, but they've been running partners for a while. And I didn't realize until I thought back and realized that the very last stream before I fell out with Obsidian, well, I stopped coming on his shows after 2018, and I fell out with him in 2019. I actually shared the airwaves for about 5 hours with not only Obsidian, but some female he dragged into it and Kevin Samuels. But the other thing that that and I also, when I started doing research on Obsidian's more recent content, I came across this female that he called himself collabing with, called Dakia Marie. And some of y'all may be familiar with this chick. She calls herself a black male dating coach. That's right, a black male dating coach. Now, that's her over on the left of the screen. And I mean, you can see even Obsidian said it. She's obviously hood radish. She's ghetto. She has the crown tat in the middle of her chest. She sounds hood. She has a relatively deep voice. But when Obsidian, he claimed he had known about this chick for a while, and he had been kind of, watching her in the clouds. Like Mr. Carroll and Miss Kerosene, claim they, watch things off in the clouds and don't say nothing. And he finally decided to speak on Dakia after she was mentioned by that super simp ass fool Derek Jackson. And at first, Obsidian is criticizing this woman. She's just your typical she pimp fraud. She's one of a series of she pimp frauds that have exposed the super simpery, and now what I know, the Captain Save a wholeness of Obsidian. Okay, she's just one of several over the last 2 years. Okay, the first one I brought up was Olivia Alexa, but there were females before that, and Olivia Alexa is on the far right, by the way. Okay, so the Kia, she made a video that caused a lot of controversy. In her video, according to what Obsidian was saying in his stream, she said that nice guys have something that they can learn from bad boys. Now, any black man with a working brain who is not a Pookie and Ray Ray, who is not a degenerate savage, would take issue with that. Okay, as I did, and as Obsidian claimed initially to have taken issue with it. And he called himself in his own comical way, calling out Miss Dakia Marie for her belief that, or her claim to belief that nice guys can learn something from bad boys when it comes to approaching women or getting with women. And for those of you who don't know, Joe Biden right now is up 94. Trump is still at 72. But what I'm noticing is that Joe Biden is maintaining a healthy lead over Donald Trump. So, longest story short, Dakia got word that Obsidian was talking crap about her because of her nice guys can learn something from bad boys live stream that she did, or advice she called herself giving. And again, this is a side note. This is why men, and black men in particular, ain't got nothing to learn from these funky assholes. Okay, they're all salt and no substance. Okay, they put on these skimpy outfits and pull their hair back, and they know that you're gonna look. These men are not going to these females for dating advice or pro-black advice or nothing. They're going there to look at the female so they can fantasize about fucking shit out of her. And these females know that. Okay, a nice guy or a regular black man ain't got shit to learn from no damn Pookie and Ray Ray. Okay, those are facts. But she got word of him airing her out verbally. So she came to his comment section and she defended herself, right? And said he didn't know what he was talking about. So then he invites her onto his live stream. At first she refuses, but then seeing the opportunity, I guess, to, gain more attention for herself, she agrees to go on his show. Now, apparently this chick has written some type of book. Again, she calls herself a dating coach, not for black women, but for black men. And she claims to have written a book. And Obsidian claims to have read some of this book and agreed with some of it. Do you know, not only did this dude do a complete about face from criticizing this obvious she pimp fraud, okay, that's just looking for her to attract men's penises and get AdSense dollars and get those likes up and those views and those submissions. Not only did he do a complete about face, but this Negro got into it with another Negro that he had been beefing with for a while called Donovan Sharp, because Donovan Sharp saw the writing on the wall with this hoe, Dakia Marie, and, harshly critiqued her like somebody like me or Tommy Sotomayor would do. And Obsidian is up here caping for this female. And he had the nerve to say, among other things, that Donovan Sharp didn't have any business talking about Dakia Marie because he's in an interracial relationship with a white woman. Now, I don't promote interracial dating on my channel, but okay, it is what it is. Donovan Sharp's with a white woman. Here's the kicker. This shows me how much of a clown Obsidian is. He's saying that Donovan Sharp forfeits his right, like Crystalline Kerrison, to talk about black issues because he doesn't want to deal with black women. So he shouldn't be speaking on Dakia Marie, who is trying to coach black men for dating. But here's the kicker. The same Negro that is kissing this woman's ass, quite frankly, I don't know whose ass he kisses more, Kevin Samuels or Dakia Marie's. You know what would be funny as a side note? I would love to know who, if Kevin Samuels got into it with Dakia Marie, I would love to know who Obsidian would go running towards to defend over the other one. I would love to know. I would love to see that. But This same Obsidian that says that Donovan Sharp doesn't have a right to speak on Dakia Marie because he's with a white woman, goes and does a 2-hour interview with Irene Yvette, who admitted to having a former white husband, an ex-white husband, and biracial children. This is a former swirler. Obsidian, as many of you know, did a 2-hour live stream interview with this woman where he made a complete fucking fool out of himself. Obsidian's other argument was that Donovan Sharp don't care nothing about black women. I care about my black sisters, so I have a right to critique them. But then when he goes on Irene Yvette's show, in addition to making a complete ass out of himself, and I actually, to the point where I actually found myself agreeing with Irene Yvette that he was acting like a fucking 5-year-old, he does a complete about face when he gets caught in a spider web of his own bullshit where he can't lie his way out of it. And he says, oh, well, I don't really say stuff to uplift the black community. I'm an entertainer. I'm just here to entertain my audience. So which one is it, nigga? Are you here to critique black women so they can do better? Or are you an entertainer like Tommy Simone? Which one is it? This nigga don't know his left hand from his right hand. But anyway, what's your take on this, brother? I'm sorry. I've been making you wait for a long time. What's your take on this shit, bro? Because this shit got me fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me though? Can you hear me? Solange.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, can you hear me? Am I only brother in the chat other than yourself?
Okay, I'll say, brother, I can only, unfortunately, right now, I can only see your lips moving. I have to hear you through my other phone. So, there's gonna be a pause between when you're talking and when I actually start back talking. So just go ahead and give your take, and then I'm gonna mute my mic so I can hear you talk, and I'm gonna hear you through the phone here. So go ahead. What's your take on this whole Obsidian piece, bro?
Yeah, first off, man, yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I'm a long time fan, man, and supporter of your channel. I think, hey, we share some of the same sentiment about these Negroes you speak of. But I'm not too familiar with Obsidian, other than that he used to also be associated with that cat O'Shea D. Jackson, which I used to listen to. But again, that same type of buffoonery that they allowed on their platforms, everything, I couldn't get down with that. And I won't even get into the pandering with these black females, man. You're supposed to be running a male space platform, man. I'm just, that's just, I just don't get down with it. I can't get with that. I'm also damn near the same age he is, and for me, I mean, he's just pretty much tuned out, in my opinion.
Okay. Oh, did you finish what you were gonna say, bro? Okay. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to hear what you said. I can't even react to it. This is terrible. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on with this mic, man.
Okay.
Hold on. Because I don't understand this. Why does this always happen to me? But let me see. That is really strange. Well, because the problem is my phone stream is so far behind the actual stream, I mean, it's like minutes behind. So if I was to stay quiet that long just to hear what you had to say, man, we'd be here for another hour. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to hear it back. Let me see if the computer is any my other, because I'm looking at this through my other computer, but I'm also monitoring the political developments. The last thing I got was that Biden was up like 97 or some shit. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Biden's up 98, but Trump is at 86. So yeah, it's still pretty close. Still pretty close. Surprisingly, Biden won New Mexico. I guess that's not surprising. There's a lot of Hispanics in New Mexico. Let me see if I can pull this stream up on my other computer and see if that helps. Hold on, guys. Oh, this is a mess. Um. Okay. Oh, that's where I asked you that too, brother. So
Okay.
here's the title of the video. What are you willing to do if Kamala Harris becomes president tonight?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's the main reason why I told you I was gonna get on this tonight, brother. But no, I'm from Oakland. You know what I mean? So I've been through when she was doing her career in the days of Willie Brown. So we out here know her get down from the past, man. And so my thing is, as a thinking black man, the only thing is I just, like I said in the chat earlier, I'm just really focusing on pretty much my financial position, my current, wealth position, and I do travel pretty extensively, man. I travel to see if there's any other contingency should these people take office and shit hit the fan. Because to me, I don't know if there's a socialism movement, but whatever it is, it does not, it's not going to equal any great outlook for us as classic, heterosexual black men. I just, it's not looking very great. I don't know if any of you brothers can hear me in real time, but that's where my mindset is at.
Oh, okay. Now I think okay. Now on the other computer, it's lagging behind the stream a little less. So let me hear what you said right quick, brother, and then I'm gonna see if I can respond to it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, I just missed it, but I saw your lips moving. Whatever you said, I could tell it was funny, especially in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'll get a chance to hear you before a few minutes. So that was my first issue with Obsidian. Okay, that was my first issue with Obsidian. The other issue is this. Okay, now when he went on Irene Yvette's show, the thing is, black men do. I don't think black men like Obsidian really understand. I don't think they really comprehend that one of the reasons why black women don't respect them is because too many of us act just like black women when we call ourselves getting worked up over a subject. This dude, he likes to get on this stupid amplifying system that he has and, overtalk people. And, he thinks that's cute. It's really, and the craziest thing about that, everybody knows Irene Yvette is a bimbo. Everybody knows she's a hypocrite. Everybody knows she was a swirler. But out of her and some Captain Save-Hold, a black woman is God, black women are queens, simp that she brought on there, and Obsidian, you know who was the most composed and well-spoken in that whole bunch during that stream? And I watched the whole 2-hour thing. Irene motherfucking Yvette. That's right. She was the one that she was the only one on that motherfucker that acted like an actual adult. And that's sad. I found it to the point, and everybody knows what I think about black women. Everybody knows what I think about these black swerves. But I found myself actually agreeing with this woman when she called Obsidian a fucking 5-year-old. He's up in here arguing, and you know, they also don't understand. Black women will sit back and observe black men going at it with other black men. And Obsidian has been guilty of doing this several times. He did it with Taz. And you know, there's some Negro called Twin or something came in the live stream, and he's caping for black women. You know, why you always talking about black women? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yes, this is a Captain Sabo. Yes, he is a simp. But Obsidian is terrible at debating. He's terrible. He didn't even come back with any valid. He really made no valid rebuttals to anything that was said. Like, for example, the dude. This is Obsidian's idea of debating. I'll give you a perfect example. In the Irene stream, he said the Captain Save-Ho that was caping for black women, talking about black queens. He said that well, Obsidian, I heard you say on several occasions that black women ain't shit or something like that. Something like that. And Obsidian said, I never said that. I never said that. He said, yes, I did. Me and lots of people heard you say it. Blah, blah, blah. And then Obsidian say, you know what Obsidian says in rebuttal? He said, well, don't worry about what I did. You don't worry about that on another stream. You just focus on what I said on this stream. So hold on, Negro. You said, own it. It don't matter whether you said it in this stream or this fucking lifetime. You still said the shit, motherfucker. So just own it. Say, hey, I said motherfucking shit about them hoes. Why are you trying to now just to make yourself look good? And this is the same Negro that was telling Taz that he didn't know how to debate. How is your only argument that you didn't say it in this stream? So that doesn't make it valid. And Obsidian is one of these Negroes who always wants to point to statistics. Now, here's the thing. I use statistics too, okay? But statistics in correlate, you have to use statistics in correlation with reality, okay? Meaning there are things that are there are things that are written down in numbers that are calculated and predicted, just like the 5-day weather forecast. Some of it is true, a lot of it is not true. It's nothing more than a human being's ability to, you know, try to what's the word for it? Pontificate what will happen or what has happened using a very small amount of data. Trying to use that small amount of data to equate for a large total sum of things. Okay, that's basically what statistics are. Okay, so every time you want to run to fucking statistics, you have to have some type of real data, some type of real collateral to back that the fuck up. Okay, and the thing with Obsidian is he will only run to statistics when he doesn't have a valid rebuttal to somebody's argument. Okay, now all of that aside, he's hypocritical for going on Irene Yvette's live stream. He's going on her live stream after accusing Donovan Sharp of speaking against this female that he admitted he wanted to sleep with, Dakia Marie, because Donovan Sharp is with a white woman. But you on a stream arguing with a woman claiming to be pro-black when she was with a white man. What kind of sense does that make, Negro? You don't make any fucking sense. And Obsidian, you know, he was particularly loud with Irene Yvette. And she basically busted him out. She said, "I know why you're being aggressive with me, because you find me attractive." And Obsidian does kind of give off that thing where he got real aggressive with her because he didn't want it to seem like, he was lusting after her, even though we know that he's weak to women that are physically attractive. That's been obvious. So he tries to play that off by being super aggressive with her, being super loud. And if he was, don't get me wrong, if he was legitimate like I am, if he was legitimately going after this hoe, I wouldn't have no problem with that. But he did seem like he was overcompensating for something. Okay? And it wasn't a debate, it was just a yelling match with him acting like a fool. He did not really oppose any points with anything that was really valid. Okay? So, you know, I'm looking at this whole thing and it brings me flashbacks. So I told y'all the last live stream that I did with Obsidian was Christmas Eve 2018. I was on that stream. Joined some black female, a female, black female dating coach that coached black women was on there, that Obsidian invited on, that he had some prior dealings with. And the topic was this young lady on the far right here, Olivia Alexa. Now, if you look at all three of these bimbos in this collage around Obsidian, what is the first thing that you notice? All three of these heifers are dolled up. They're dolled up, and all three of these heifers are showing cleavage. Okay? These are weaknesses that expose men who claim to be red pill, who claim to be Marlboro men, from real Marlboro men or real red pill men. And Obsidian is not a real red pill man. Okay? He even said in regards to Dakia Marie that black women that are accusing Obsidian of caping for and protecting Dakia Marie, black women who are saying that because they're not desirable, they're non-select, and that of course pretty women are going to get more protection than non-pretty women. This right here let me know how much of a simp-made bitch this nigga was. Going back to that Negro that, after all I said about Shayla Toby, the Korean swirl hoe, all he could say in response was, "She cute though." And I remember in that last live stream that I did with Obsidian, I remember in that last live stream, I remember the topic was Olivia Alexa and how she had tried to con the mid-cal community by making a video that went viral called "Why Men Are Going Their Own Way." When the black men that were watching her bullshit video didn't buy into it, and they called her out on it, she made a second video called "Mid-cal Made Me Do This." And she basically flipped and reversed all the pro mid-cal talking points that she had put up, trying to see if, these guys would turn for her because she thought she looked good. She turned all of that around to pro-feminist talking points. And when I played these videos back for Obsidian on the live stream, because again, she was the chief topic of discussion along with Zaza Ali, this nigga, you know what he said? He said when the first video where she was called herself advocating for MidCal, which was nothing more than what this Dakia Martin and this Irene Yvette hoes are doing, in Paris Milan when she first came out, and all the rest of these bimbos, China Fox, go down the list. You pick a nigga, I salam alaikum. Okay? I played that first video, And that was the other guy that was on there, Negron. When I played that first video, Obsidian acted completely dumbfounded, like he didn't understand what the problem was with what this female was saying. And it was Negron caught it before I said it. Negron was one of the guys who used to come on Obsidian's show at regular. Look, Negron said, man, she's running game. This is female nature 101. He even asked Obsidian, nigga, how are you a red pill when you don't see this? This is what she's doing. She dolls herself up. She shows cleavage like Irene Yvette, like Dakia Marie, and she's going to try to see how many men's penises she can attract, how thirsty she can get you niggas. She wants to see if she can pull the MGTOW crowd because they're the toughest crowd because they claim not to want to deal with women by society's standards. Okay? So now I understand that Obsidian not only is, people say he turned. No, Obsidian has always been a simp. What I didn't know about Obsidian was that he was a Captain Save-A-Ho. He actually had the nerve to say that black women like Dakia Martin deserve protection if they're pretty. Hence, she cute though. So cause Shayla Toby is cute, she over there sucking Asian dick. You willing to go to war with a black man over an Asian dick sucker that don't give a damn about your ass. This nigga is willing to go to war with a hood rat who said that nice black men, nice guy black men should learn something from bad boys. They go to prison, get locked up, and get shot. What you got to say about that, Mr. Jenkins? What's your take on that, brother? Because I don't know.
Those fake niggas that you talking about, like this Obsidian character. I mean, I've seen some of his shows time and time again, and you're right, man. I think you called it down the center, man. I mean, dude is just he's a straight up simp, and so this is why I just stopped viewing these cats online altogether. These guys are posers, in my opinion, that play and frequent these online periods. So when I came to your platform, man, just seeing what you're talking about, brother, you definitely are as real and calling as real as it comes, man. So this is why I've been viewing you for a long time. Because I and again, these other brothers that's in your chat, man, they see it just the same. And so, therefore, this is why I've supported you for so long, brother. So it's an honor to be here, man, to even comment on everything you're saying, man. Real talk. So I don't even. The more I think about it, what's this guy following like now? Is he still even prevalent like he used to be online back in the day?
Okay, brother, I did hear some of what you said before.
Okay.
Before my other computer lagged out a little. But yeah, man. I mean, my thing is this. Okay. I said everybody's right to say whatever the fuck it is that they feel they need to say. Anybody who feels that they have something to say about whatever, okay, affords all of us Americans the constitutional right to say whatever the fuck it is that we want to say. Literally, in my research, I came across this video of this fat, bald-head black female that goes by the name Chili Got Soul here on YouTube, one of those K-pop she was until she got her N-word wake-up call. She was talking about how all black men, basically what she said was all men ain't shit, and how most N-word black men need to die. I literally sat up and watched 32 minutes of that. Now, obviously, I disagree with that hoe, but that's her right to say that. Okay? It's Obsidian's right to say stupid shit like, women who are pretty deserve to be protected. Just like it's Kevin Samuels' right to say that value men, the only way you can get a high value man is if you're slim and attractive. Okay, that's their right to say that. As far as I'm concerned, what you don't have a right to say and do is try to pawn yourself off to me, your listener or your supporter. You pawn yourself off to me as something that you are not. Okay? Now, for those of you who don't see this as a big deal, let me explain it to you. People have a foolish way of calling pilots, as in airline pilots, glorified bus drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let's just say that we took that at literal terms. Okay, you're a glorified bus driver. So that would mean, by that analogy, that a bus driver can do anything that a pilot can do, right? So let me ask you niggas in the chat room, and let me ask you, brother Cookie Hen. Right. Say you're getting ready to get on a plane and fly somewhere. It's a commercial aircraft, or it could be your own personal private jet.
Right.
Do you want a licensed, experienced pilot in the cockpit of that motherfucker? Or do you want a driver? Pilots are only glorified. Do you want a bus driver in the cockpit of that motherfucker? Which one would you trust? Which one would you trust your life with? You tell me.
You know what, brother? This should be an absolute no-brainer. Now, I practice medicine. You know what I'm saying?
And so I do family practice and internal medicine, right? And as you all know, there are different specialties in medicine. I'm not a surgeon. So if you need a coronary artery bypass graft on your heart, I'm not your guy to do that. Although I know a little bit about it, I'm not qualified to do it. And I'm sure anybody with half a brain could make the clear distinction. Just saying.
Okay, brother, give me a minute. Let me just see if I can hear what you said on the other computer. Give me a minute.
All right.
Hold on, I'm still listening, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I like your medical analogy, brother, because it's scary enough the amount of malpractice that happens every year with doctors in their specialty, in their respective fields, let alone somebody coming along not knowing what the fuck that they're doing, not being experienced or licensed or skilled or authorized to do something.
Absolutely.
Trying to do it, right?
Yep. You see it every day, though.
Right. So, by that line of reasoning, if a person, not just Obsidian, anybody, somebody comes to me and they, especially a man, because it's understood that women, most women, not all women, but most women, okay, they are going to go whatever way the wind blows, okay? Hence all these sheep and frogs, hence Crystal and Kerosene going from saying that good black men are unicorns to being on Kevin Samuel's show telling him how much of an attractive black man he is. Okay, that's a given when you're talking about these hoes. But when you're talking about a man who calls himself a man, he should be able to stand on a certain principle that lets the world know that this is what he represents, nothing more, nothing less. What you see is what you get. So when you have an Obsidian or any one of these goofy ass Negroes that is calling himself a red pill, that is calling himself the voice, well, let me do it like this nigga, the voice of the everyday brother. When you have somebody that is calling themselves that, but then their actions are speaking and pointing in a completely opposite direction. And what up, Captain Marvel, by the way, this is my first time noticing you in the stream. I apologize. Because like I say, I very rarely look over at the actual chat room. But when you had this dude calling himself the voice of the everyday brother, but then he's taping for hoes, thinking with his dick with hoes, some of the very hoes that do black men wrong, okay? And saying that pretty women deserve protection. Telling a black man that he can't speak about a hood rat and call her a hood rat because he don't deal with hood rat chicks or he don't deal with black women. But here he is going on the show of a black woman who's been with a white man, okay? Here he is defending a female. And when I listened to Takia Marie when she did a show with Obsidian, I noticed that this female, while she talks a lot of shit in her live streams on her channel, because she has a YouTube channel, she's one of those female. This is what I notice about hood chicks. They're not all the same in the sense of how they play black men. Some of them are, loud. Most of them are loud, outspoken. They try to overtalk you. They try to show how smart they are. But then you have those like the Kia Marie and my former neighbor, where they're quiet. They shut up and they listen, and they will study a black man. They'll do what Jackie Chan said in the first Rush Hour when he talked to Chris Tucker. He was like, I like to let people who love to talk. It makes it easier to figure out how full of shit they are. So what the Kia Marie did was she just got quiet and she let Obsidian do most of the talking. And see, what females like that, what I noticed, and a lot of black men don't pick up on this, what they're doing is they're gauging you to see the things that you say, to see what you agree with and what you align with, so that they can pick up on that and regurgitate what you said like a broken record, to make it seem like they are on your side, or that they are aligning themselves with your agenda, when all they're really doing is gaining your trust and confidence, okay? So that it'll be easier to manipulate you. And this is exactly what Dakia Martin did, okay? At least I can say that Irene Yvette and Obsidian were at odds. However, I found it particularly strange because, some people were questioning Kevin Samuel's sexuality. Look, I'm not here to question, I don't care if a person is gay, it's not that. The flamboyancy does bother me a little bit, but that's not the thing, okay? I was attacking Kevin Samuel's talking points. But as much as Obsidian tapes for this guy, and then even on the Irene Yvette stream, she claimed they got to a point where she was saying that she doesn't agree with homosexuality, and she was laying out her issues with homosexuality. Now, the way Obsidian came at her for that, I'm still trying to figure out in my mind if that was more just a continuation of his, I don't know what you want to call it, over hyper, like the little kid picking on the girl that he has a crush on, um, aggressiveness, or if he actually does cape for the LGBTQ community like he's one of their fucking spokesperson people. But I have never, let me tell you, when Irene Yvette claimed that she doesn't agree with homosexuality, I have never seen a black man that claims to be heterosexual cape for and protect the homosexual issue and agenda harder. Y'all gotta go. Irene Yvette has it up on her on her channel. Go and watch this shit yourself. I have never ever seen anyone cape and defend and protect these motherfuckers the way Obsidian did in that stream that he was on with Irene motherfucking Yvette. I can't even describe it in detail. This dude was talking like he was one of their spokespeople. Okay? Now, I don't want to have to rub two nickels together or put two and two together, but I mean, he's calling, Kevin Samuels Saint Kevin Samuels. And he's getting on Irene Yvette's case. And, again, she's a bimbo. She's a swirling bimbo. But again, the fact that this woman was the most composed person in that entire live stream really, really does speak volumes. It speaks volumes about, possibly even the mental instability of an Obsidian who is clearly a legend in his own mind. And I think personally, just a useful idiot to people like Kevin Samuels and Dakia Marie, because he's defending a group of people who, while I agree they have the right to do as they please, he's defending a group of people who not only want to have the right to be homosexual, but they want to strip away this LGBTQ, the extremist faction of them at least. I'm not saying they're all like that, but their political wing wants to strip away particularly black men's right to be heterosexual. Okay? Through all the propaganda that we've seen going on, and all the bashing and the dragging and the cancel this person because they said they don't want their son to grow up gay and all of that bullshit. Okay? So why is Obsidian taping for this homosexual piece? He's arguing so hard with Irene Yvette over this. And granted, they had many back and forth where he was over talking the hoe, and but I'm thinking, why am I sitting here? Granted, I'm doing research. That's the only reason I'm looking at this foolishness. But why am I seeing a black woman going against homosexuality harder than a black man who is defending homosexuality, who claims to be the voice of the everyday motherfucking brother? That doesn't make any sense to me. What is your take on that, Mr. Jenkins, if you're still there?
Yeah, brother. You know what?
What's your take on that, brother?
Yeah, my take is this. I think that dude is just simply pandering. That's what it all comes down to. He's pandering, like you said, but he's straddling both sides of the fence here. On one end, he's trying to appeal to the everyday black brothers, like yourself and myself, right? But at the same time, he still want to somehow, be in good graces of these so-called black women that you're talking about. But see, when you straddle the fence so much, something in the middle is going to get hurt. You know what I mean? And this is what's coming back to obviously bite this guy in the ass, his credibility. So the bottom line is, this guy has no credibility. That's the bottom line. So whether he calls himself an entertainer or he's truly an advocate, a spokesperson for the everyday black man, I think this brother is just overall disingenuous. Are you tracking me, brother? Brother Salon, are you tracking me?
Everybody can still hear me, right?
Sorry, brother. I'm listening to what you said. I'll be back as soon as I hear it. Yeah, brother. I totally agree. You're right. He is pandering, and see, this is why I said that. We as black men, we as true free thinkers, whether you consider yourself of the Marlboro Man mindset or not, I understand that dog culture is not for everybody, and you don't have to be with dog culture to be have a Marlboro Man mindset. Okay, but we have to really consider because we already know these hoes are not on our side. Okay, these female. We know that they don't have our best interest at heart by and large. There is that small segment of black women. Um, do some of them follow me? Maybe, but by and large, especially wait. I know we're far away from part three of failed career booze, my 18-hour long series covering that whole K-pop thing and black women. But wait until we get to part three. Okay, in part three, I'm done with Shayla Toby, and then I turn my sights for the last 5.5 hours of that onto just the overall issue with black women going overseas, not taking any of their family members, not taking their men, just going overseas single by themselves alone. And it's obvious, it's clear that black women have have been making plans and are making plans to completely exit the black community and just go off and do their own thing. They don't give a fuck about anybody but themselves. That's that was obvious before, but it became clear cut during my research of this whole um career boot thing, right? Where they're going under the auspices of being school teachers. Why? Because school teaching is basically a low skilled profession that is in high demand overseas right now because socioeconomically on a global scale you're going to deal with the American dollar if you're doing foreign trade, and the American dollar is going to at some point need to be interpreted in the English language. So these places they're offering, like South Korea, other parts of Asia, the Middle East, including Abu Dhabi, Dubai. They're just throwing incentives at these females and other people. Particularly, they want people in American dialect English to come over there and teach their young people English because they see that as helping them be competitive on the world scale. So black women have set up this underground railroad of sorts, and y'all are going to see this in part three of my series. I'm telling you guys, it's a classic. It is a masterpiece. Okay, they set up an underground railroad of sorts online to help other black women get over to these countries. Um, Again, under the auspices of mostly they go as other professions too, migrating to these other countries, but mainly as school teachers. And what I noticed particularly in almost all of these cases is the majority of these females are single. Okay, they're single, and one of them even said in her blog, excuse me, one of them even said in her blog that you know everything that she did in Abu Dhabi, she didn't need her husband, she didn't need her brother, or she didn't need even her son to do it. Now, when a black woman says, "I don't need no man," okay, that's one thing. But when she says she doesn't even need her son, indicating that she has possibly a son, whether he's an adult or a child. She don't even want her son coming with her. Okay? This lets you know the free agent mindset of these hoes. So we know that the black woman, you know, by and large, okay, is trying with all her might to remove herself from the very equation that she totaled. Okay? And we know that by default, she's not on our side. But what I've come to learn is that we as black men also have to understand that you have people like myself or an Akwesi that are, or you know, that are genuine about the things that come out of our fucking mouths, because we live that life, as niggas love to say. We live that life. We're about that life. Okay, but a lot of these, a lot of these Negroes like Obsidian that claim they're about that life are not really about that life. And thus, no matter how good they sound, including a lot of, you know, I know a lot of black men listen to Tommy Sotomayor. If we are to be legit, okay, if fuck what other people think about us, if we are to take ourselves seriously, how do we deal with choosing to align ourselves with people, black men particularly, that we know are not serious? Hey y'all, I'm just gonna say it's not looking good for Trump. Just as a side note, I want to get your take on this right quick, Mr. Jenkins. But right now, Biden is at 192, Trump is at 114. So it looks like the Democrat, and again, in 270, there's still some states left. But I mean, when you look at this, bro, I mean, Biden is at 192. Biden is at 192. And I think, okay, he just won California. That's why. Okay. He won the state, my state of shit noise, aka Illinois. But he only needs 78. He only needs 78 more electoral votes. It looks like it may not be as close as they say it's gonna be, y'all. I don't know. But that's what it's looking like. So we'll see. He only needs 78 more to win. Now, granted, Florida and Texas. Florida is usually one of the last states to be counted. Okay, usually the states that it usually almost always comes down to is Ohio, sometimes Pennsylvania, and Florida. Okay, Texas hasn't been counted yet, but right now Biden is at 192, and Trump is at 114. So let me get your take on that, Mr. Jenkins, and then I'm gonna see what some brothers are saying about it in the live stream. Again, the title of tonight's, I mean, I don't really particularly care one way or the other because I didn't vote, but I don't want to see Kamala Harris be president. If it was just Joe Biden, I still think it was shitty that the Democrats won, but that's one thing. But Biden is an old ass, crusty, dusty ass man. Okay, they got one foot in the grave. So if he becomes president, it's very likely that we will have a 10th vice president in American history become president at some point. Okay, so yeah, brother Jenkins, what's your take so far? I don't know if you're actually seeing this live like I am on my other computer, but what's your take on Biden being ahead by 192 on Trump?
You know, Brother Solange, I was, you know, I'm looking at it right now live. We're sitting on this stream, and I have to say, you know, at first I thought it was a little too early to call, but now looking at the current status, the state of affairs now, it's looking like, you know, Biden maybe, you know, going to pull ahead. I made a mistake earlier in the chat for you brothers that saw me come in earlier though on Texas. I thought they called Texas, but I was looking at the screen wrong earlier, so they haven't even called it yet on Texas. But I will say this though, regardless of the outcome, brother Salams, we as you know, thinking black men, I mean, we have to really, really think about our future ahead, man. You talking about aligning with other men? We have to. Me myself, I only collaborate with our most upwardly mobile black men for this reason, because quite honestly, the anti-intellectual movement is running full steam, man, and the Democrat and left wing agendas is starting to get deeply entrenched, even on higher academic levels now. And I don't know if the Republicans have an answer for this, man, but tonight is going to be a defining moment, in history, man, in my opinion.
Yeah. I finally grew a brain and I decided to what I'm gonna do is keep my headphones on, listening to you on my other computer where I'm watching the stream and just talking to the mic where the stream is actually oh shit, I can't do that because now I hear the echo. But
Oh,
anyway, that's what I'm gonna try to do so I can hear what you're saying. But hold on, I gotta take my headphones off because now I'm hearing my big mouth. Hold on.
oh,
Okay, so yeah, so just like I said before, what worries me is not, you know, let me put my other headphones on because I'm gonna hear the echo coming again. Hold on. See, this is the thing that worries me. It's not Joe Biden being elected, and I think a lot of brothers understand this now. Joe Biden is not in the prime of life. Okay. Yes, he could very well survive 2 terms. How much, how much more harm could he do than any of these other political puppets, right? I mean, Obama, Clinton, Bush Jr. How much more harm could he do? My thing is this: feminists now have the biggest shot that they have ever had in history since Emma Goldman. For anybody who is familiar with that woman, this is the big opportunity that they have had not only for a power grab, but to destabilize a society and a nation that is already unstable. And it was you brothers who said it, not me. You brothers who have said that women, and particularly black women, are indeed agents of chaos. So the question has to be asked: if Biden gets in office and he has some type of health issue where he has to step down, and Kamala Harris becomes president, okay, especially in the age of COVID-19, with states and, mainly the states, not the federal government, state governments already imposing restrictions on people's rights, in some cases impeding on people's or bordering on impeding on people's constitutional rights. Okay. What measures are the feminists going to try to take through a person like Kamala Harris becoming, if she becomes the commander in chief? Because remember, and a lot of people don't realize this, a lot of people don't realize this, okay, or they don't remember this, the president can actually make decisions without the approval of Congress, although they are short term decisions that can be later rejected by judge if somebody decides to sue. They're called executive orders. Okay, so like Donald Trump, when he wanted to get his Mexican wall built, Congress wouldn't approve of it, so he signed an executive order to free up FEMA funds that was supposed to be intended for something else. Now, I believe eventually a judge did overturn or halt that executive order, but how many executive orders can we expect from Kamala Harris, which can basically get authorized the federal government to implement policies then and now? How many executive orders to could we expect from a Kamala Harris presidency, and what a former prosecutor and what executive orders would those be? In what oh, I think we have another brother in here. Oh, the brother of logic and common sense. Let me add him in the stream. Oh, hey brother.
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
What's going on, bro?
yeah, I can hear you. Oh wow. That's crazy. When um brother Aquazi joined, now I can actually hear both of you guys on the headphone. Before I couldn't hear Mr. Jenkins unless I was using my other headphone. Now I can hear both of you guys.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's good. So
Nice.
yeah, so yeah, brother Quasi, yeah, me and Mr. Jenkins and the people in the chat room, we were just discussing this whole issue with Biden is he's well ahead right now, and I've made my position on this whole political piece very clear. I see electing somebody, and I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I see it mainly as hiring somebody for a job where in most cases they're not doing anything to benefit anybody but themselves and their constituents, and they in most cases they're not benefiting me. So I
Oh, they're definitely not
personally,
benefiting us.
right, I don't see any benefit as a black man in voting for any of these motherfuckers. But um a lot of black men do have some legitimate concern with Biden becoming president if that happens tonight, because he's not in the prime of life. This is a 77-year-old man, crusty, dusty old man, and we
Oh,
know
yeah.
if he dies or something happens, who's coming behind it. And it's happened 9 times in American history where vice presidents have become presidents. So what's your take? Here's the title. What would you do? That's what I'm asking everybody in general. What would you do if Kamala Harris becomes president? What is your whole take on just this whole piece that's going on right now with Biden
Um,
being here?
okay, well, I really think that this is a means for Kamala Harris to become the president. Of course, what's her name? Nancy Pelosi will become vice president. You got to think about it because when you think about all the nominees that they have for the Democratic Party, and I don't like the Democratic Party, but the best nominee, in my opinion, that they had was Bernie Sanders. Now, when Joe
Mm-hmm.
Biden was having his debates against Kamala Harris, they mentioned how he came across very weak. Like his debate, his talking points, everything was weak. We know why Kamala
Mm-hmm.
Harris ended up dropping out. And the one thing I noticed unanimously is every last one of these candidates that dropped out immediately, including Mike Bloomberg, they endorsed Joe Biden. And you really got to wonder why that is. It was like because they tried to introduce Kamala Harris as a black woman, which she's not. She's only like a quarter black. The rest of her is Indian and Asian. But she tried to pander as a black woman, which she's completely full of shit. She failed when they realized she couldn't get the job done, so she dropped out of the race. But I think that was initially what they wanted, was to always get her in. So if we can't get her in by trying to bring her up as a president, what we can do is we can work our way around it by making her vice president. And Biden's not going to last no full term. He's going to be in there, what, 6 to 8 weeks or 6 months. My head hurt. All right, get your ass to the hospital. We're going to give you a severance package. Kamala Harris, you're going to become the next president. Joe Biden, get the hell out of here, and that's it. So that's what I really think that they're planning on doing. And the reason why I think they went after Joe Biden to become the president, because I don't think he energizes his bases at all. Nobody cares to listen to the guy. He sounds stupid. But yet, he is the nominee. So I think they did this because knowing his age, okay, we can use that as a means to get him out and get Kamala Harris in. That's just my opinion. But you could expound upon
I'm
that.
sorry, brother.
You still with me? Hello? You still with me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can't hear Brian though.
Yeah, I can't either.
So it must be something on his end. But I think this is a move pretty much to just get Kamala Harris in. It's a chess
Absolutely.
Oh, wait.
and they can easily manipulate or
Go ahead.
maneuver her
Continue.
without any political vote. I mean, not any political vote, without any votes
Hello.
by simply getting her as the vice president. Yeah, we can still hear you. Brian, you there?
Can anybody hear me now?
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, brother. There was some. Go ahead and continue your thought.
So, long story short, what I think that what they're trying to do is they're trying to get Kamala Harris in office by completely bypassing the voting process. Because if once she's the vice president, they can get Biden as the president, then they can easily just say, all right, Biden, you drop out. You're not able to complete the job. You're 77 years old. You're not going to make it through a full term. Just step down, let Kamala Harris step in. And that's when the real shit show is going to begin. Because everything that they're doing, even from this whole pandemic, what you notice about Democrats is they're very intrusive. Even their talking points, they tell you that you have to vote, and not only vote, but vote for us because we're the lesser of the two evils. They don't ask you to vote. They don't suggest that you vote, but they tell you that you have to vote. These are their talking points. But go ahead and see what do you got to say to that?
No, I agree. You know, um, I said at the beginning of this live stream hours ago, I said that when you break down the numbers and you just use logic, okay, prior to Donald Trump being elected president, and I believe that was 2016 and being sworn in,
Yeah.
prior to him, Ronald Reagan was the oldest president in American history. When he was elected in 1980, he was 69 years old. When he left office in 1989, he was 77 years old. 8 years. You're talking
Yeah.
about a man that I looked it up a few weeks ago. The average life expectancy for a white man is 75 years old. So Joe Biden is already, 2 years past the prime. I
Yeah.
mean, most people at 77 who even live to see 77 years old are in nursing homes or, they're, just they got a foot in the grave already. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen with Joe Biden. But when you think about how stressful the job of being president is, and you're talking about a man who's basically 3 years away from 80 years old, for him to even survive one term, he would have to live to see 82, which would exceed
Exactly.
the average life expectancy for a white man for by what, like 7 years? And for him to survive a second term, granted, my grandmother lived to be 86, but longevity runs in my family. He would have to live to be 86 years old. How many people
Yeah.
even live to see 86, let alone go through a stressful job? And you're not just talking about living. You're talking, like you said, he may step down in a short period of time because you're talking about somebody that, as an executive, the chief executive, you have to be competent. Okay, you
Of
have to
course.
have all five of your senses. Your body can't, begin to break down, where, you become where they call it delusional, or what happens to old people, dementia or whatever.
Yeah.
And some people
Yeah.
claim Biden already has that. You can't
Of
have any of
course. I
that
mean,
going
you
on.
got to listen to some of his statements, and he's slurring on his words. He's making no sense. So we,
Mm-hmm.
we we clearly know this, and I think they already know this. So they say, in my opinion, I think they know that this is the perfect option. Don't get somebody younger in
Mm-hmm.
there who can do it. No, we can have an excuse and legitimize why he needs to step down, and we can just get him to the top, and then he'll step down and pass towards the Kamala Harris. But the thing is, once you get
Right.
Kamala Harris in there, they're going to start imposing all sorts of bullshit. There's this whole thing
Mm-hmm.
with the vaccine. They want to try to get everybody vaccinated. They want to mandate vaccines and masks. This is what Joe Biden stated on his
Mm-hmm.
on his opening speeches to make wearing a mask a mandate. My question is, how
Right.
do you plan on enforcing it? And for those who choose not to wear it, like myself, I'm not wearing a fucking mask outside. That's stupid. What do you plan on doing with those people who choose to walk around outside without a mask? And what I've noticed, what they've done, and this is what it comes down to with Democrats, even to what's his guy, Andrew Homo, here in New York State, the governor. He mentioned at the height of this pandemic that he encouraged other New Yorkers to shame New Yorkers who are not wearing a mask. So he has deputized the average
Mhm.
citizen to think that they got the authority to tell somebody that they don't know you need to wear a mask. So what you're going to end up happening is a lot of people are going to find themselves losing their job if they decide to take their mask off for 5 minutes to get fresh air because somebody else going to run in there and say, well, you ain't wearing your mask, report you to HR, and now you out of a job. You're going to
Wow.
have people into fights
Mhm.
over these masks outside because someone else who doesn't know you think they got the right to tell you you need to put on your mask. Motherfucker, you don't know even a can of paint. Back the fuck up off. You know, I read an
Right.
article how a New York City bus operator, and as I'm reading the headlines of the article, it says the bus operator got coffee thrown in her face. I said, wow, that's just fucked up. You know, I feel for a bus driver because I know what it's like to do that job. But I'm like, okay, well, why did she get coffee thrown in her face? And then I actually click onto the article and read that a passenger walked onto the bus, didn't wear a mask, and she gets out of her seat to go confront that passenger to tell him to wear a mask. So not only does he throw coffee in her face, but he pushes her to the ground. And when I read that, I said, you know what? I no longer feel sorry for her because as a bus operator, it's not your job to confront anybody on that bus. You don't have the authority to do that. The only responsibility
Right.
you have, the only authority you have is to drive that damn bus safely. You can't enforce that they pay the fare. You can't
Mhm.
enforce them to do any goddamn thing. So the fact that a bus driver would get up and pull this lets me know that she felt she had the authority to tell a stranger that, hey,
Mhm.
you need to put on your mask. Now, the thing is that you got to realize is if you're so afraid of a virus, then why are you even coming next to a person who's not wearing a mask? It'd be
Right.
another thing had she got out the bus and said, all right, I'm not moving this bus until you wear a mask. That'd have been another story. But no, they feel the need to confront people who don't wear masks. So
Mhm.
this is literally what the Democrats have done. And the whole talking points of the Democrats of what they're trying to nail Donald Trump on, let me just say it this way. I'm no fan of Donald Trump, but what they're trying to accuse him of, I know what they're doing. It's bullshit. And they're open statements when it comes down to debates. And this is why they started off with COVID-19 because they know they can nail Donald Trump on COVID-19, not
Exactly.
because
I agree. I totally agree with that.
fault that this shit happened, which the numbers that they're making up really didn't happen. But this is what they're saying because what you actually see in reality and what they're saying on the internet world are two different things. So we're living in two
Exactly.
different worlds. What they're trying to portray and these dark days, and we're entering. Get the fuck out of here! I live in New York City at rush hour. Traffic on the highway is still just as crowded and packed as it was 2.5 fucking years ago.
Yep.
Trains are still bustling and bubbling down the track. Buses are still packed like crazy. So where are all these deaths and all the
I
sorrow?
do. I've been saying that, dude. I've been saying, questioning the same thing. I said, okay, you're familiar with Harry Houdini, right? I bring him up a lot. He
I
was,
think I heard the name.
yeah, he was one of the most famous illusionists, aka magicians, in history, and he talked a lot about misdirection. One of the
Okay.
things he talked about was, um, to be a good magician, you have to be a good manipulator. You have to be a good misdirectionist. You can. He talked about how once he made an elephant disappear in a room crowded with over 10,000 people, and he did that by making people look at something that they thought was the elephant while simply
Hmm.
walking the actual elephant off stage and behind the curtain. Now, how do you do
Wow.
this? You have to convince people's brains that something that has their immediate attention is what is actually, what they are, what you want them to perceive it as, when in actuality you're taking what they thought they were looking at and you're removing it from the equation. But you want to maintain that agenda that no, this is what you're looking at, this is what it is. But in the meantime, while you busy occupied with this, I'm gonna go ahead and take the real deal, and I'm gonna put it somewhere else. And so distracting, right? And so essentially, that's what you're seeing with this COVID. Look, I will admit. At first, I'm man enough to admit. At first, they had me a little fooled. When I knew they were full of shit, other than the fact that, like you said, you're in New York and I'm here in Illinois, and I've been to the emergency rooms. The damn emergency rooms in the daytime look less crowded than before COVID-19. But
you're not the first one who this. I've seen videos that show this. I've seen videos that show this, and I'll admit too, brother. At first, when I heard of this, I didn't know what was going on. So I'm just sitting like, what do I believe? But then as more and more time went on, I said, okay, this is definitely bullshit. And then when I'm listening to the talking points, here's what got me. Donald Trump was having an interview with somebody. I forgot the person's name. And this is when they were talking about 1,000 deaths per day. And Donald Trump said, no, that's not what's happening. Here's the documentation. According to deaths per case, we don't have 1,000 deaths per day related to coronavirus. And the person that was interviewing said, no, are you talking about by case by case? He said, yes. He said, no, we're talking about by population. So wait a second. If you're talking about by population, you're pretty much, and they're blatantly telling you that they're fucking lying. Because death by population, you're talking about the total deaths in the entire U.S. in one day.
Right.
So they don't have to die from COVID-19. They can die from any goddamn thing. As I have police officers that I know telling me they responded to a damn a hit and run for somebody getting hit by a car. They died behind being hit by a car. The ambulance picks them up and they label it as COVID-19. This is literally sources I'm not telling you this shit. So I said, okay, this don't make any fucking sense. Black people are the ones dying most disproportionate of it. I live in the black neighborhood, so these niggas were having cookouts at the height of the pandemic. They were out partying. So what the fuck is really going on?
And the other thing that there were so many things that started to make me understand, like, okay, these people they're pulling a Harry Houdini on me. I'm like, okay, why are these officials every press conference, dude? Some of the press conferences, all the people behind them will have masks. I mean, somebody got to see this. Why is it the dude that's at the podium or the woman that's at the podium, the so-called leader, them motherfuckers ain't never wearing a damn mask? Because it's all about what you said, optics. Okay, I'm the official, I'm the head in charge. You pay attention. Look at me and what I am saying to you. Okay, don't worry about that. I'm not wearing a mask. That's irrelevant. I'm the expert. I'm the one to save you and your family's life. So pay attention to me. Okay, nothing else matters. That's what they're doing. They're creating a distraction.
Yeah,
they're creating a distraction.
And the way they're able to get people under control is they do it through fear. This is why the Democratic Party, all of their talking points is based off of fear. Vote for us out of fear of the orange man. You black people vote for us because if Trump gets in there for another 4 years, we don't know what can happen to you. So you need to go vote for us. Vote for us because he doesn't have the pandemic under control. We're entering the darkest days. They said that we're in the third phase of coronavirus. Where the hell was the first? Where was the first one? The only way that I've seen is that you've turned people's lives financially upside down. And this whole thing with this coronavirus, a lot of people who think like us are going to come to realize that there's a lot of people you're going to have to cut off. There's a lot of people who, because if you believe in having your own, being independent of governments, not having somebody govern over you, dictate over you, you're not letting this shit stop. But lazy people who don't want nothing out of life, who want to be told what to do, they have to believe that there is this virus going around ravaging the fucking planet. They gotta believe it, even though they don't see a shred of this. Even though the majority of the people who supposedly caught the virus had recovered. But they have to believe over these 250,000 deaths had taken place, even though there's no obituaries.
Right.
You don't see no testimonies. You're not seeing the sorrow anywhere. The cities look just as packed as they always have been. Where are these deaths at?
Mm-hmm.
But this is what we're dealing with when it comes down to people.
Mm-hmm. The nail in the coffin for me, though, this was the nail in the coffin. When you remember what happened over the summertime, there were actually two nails in the coffin. Because, like I said, originally I was a little spooked. They had me fooled. But the two nails in the coffin was starting off the George Floyd riots. We all remember that. I read on Wiki that according to a lot of statistics, that was the largest uprising of people in the United States for any cause. They said they estimate somewhere between 15 to 20 million people participated in all that demonstrating and rioting and looting and acting a fool. And most of them were not socially distanced. Now, during the Spanish flu of 1918, one of the cities that got hit worse was Philadelphia. Why? Because they had a military parade. It was towards the end of World War I, and they wanted to throw a parade for the troops. Now, the medical people told them that was a bad idea. They didn't heed it. After a few days after that military parade, motherfuckers start getting fucked up. You know, like 33,000 people died. So you could, but see, the thing is, you could physically see people dying on the streets, in their homes. People were dead on the sidewalks because the ambulances were afraid to pick them up. But see, now, okay, after 15 to 20 million people rioted or otherwise acted a fool and didn't socially distance, and not just in one state, in multiple states, 15 to 20 million people is more than enough to cause, I mean, Black Plague levels of pandemic spread. And still nothing. But then not only does it not spread to the point where we can physically see it, like you said, check this out. COVID-19, according to the media, doesn't come back in a big way, not even during George Floyd, until, what do you know, just around a few weeks before election. And now they claim that that COVID-19, there are more cases than there ever were, even than when it first came to shore back in March or February, whatever. What a coincidence. It just so happens to get really big and bad just a couple weeks before the fucking election.
Of course.
And it gets worse and worse right as election is coming up, and people are wondering why Trump is losing right now. Yeah, of course it's that's when I knew. Because I don't go to church anymore, but when I was a kid, there was a guest pastor, and I'll never forget one of the things he said in the pulpit. And he was like an ex-con or whatever. One of the things he said, it always stuck with me. He said, you can't trick the tricker. You can't trick the tricker. And I'm telling you, now I am thoroughly convinced these people are running game. Just like these hoes, these people are running game. I'm sorry. It's too convenient. It's too convenient. I'm sorry. It's just too convenient.
Yeah, this is what they use. Go ahead. Sorry about that, brother. What was you gonna say?
No, Crazy. No, I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on everything you guys just covered, man. In addition to that, this is both of you guys have put together exposed was just the underlying social engineering experiment that's been ran on the masses, especially using COVID-19. And I'm a medical practitioner, so I can truly attest to everything that's being spoken of here. Mm-hmm. I see patients regularly as we speak that's been exposed to COVID. I see a lot of Hispanic families in the community I practice in. And, you know, it's like, I would say maybe like influenza, if that, in anybody who's otherwise healthy. But, you know, all the mortality that we've seen so far with it is really just in people who had what they say comorbidities, you know?
Right.
But nothing different than what you would see in a typical flu season.
Yeah.
For the most part, you know what I mean?
Right.
So the con game was on right before the election began.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the thing is, Trump, they know that he is just a ticking time bomb to say something stupid out of his mouth that have people panicked.
Exactly.
So they can easily blame how the spread of the virus and people's finances being turned upside down. Oh, that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump would take measures to go ahead and curb the spread. Well, hold on a second. You got to first go through the mayors and the governors of each state before he can do anything. He can't just go to any city or state and do whatever he wants to because I think he wanted to. In Washington, I think a mayor stopped him from sending in the military or something like that. Because when all these riots were going on, he wanted to send in the military, but he's like, I can't. I'm waiting for them to give me permission.
Right.
So if people don't understand this, how you really can't see that these people are running game on you. And
Big
then
time.
when the whole George Floyd situation, and at first I was impressed when I heard of them burning down a police precinct. But I started to look at that as that week went on, as it progressed. And I remember that I think he died on a Tuesday. And on a Friday, they burned down a police precinct and they were at the CNN building.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed how they weren't able to breach the CNN building. They broke some windows, but they weren't able to breach it. The cops stood their ground. And I remember they were saying if they go beyond this level, it's going to get ugly. And then I remember seeing somebody smash out one of the windows in that CNN building. As the camera gets a close-up, it's a white boy. I said, okay, that's kind of weird. And I'm thinking, okay, well, Negroes are burning down police precincts. And I said, okay, but listen, I don't condone rioting, but if you're going to take a fight to somebody, take it to the fucking enemy. But then as reports came out, I'm hearing that the mayor ordered the cops to stand down. Out of everything that has happened, out of all these years, black children being killed, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice. I mean, you figure those would be reasons to go ahead and burn down a police precinct. That didn't happen. At what point in time have you ever witnessed police officers, even when they should exercise restraint, they don't do it? What you mean to tell me they're going to back down and let a bunch of looters and rioters burn down a police precinct? No, it's not really making sense to me because police aren't doing it. They're not doing that unless it's planned.
That's calculated.
Yeah, exactly. They're not doing that. You've never heard of this happening before, but all of a sudden now this year, because what they're doing, they're tying all of this in with coronavirus, and they're sensationalizing it. They're romanticizing it.
Yep.
Right.
This is the hard times we went through, and this is all a part of their political game. Mm-hmm. But my thing that I'm afraid of with, like I said, with Democrats getting in office, is they're going to make mandatory mask mandates, and what they're going to start doing is they're going to start arresting predominantly black people. They're not going to. If white people start getting their asses kicked in their communities behind this, the shit only rolls downhill. And it's going to be 10 times worse for black people.
Yep, as usual.
Them talking about black people being the ones who are dying disproportionately of the virus and catching it. That's going to be their reason for justifying why we need to give you guys the vaccines. You have to take it. So this is why I'm not willing to sit back and let them stigmatize me. This is one of the things that I love about Donald Trump, pretty much throwing a monkey wrench in that whole thing. Even when he caught it, he's talking about, I'm pretty much cured. Because now for the thinking person, regardless of what side of the fence you stand on, when it comes down to this whole thing, you now have to look at it and say, okay, something is up here. Something is up. If you got the president who made a full recovery and is saying, don't let it control your life. And that's what they thought he was going to do, is say, well, he's going to co-sign and start backing these talking points. And he didn't do that. So that's the one thing about Trump. He's a loose cannon. He's going to say what he wants to. They don't like that. So whatever agendas that they're pushing, they can't push. Mm-hmm. So I would actually make a choice of who I would want in office. It would be Trump because he's less imposing. He's not trying to trample upon my rights. I know Democrats, that's exactly what they're doing. This is another reason why they're trying to shame black men for not voting for them. The same way they did when Trump won the election, they shamed us.
Yeah,
I remember the white women who put him in office. Damn all the white men who put him in office. But hey, we could just go ahead and blame black men. And if you take the black population, only 12 or 13% of the population, if you divide that in half amongst black women and black men, that's probably 6% of the population or less that you have. If you factor all the black men that are funneled into the prison system or the ones who have criminal records who can't vote. So how the hell could what number, would you talk about 3% of the black male population who are actually eligible to vote for Donald Trump? How does that work?
Right.
How would he put him up to the top? It doesn't make no sense.
Right. Well, see, this society has been so used to black men being under the thumb of their dominance, control, and manipulation for so long that it's still actually foreign to them for black men like myself and yourself, or Brother Jenkins, to think, and not only think but live outside of the box. what a lot of people don't talk
Mhm.
about with Trump's first victory, it wasn't so much people voting for Trump as it was people not voting for the Democratic Party that
Yeah.
actually put him in office. Because
Sure.
I remember when Hillary was expected to beat him in a landslide, and what
Yeah.
happened was um, when it came down to the realization that Trump was well ahead in the electoral votes, the analysts, the so-called professionals, they were looking at the inner cities primarily up here in the so-called blue belt states in the Midwest. They were looking into places like Milwaukee and Chicago and Cleveland, and they were zooming in on CNN. I remember them fools. They were zooming all the way in on those counties where they knew black votes were coming from, and they were getting callbacks from the people that were monitoring the polling places, and they were basically telling them in so many words, "Hey man, these niggas are not coming. They're not coming out to vote,
Yeah.
or they're,
Yeah,
they're
that,
just
that
not.
was the, yeah,
They
that was
just
the reason.
weren't there in 2016, and that is the reason why Hillary got killed. Because black, and it is true, a lot of black men are waking, and black women are helping that with the blatant disrespect that they show
Of
us.
course.
Thanks to
Oh, yeah.
that, black men are waking up to man. America don't give a fuck about it. They don't get. Let's put it like this: they don't give any more of a fuck about us than they did 300 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
fuck voting or fuck voting for the Democratic Party, and so that's what happened. And so now with Trump in office, which was never supposed to happen, they are taking, as we've all seen, from the Russian collusion to Ukrainian collusion to alien collusion to Snickers candy bar collusion. Trump just colluding with everybody, of
Oh,
course.
Yeah.
He just became a politician, but he colluding with the air that he breathes. If he farts the wrong way,
Yeah,
they'll
he's
be on
doing with that.
CNN.
Yeah. It's just stupid.
Yes,
It makes no fucking
yes,
sense.
Trump farted, and there are some indications that fart was colluding with Russia. They have been trying for a
yeah.
long time to get this motherfucker. They even impeached
Yeah.
him. So it is
Yeah.
not a
Totally
stretch.
implemented.
As Quasi said, it is not a stretch to imagine that this entire COVID-19 thing was created, even if it's a real germ. It's not a
Right.
stretch to imagine that
Yeah.
this was created just to get him, so to speak,
No,
out
it
of
was over
office.
sensationalized. It was just totally over sensationalized for this
Hmm.
purpose that we're speaking of. Bottom line, you know.
Right.
And I'm gonna say this too, in light of everything that's covered regarding these elections too. Here's another big reason why they want the natural order of things to go the way they're going is because he was unlikely. He's not a legacy politician. Number one. So when
Right.
he came into office, those elite in Washington, he's stepping on a lot of people's money also by talking about these immigration policies and building that wall and all that. I live in California, by the way, so I don't know if Newsom is any worse than Cuomo over in New York. But let me tell you, these elite class depends on illegal, cheap labor. See, so it goes back to Reconstruction, post-slavery. They've been trying to make the Negro obsolete for many generations now. So now
Yeah.
in comes all this immigration to keep you marginalized also. See, a lot of these people are the reason why these corporations' profits margins are getting astronomical. You know, in order for
Hmm.
capitalism to work well, you need a permanent underclass. So black men like you and I, Akwesi,
Yeah.
you, Brother Solange, thinking the way we do is potentially upsetting the economic order.
Right. It's a threat to the
You know,
status quo.
Well,
absolutely.
what they'll try to do with that is they'll try to demonize people like us by trying to
Yes,
make us sound crazy. We would be labeled as heretics if it was back in those earlier days. But this
absolutely.
is how they do. Anybody who goes against their talking points, they try to make them sound crazy. They'll try to find some statement they said years ago. Oh, this one talking about having sex with demons and aliens, just like the African lady that was talking about hydroxychloroquine. I don't know whether the shit works or not, but just the
Yeah,
way they went out their way to try to demonize her, that's their strategy.
It actually
That's
works,
what
by
they
the way.
do.
I'm speaking of as a medical practitioner. It actually does work, by the
Yeah.
way. Just saying.
But
Yeah.
they'll try to demonize it because they don't want people, you know, they
Yeah.
Hmm.
Insane, man. Insane, guys.
Yeah. I don't know
You
if you
know?
guys are. Yeah. Hello.
Yep.
Hello. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I was gonna
they want people.
say I don't, huh? Oh, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
What were you saying, bro? Hello. Can you hear me?
Is it crazy? I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Brother Quasi, can you hear me?
We're back.
Oh, oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if you brothers ever seen that movie, Lawless, but there was a scene in there where one of the Bondurant brothers he looked at the other one after he got intimidated by some thugs, and he was like, if you are to remain my little brother, don't you ever act like a coward again. And the little brother, he was trying to understand, like, why is he so hard on me? I just got my ass kicked. And he was like, and he looked at him. He got down on the ground where he was laying, with blood gushing all out of his nose, and he lurched forward. He was like, "We are the Bondurant family, and we control the fear in this town." He was like, "We control the fear," and that didn't make a lot of sense to me. I know it was just a movie line, but now thinking about what has really transpired over the course of the last year, and how the media's been involved, the liberal establishment has been involved, even other countries to some extent, their governments have been involved. I understand that there is a vested interest in keeping certain classes and certain groups of people in their place, so to speak.
Oh
And
yeah.
I understand that what these people are doing is, or what they are trying to do is, they are trying to control at least certain parts of the masses by, in this case with COVID-19, controlling the fear. They have everybody outside with a mask when everybody knows you're gonna need a hell of a lot more than a mask, unless you wearing one of them suits that the CDC has on. Those chemical warfare suits that
Yeah.
can,
Yeah. My
you know,
beard. Yeah.
right. I mean, little skimpy ass mask gonna stop some killer ass virus from getting. Because first of all, it can land on more than just your mouth. It can land in your hair, any part of your body, and or it could be anywhere, because we can't see
You
germs.
gotta,
You know what I'm
you gotta,
saying?
you gotta think about what they say when it boils down to this whole thing. I mean, first of all, if there's an airborne virus going around really killing people like that, you're gonna need an oxygen tank. That's what you would need. That
Yeah.
would be the
Right.
only thing that would protect you. Something that's giving you a supply of untampered oxygen, and a mask that keeps fresh air from coming in. You got an oxygen tank that supplies you with what you need, and a mask that keeps air from the outside from getting in. That would be the only thing that keeps you
Right.
safe. The next thing, people are
Right.
outside wearing damn masks, and I see them doing this in the height of the summertime. I seen people driving in their cars by themselves, not doing ride share, but wearing masks. You're getting
Hmm.
yourself sick by doing this shit because if you're wearing this shit 8 hours a day, a lot of the time, little paper masks they got are only rated for a few hours. So now you're
Hmm.
probably breathing what 50% at least carbon dioxide that you're breathing in. You're supposed to dispose of that shit. So now
Yeah.
you're
Right.
breathing that in. You're breaking down your immune system. You're making your body work harder to have to breathe and take in oxygen because you're not taking in the same amount of oxygen that you normally would take had your nose and mouth been exposed to the atmosphere. People don't
Right.
even realize it, but they think what they're doing is safe. I'm protecting myself. No, you're breathing in your bad breath, your germs, whatever. Your body, corporally needs to get rid of that shit. If your
Yeah.
Hmm.
corpus is into a damn mask and you're breathing in that same oxygen coming through that mask, what do you get?
Hmm.
You're getting yourself sick. And if you're sweating on top of that, being outside in 90-degree humid weather, come on, you can't wear this shit. You're gonna be. Most people have a hard time breathing, but they still keep it on. Oh, just get used to it. Okay, you start depriving yourself of oxygen. Actually, when you start losing oxygen, I think that actually fucks up your brain cells. But this
Yep.
is how
Right.
people think. I'm not doing that shit. It's not beneficial. It's one thing if I got to go inside and it's a requirement, but just in general, no, I'm not doing it. And even when I wear it, I don't cover my nose. You're not supposed to cover your nose. You got to allow fresh air to come in because that's how you're going to get yourself sick. Right. And at first, I started to order the one of these masks with these cartridges when I first heard about this shit. And then after a while, I said, "Why the fuck am I doing that? Why am I doing that?"
Right.
Because the next thing is, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. Finish your thought.
The next thing is they say that they would start trying to say that this thing can last on surfaces for 24 hours. A virus needs a host. That doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you do rideshare or whatever, I do rideshare. Mm-hmm. And when I do rideshare, I ask to sterilize. If the car is sitting outside, the windows are rolled up outside, and the sun is beaming, that car damn for the word solar level. So it's absorbing. This is the other reason you have a car. You can actually let the damn first before you get inside of it. So you change it on, wait about 5 minutes, and then go to the damn thing. That's going to kill any bacteria or germs that are sitting in that car. So how is this virus sitting on surfaces for hours, days at a damn time? It doesn't make any sense. These are all talking points that they're giving you, so that way you can be in fear. But then when you start to question the what they're saying, and when you look at the consistencies of germs and viruses and how it doesn't work that way, their fallback point is, well, we don't know enough about it. We're still learning. You don't know enough about it, but you can tell me that it lasts 24 hours on the surface. Then how much do you know about this damn thing?
You know what I want to know?
Yep.
You know what I would like to know, and I know, Brother Jenkins, you're in the medical field. Maybe you can explain this, because this is another thing that never made sense to me. Now, every day in the news, they're telling us how many cases were counted yesterday. And I remember with New York City, where Equazi is, the epicenter, they would say, one day, there were 700 or 7,000 cases or whatever. And then the next day they would say, there were 8,000 cases. So there was I'm just using an example. There was like 1,000 case climb. This is what I want to know. I know New York City, just as an example, is a big city. They have a lot of personnel. But how in the fuck do they count that many cases in one damn day? How do they even know it's that many cases the day before? How do they do that? Do they put it like through a computer or something?
Well, it's entered into a database by county, and so that's all public health, and so it should be a running track. It's not per day. It's a running count. You know what I mean? How many cases are and it's supposed to be scaled by severity of like if you have comorbidities or how many deaths in the hospital or whatever, and that's just to gauge whether or not we're gonna be flatlining, so to speak. Or have some degree of control, because here in California, they try to use that now. Now my children now are able to start going to school part-time this week. Just started this week, based on these cases. But really, to be honest with you, going back to the basics of this thing, man, good hygiene will win out the day. These masks are crazy. You're right about the masks, but unfortunately, they're mandating people to wear these masks.
Of course.
Because, it affects your respiratory reflex. I mean, like you say, the hypoxia from breathing back in carbon dioxide in the mask, you can argue that even contributes to making you sick, acutely ill.
Yeah. And that's what people are going to start going to the hospital for. And when they go to the hospital for that reason, they're going to diagnose you falsely with COVID-19.
Right. See,
NYC you have the damn thing, but they're saying that you got it because you're feeling sick.
Right.
And then you start taking these vaccines or the drugs they want to experiment with, shit they want to shoot you up with. Then you got some shit that they put in your body. You don't even know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, right. And for the record too, the medical system was kind of disingenuous about this whole damn shit too when it first popped off, because anything that was coming through the door in the ER and they can get you on suspicion of COVID, that's 16 G's walking in the ER right there, right?
Of course,
if you get on the respirator, that's like $31,000 or something like that.
Yeah,
You
a
know,
lot of people were talking about the incentives that not only
big incentive.
these hospitals but these medical examiners offices are getting from the federal government for counting cases, counting people, patients or dead people as
Right,
COVID-19. Yeah,
right.
what about that?
Yeah, if you can
I've
get a
heard a
code,
lot about
if you code it, because that's how, when you pay their medical bill, they want to code that in. If they can somehow get a positive on you, then
it.
that could be your primary diagnosis. Despite even if you died from, let's say, a myocardial infarction, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I can simultaneously test you for COVID, hey, I'm getting a higher rate of pay, compensation because you're COVID positive, and I can say, hey, that's a complication when realistically you died of a myocardial infarction.
Of
You
course.
feel me? But now the
Right.
system, now people are calling this shit out. The transparency is seeking in. Now all of a sudden you got to change the tune on how you do this, for integrity's sake and medical integrity. Now, they're changing their tune on this as we speak. So,
Mm-hmm.
so this kind of fudged the statistics as far as the prevalence of this, and it's really unfortunate, man. I mean, and again, this is all part of that social engineering that we're talking about.
Of course. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Yeah.
know that many people
Yeah, I
are so
want to,
stupid. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
no. Oh no. No. Go ahead, brother Quasi, because I was going to ask you a question after that. But go ahead, finish your thought.
No, I think they know that people are so damn stupid. I think at first, this is just my opinion. I don't know if this is correct or not. But I think they were killing people at first by putting them on these closed ventilators. Now,
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, what I know what a closed system is, being in the heating field and dealing with plumbing and stuff like that,
right.
a closed system is pretty much where you're recirculating the same source. So let's say you got water or steam, you keep it trapped into one system and you just run it around through like a loop. You
Yeah,
don't have a replenishment. So a closed ventilator is pretty much where you're recirculating the same air, the same
mhm,
oxygen.
yeah,
So when someone gets put on one of these things, you can die alone just from breathing in your own carbon dioxide. Then they can
yeah.
label this COVID-19 and say, see, it's a respiratory disease. No, you didn't die of COVID-19. You died of carbon dioxide because they put you on a closed ventilator. And
Mm-hmm.
that's
Yeah.
what we're doing. But these people are
Now
so.
imagine, now Quasi, imagine if you went in there, you already had a pre-existing interstitial pulmonary disease, right?
Yeah.
Outside of COVID. But then now you're suspected of COVID being exposed, and let's say, oh, I'm in a little bit of respiratory distress. Yeah, I'll get put on that ventilator, right? And unfortunately, when this thing hit, listen, we didn't have any medical doctrine about how to, what kind of procedures to consider and what kind of medication to administer, especially if you're going to respiratory arrest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is why we got overwhelmed initially in ICUs and things like that. And so, yeah, you get put on that closed system, especially if you already have a full existing, and like you said, you could easily become sicker with a pre-existing condition,
Of course.
but somehow they put COVID on you.
Of course. They'll throw you right on the COVID. It's
Yeah.
just like locking yourself into a car and keeping the windows closed and the engine off.
Yeah.
You
And
stay
they
in
are
there
killing
long enough,
people.
you're going to die because you're breathing in your own carbon dioxide. That will
Yeah.
kill
Yep. And unfortunately, man, a lot of people were even getting a pass on medical malpractice, especially out here in New York.
you. Of course.
But hey, we didn't know, and so now the new protocol is, hey, somebody presents it. Hey, the last thing you want to do is try to put somebody on a ventilator if you don't absolutely have to. So now there's other protocols to follow and what to administer. Some drugs that weren't recommended, now all of a sudden they're recommended. You see what I'm saying? And
I
so
think they
in the proven to work, a little common sense.
I think they're past the phase of having to kill people because they know people are so stupid. We don't really have to kill anybody. We can just make up all of these deaths. And people are so stupid, they'll believe it. So,
Exactly.
hey, let's say 200,000 people die, and they'll buy it. And I've noticed family members
Right.
come to me and say, over 200,000 people have died. And I ask, how do you know this? Have you seen a obituary that states this?
Right.
Are you seeing the funerals? Are you seeing
Right.
cars lined up with the hearse and the flashing headlights and hazard lights? Do you see that? You don't see none of the above, but you believe over 200,000 people have died.
Yeah.
Like I
Brother,
said, I believe they were killing people when it first started, but they
listen,
were able to easily back off as time went on because they realized, okay, we ain't even got to go that far because these people are so stupid, they'll buy into everything that we tell them.
it's true. I mean,
Right.
listen,
And
dude, I've been in medical practice from day one. I was when it first broke out, I was over in Kuwait. I'm also Army Reserve. I do the same thing. I'm a physician assistant. Right? So they did put me in the ER when I was in Kuwait in the military. Okay, not one case come through. Right, I came back to California, went right back to work in a public clinic, in a community clinic. I have one of my medical assistants is pregnant, almost full term. She got COVID positive, full recovery,
Mm-hmm.
no problem. And I've been working alongside her for the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
I've never tested positive.
Yeah.
So that just
Yeah.
leaves the question of, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was gonna say, yeah, things for everybody in the studio audience. I'm just gonna tell y'all right now, again, hence the title of tonight's stream. What will you do if Kamala Harris becomes president? And again, the faster thinking people are gonna understand what I'm talking about. The slower thinking people I've already explained and broken it down. Um, Anybody not watching live election coverage, the bubble is getting, the gap is getting smaller and smaller for Biden. It's not looking good for Trump right now. Joe Biden is at 205. The road to victory is 270. Donald Trump is all the way back at 136. Now there are Florida, which is almost always a battleground and controversial state, has not yet been counted. Florida is usually one of the last ones to go. Ohio did go to Donald Trump. I'm trying to see if Texas has been counted. They're about to give an update right now. No, Texas has not been counted. There are two huge, Texas has had a ever growing Hispanic population, and it's been estimated that within the next 10 years, Texas is going to go from being a red state to a blue state. So we'll see what happens tonight. Texas and Florida have not yet been counted. If they are counted in Trump's favor, that would definitely put him right back in the mix. But as of right now, 205 gives Biden just needing 65 more electoral votes. And I was going to ask Brother Kwesi on that end. This is and I brought this up earlier, I think right before you joined the stream. My biggest concern tonight, because in my opinion, all politicians are clowns that, just give canned speeches and suits and ties. Yeah. And, like I said, I see voting as hiring somebody for a job where they're not doing anything to benefit anybody but themselves. Why am I paying you or with my vote to, basically benefit yourself? So my thing is, Joe Biden gets in there. Okay, yeah, it sucks if the Democrats get power again, but we all know, we've all come to agreement that it's unlikely that he will finish a term. My concern with Kamala Harris is not even her being president, but a little thing called executive order. 2 words equaling 1 phrase. Now we know that executive orders are presidential actions that can go over the head of and approve something without needing Congress's approval. So, like, say if she wanted to shut down the highways, she could sign an executive order. The thing with executive orders, the main difference between an executive order and Congress is executive orders are temporary. They cannot be, implemented for long periods of time, but they can be implemented without congressional approval. They can be overturned by judges, but it depends on the judge. Okay. So if Kamala Harris got in there and, it's the feminists and the liberal extremists plot to, do damage and implement certain things, in her time in there, she could impose a lot of executive orders without congressional approval. And the question would be not only how many executive orders would she implement, but what kind of executive orders would she implement? Now, Brother Kwesi, on that note, I know in New York City, for the longest time they had something called stop and frisk. Okay,
Yeah.
and it was basically, jump out and harass every nigga that you see walking down the street. So that wasn't an executive order; it was a law. But you know, that's the main. You're talking about a former prosecutor who's obviously no fan of black men. Who has this pro-feminist mindset. What type, do we really need to be concerned about executive orders with a person like Kamala Harris, and what type of damage could she potentially do? I mean, beyond just vaccines, relation to black men.
Hmm. Yeah, she would be very damaging. We already know that she has a piss poor record as a prosecutor, locking up black men in record number in California, suppressing evidence that could exonerate black men, um, funneling black men to the prison system for petty drug offenses. So there's a whole lot that you really have to worry about when it comes down to Kamala Harris. She's not a friend of black men. And unfortunately, this is what a lot of black men are going to have to realize. This is another reason why I try to promote in my videos that black men need to start building with one another and start, get off of this foolish, stupid shit that they're on with nonsense. Because there's a whole lot of shit coming down the pipeline. If she gets into office, yes, black men will be getting locked up for stupid shit, and new laws will be written out of nowhere, out of thin air.
Yeah.
Shit that didn't even exist before will be written into thin air.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who are going to be the ones who are suffering the most from it? Black men.
Oh yeah.
So I tell black
Yeah.
men, I know a lot of Negroes here focus on foolishness. Like a lot of these Negroes will be watching people like Kevin Samuels, and I got a problem with him, and not because
We were just talking about that nigga.
oh my
Oh
god,
my God.
and I referenced him in my last video because he's a fucking clown. Like nigga, with everything that's going on, you mean to tell me you want to sit your goofy ass on a camera with some soft music and candlelights talking about high value men because your stupid ass put on a goddamn suit and tie. No, nigga, you're a fucking clown. You're a clown. And well, furthermore, why I say that about him is because I remember sitting back listening to him say, well, nah, why should we have to do anything for the younger generation of black people? Especially black men. Y'all never respected us. Well, that's the reason why we don't respect niggas like you. And it's not that you're doing something for the black community, but you're only as good as you try.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing black people and a lot of black men, Kevin Samuels, Obsidian included. This is why I don't even watch his shit anymore. They don't seem to understand that. They've lost. They think they can be alone on an island by themselves. And no, we got countless examples of prominent black men who have been railroaded. Bill Cosby is a finest example that I can think of a black man who has his shit together and got railroaded. They let out violent offenders out of prison during this COVID-19. They kept his ass in jail. What does that say? What does that say?
Yeah, I remember
Smith.
you mentioned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah.
I remember you mentioning that in your video. Now go ahead.
Yeah. Robert S. Smith is another one who is being currently investigated under tax evasion. Now, chances are they're going to lock his ass up because we know this is the route that they love taking with wealthy black men. Even if you're with a white woman, they still don't save you. So what I'm trying to figure out is at what point in time do black men actually say we need to come together on common interests to find some kind of way to ensure that, listen, you're not going to railroad us without a goddamn fight. Because this is what who they want to come after. I mean, it's blatantly obvious with this Democratic Party. Anytime you ask, okay, what you gonna do exclusive for black people, they tell you I ain't doing shit for you niggas. Yeah. That's what they say. But yet at the same time, vote for me. You black men need to get out here and vote. You have to vote. And oh, by the way, you have to vote Democrat. Listen, motherfucker. I can choose to vote for whoever the hell I feel fit. Whether I want to go cast a vote for Trump or Biden, that's my business. If I want to keep my black ass home, that is at my discretion. Well, your ancestors fought for your right to vote. They also fought for my right to decide who I vote for or stay home.
Right.
I don't vote for no less or to you. I vote for what's in my best interest. And if you're not offering nothing, I'm not voting for you. It is just that simple. And Kamala Harris made that blatantly clear when she said, I'm not going to just do something that only brings us black people. No. All right.
Oh, yeah.
loud and clear.
Right.
But a lot of black women will sit there and vote this dumb bitch in the office, just like they will vote Hillary Clinton into the office, knowing nothing about their policies, but just based off the fact that she's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck nothing about what Kamala Harris did. It's also locking up black women who are single mothers for truancy.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to vote this bitch in the office? I mean, she's an operative of white supremacy.
Right.
That's what Kamala Harris stands on. No real scruples or principles.
No.
Whatever they tell her, whatever she thinks is gonna appease white supremacy, white supremacy, that's what she's gonna do.
Exactly.
So she's gonna shut this guy and kiss white ass if you okay, you gotta get the black vote. So just come across and say that you're a black woman. That's what she's gonna say. She's not a black woman. She knows this. She wasn't reared as no black woman. And if you think I'm stupid enough to believe for one damn second that your Indian mother raised you as a black woman, but mind you now, you didn't even affiliate that much with your half black father. Man, listen, you must think I got stupid little all over my goddamn.
See, when I lost respect for Kamala Harris last year. Did any of y'all see when she first was running in the primaries, when she went on the Breakfast Club? When she was interviewed on the Breakfast Club? Yeah. That's when I lost respect for this bitch. When she tried to insult black men's intelligence by saying, I'll cook you some collard greens and fried chicken or some dumb shit. Now you're talking about a presidential candidate. You know, if she was in front of Jews, and see, this is the game that keeps being run on black people and black men in particular over and over and over again. Yep. You know damn well if she was in front of Jews or Hispanics or even white folks or gays, she would not be talking this dumb shit. Talking about she likes to listen to Cardi B when she's in her office on her breaks, and she'll fix you some collard greens and fried chicken and dumb shit like that. When she tried to insult black men's intelligence, that's when I knew this dumb bitch had to go. That's when I took issue with her.
Yep.
I'll tell you when I first caught wind of her. I caught wind of her on a Facebook post. And the post said, Kamala Harris, the first African-American woman that has a strong chance of winning the president, becoming the first female president. I said, this bitch is not a black woman. Right then and there, I was done. And as I started to see more stuff about her come out, I said, I was never rocking with her in the first place. Because I knew, just when you try to present that as an African-American woman, that's a problem. I'm gonna call that shit out.
She ain't no blacker than Meghan Markle was.
Exactly. I hate you, a black woman dancing buck dancing a Cardi B. I mean, look at how cringeworthy she looks dancing to this shit.
Yeah, that's the conversation.
I love that music. Okay, when did you listen to it? Back in the 1970s. Wait a second, it came out in 1990. The fuck you mean? Exactly. Are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go sit down somewhere.
Yeah. Furthermore, I'm gonna take it even a step further. Like, I know she went to Howard and everything, and she pledged AKA and all that, right? You supposed to be, quote unquote black and all this, but why she pick an Indian woman as her campaign manager?
Yeah, exactly, because she's so black.
Huh?
Right.
So you put one of her AKA sisters up there.
Right. Look, man, she's just like every other female. When they see the opportunity, when they see whichever way the wind is blowing, that's the direction that they're gonna go.
Absolutely.
Women, they seek out, power, usually from men who have power. They seek out areas where they're gonna get the most attention, and that's where they're gonna, set their sails to sail, and that's what she did. I mean, I can't take a female seriously that says that she listens to Cardi B, a woman who you're a former prosecutor. This bitch is a former just to show you how stupid she thinks black people are. You're a former prosecutor, and you're talking about you endorse the music of a female who admitted to drugging and robbing men. These are two violent felonies that any man we know damn well, because one, as Okwesi mentioned, is sitting in prison right now on unproven claims.
Yeah.
It was just like she said he did it, and they decided to retry him, and okay, you're convicted and you go to prison. Okay, this woman admitted on tape, on camera, that she drugged and robbed men, 2 violent felons, and you're a former prosecutor who put plenty of people, including plenty of niggas, in prison, got them incarcerated for drug violations and robbery violations. But you're claiming to align yourself with Cardi B, and you're doing this in front of black men on this show. Granted, it's a coon fest, and you expect me to buy that you're somebody that I should vote for because you're saying you're listening to Cardi B, because you think we're all so fucking dumb that we align ourselves with a Cardi B who ain't even black, like you said. She's not any more black than Kamala Harris is black, than Meghan Markle is black, you know, and that's supposed to make me go out and vote for you. See, this is the blatant disrespect that black people, and particularly black men, get. And a lot of this is because we haven't really, you know, set up any foundation for ourselves. We're, you know, too many black men and black people in general are waiting on somebody else to do it for us. And we get these clowns and these puppets coming one right after the other. David Carroll was talking about, you know, all these black men behind Donald Trump's platinum plan. But the question is, why can't we come up with our own platinum plan? I mean, black people have over $1 trillion in spending power. Do we really, you know, with that type of power, if black people were unified, which they're obviously not, but if they were unified, I mean, you know, why would they even need either of these political parties? We have enough wealth to develop our own shit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that is no, you know, $1 trillion is no slouch. I mean, this country is like what, $70 trillion in debt or something crazy. But I mean, we could actually get shit done if we were, you know, a unified body. But everybody in the black community is off wanting to do their own thing, and, you know, running to other races like these idiot, or don't even get, I'll start talking about that earlier. These K-pop worshiping black females, you know, or Obsidian or whoever. And then they always wonder why we're getting the short end of the stick. Because, you know, like you said, the rest of the world, you know, we don't understand optics, and we don't understand that the rest of the world, they view us as not only divided, but weak. Why? Because every time a nigga get a little something, before they get a little something, they want to go running off. You had a black female go to Korea to, you know, try to seduce one of these little fruity looking red lipstick wearing K-pop dudes. Look, I can't even talk about it on YouTube. Trust them. Them dudes are sexually suspect. I'm sorry. Look, when you look at them K-pop dudes, I think they're being molested by their manager or something. I'm not even being funny, bro. No grown ass man, I don't care if he's Oriental or not, no grown ass man is wearing lipstick and call himself heterosexual. But she goes over to Korea. She can't speak the language. She admitted she didn't have a work visa. Okay, so she don't have no way to support herself. Her idea is she's gonna put on a skirt and heels, and get involved in some Korea drama where one of these dudes is gonna take her as his love interest and fall in love and marry her. And I'm thinking to myself, the fuck is wrong with this bitch? Are you really? But this is black people. You look at all the, you know, the problem is we don't think very highly of ourselves, because we are, you know, collectively, we are at the bottom of the totem pole. And that kind of speaks back to what you were saying about, you know, this clown Kevin Samuels putting on a suit and tie. I broke that shit down last month. For like, I mean, you know, he thinks putting on a suit and tie makes him high value. And if that's the case, any one of us could go to JCPenney or some fucking where and get a damn suit and tie and get on fucking live stream talking about we high value. I mean, now, if this nigga was driving around in a Lamborghini, even one that he was renting out, and a suit and tie, then I say, okay, well, maybe this nigga got a little money. But anybody can put on a suit. You put suits on to go to church or go to funerals. What is that saying to me? Right? But again, this really speaks to a lot of things in Black America, including the reality that a lot of us we don't even understand, you know, what it means to be it what you used to what you labeled it as a brother in demand or a person that's in demand. You know,
Yeah,
we think that it's
yeah,
all about flashiness. And you know, I remember when I was a kid, the kids that were wearing the $100 Nike shoes, making that white motherfucker that owns Nike rich. I think they still doing that dumb shit. There's a meme out about Michael Jordan laughing, saying they ain't got no car, no job, but they still buying my shoes 20 years after retirement or some shit. You know, Black people are really they've been bamboozled, and they just don't even realize how, you know, they are, you know how they talk about it to someone's detriment. We are our own detriment,
oh yeah,
and we don't even
yeah,
understand that. We
yeah.
have
It's almost like
very
a
little way
program.
of comprehending that as a collective, and it's sad.
Yeah,
It really is.
yeah,
So yeah, you had yeah, brother Quasi, you had brought up Kevin Samuels. Me and Mr. Jenkins, we were talking earlier about some new stuff because I'm doing research on a new video that I'm working on, and this Obsidian guy now he's involved with this black, just another one of these sheep hip fraud bimbos. Her name's Dakia Marie, and he did some interviews with her. At first, he was against her because she made a video where she said that, and this is why men should not take advice from women. I you know I don't I'm not saying there aren't women that aren't legitimately on black men's side, but this dumb bitch said that black nice guys who are black men have things that they can learn, or they should take a page out of the book of bad boys when it comes to trying to deal with the opposite gender, trying to, you know, get women or trying to get women's interest. Now, personally, I don't have nothing to learn from no nigger that has somebody gunning for him 24/7 because he stole their dope or beat up their boy or screwed their girl, always getting locked up, always getting slammed to the pavement by the police, always getting jumped, always selling dope on the street. I ain't got nothing to learn from nobody. Can't speak 2 words of English without a damn spell check. I don't have sagging his pants. I ain't got nothing to learn from no nigga like that. Nothing. Nothing. Okay? But you know, this is what she believes. And so Obsidian, he was talking about, you know, how oh she's a hood rat, and you know, I have real issue with her you know, saying that nice guys should learn something from bad boys. But then he turns around, brings her on his show, and he says that he did a complete about face with, you know, being against her. Now he's caping for this female, admitting that he wants to sleep with her, saying that he's protecting her because she looks good, and saying that he changed his mind on critiquing her because she came on his show. Now, if he had said, I changed my mind because she hit talking points that, you know, I actually agreed with. That I did not know that she felt this way. I could respect that. But for this fool to say that now I'm protecting her and I you know think positively of her now, even though she said that dumb shit because she came on my show and because she's good looking. I mean, what does that really say about not only Obsidian but Negroes who listen to Obsidian? Because personally, I've talked about how a lot of black men need to understand that, you know, they got to start separating themselves from not only a lot of black women, but a lot of these niggas out here too. You know, I realize that, you know, hashtag half the problem. A lot of black men are as much a detriment to black men as black women are. And it took me a while to realize that and accept that. But what's your whole take on that, Okwesi? Hello?
did we lose him? Or,
Oh, hello? Is he there?
okay, I don't see him.
Oh, you don't see him? Is he gone?
Yeah, I may have lost him.
Oh, wait. I see. He somehow he left the stream. Hello. Oh, sorry, brother. Did you hear my question? Can you hear me? Oh no, he left again. He might be having technical difficulties. I'm not sure. But he might be back. But yeah, brother Quasi. I guess it looks like it's gonna be a long night. Can you hear me though?
I
Oh,
hear
there he
you.
goes. He's back in. He's back in. Okay. Sorry, brother. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I lost my connection. I don't know what took place there.
Oh, okay, no problem. But yeah, now I was basically
Okay.
I was asking you about
You got to give me the
Obsidian
breakdown
and
of. Yeah, you got to give me the
the key.
breakdown of that because that's when my connection went out. So just give me the breakdown because I know I was listening to this stream earlier and you were saying that you had some information about him. So just break it down for me so I could hear what you got to say.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, recently, Obsidian, unfortunately, is one of those black men who is, a slave. He thinks with his penis before he thinks with his brain. And there's this mixed chick. She's on the far left here. If you're looking at my screen, the
Okay,
one with
with
the
the
crown
platform
tat.
stuff?
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
yeah.
yeah, she calls herself, she's just another one of these in a long list of she pimp frauds. She calls herself a dating coach for black men. And one of the things that she said, and I heard this through Obsidian, she said that she did a live stream where she said that black men who are nice guys need to take a page out of the book of bad boys and thugs when it comes to finding out what women want. Now, personally, my opinion is this is some of the dumbest shit that I've ever heard because I ain't got nothing to learn from a nigga that's in and out of jail, in and out of prison, getting slammed to the pavement, getting jumped, got a bullet with his name on it from, Pookie over there that want to, shoot him to take his drug spot or cause he screwed his girl, usually living in his mama's house or off of some female that he impregnated. I ain't got nothing to learn from no nigga like that. But this
Yeah.
is her belief, okay? And Obsidian talked about how she's very ghetto, she has a deep voice, but he was criticizing her. She got wind of it. She came to his comment section and defended herself, saying, "You don't know what you're talking about. You're speaking on stuff you don't know." And Obsidian's counter to that is always, "Well, come on my show and explain yourself. Let's have a chit chat."
Well, he pulled
So
the
at
Tommy
first,
Sotomayor. That's what he did.
he
Yeah.
did a what?
He, he pulled a Tommy Sotomayor. That's what Tommy Sotomayor would do. He'll bash a chick just to invite him onto his platform and start chumming it up with her just so he can sleep with her. That's
Yeah.
the same shit. And I'm almost certain that this is what Obsidian did.
And look, you see the girl, right? You see the girl. I mean, it's obvious the type. I mean, okay, they say you shouldn't stereotype, but I mean, come on, man. We all been around the block, I mean, we all from major cities. We know what type of female this is. We ain't got to play with this. All right, so he listen, man. We ain't even going there, bro. But no, he bring her on the show and they talk for about an hour or so. And then the next thing you know, this Negro goes from criticizing her for saying that nice guys can take a page out of Bad Boys book or can learn something from Bad Boys or the bad boy image type dudes when it comes to females, to completely defending her, saying
Wow.
that he said that black men need allies like the Kia Marie. She's not perfect, but we need a
Oh my
black
God.
female advocate. And then to blow it out of the water, this crazy nigga said to blow it out of the water. I could halfway respect him if he said, at first I was against her, but she said she hit some talking points, that I actually agree with, and so maybe I was wrong about her at first. So I say, yeah, let's give her a chance. No, that's not what this nigga said. He said the reason why he did an about face and he is now promoting her and defending her is because she simply came on his show. He said because she
Wow.
came on his show, that is grounds for him to completely, because he said because she had the nerves to come on his show, that means now that she is void of, all blame, all criticism. And then to make matters worse, this show you how dumb this nigga is. He said he got into a tit for tat with Donovan Sharp. I don't know if you're familiar with who that is, but
No, I'm not
Donovan
sure.
Sharp, yeah, Donovan Sharp and Obsidian, they've been beefing for a few years back and forth. He goes and defends this woman while she's not even on his stream, kissing her ass like he does Kevin Samuel's ass. Quite frankly, I don't know which one of these Negroes' ass he kisses more, but he says Donovan Sharp can't talk about Dakia Marie because he's with a white woman. I say, okay, so his argument is he's in no position to talk about black women because he don't even want to deal with black women. I'm like, okay. But then I see a live stream where this Negro Obsidian goes on the show to argue and talk to Irene Yvette, who pushes pro-blackness, but she admits that she had a white husband who she had biracial children with. So that's a complete contradiction there. Right. Right. And check this. He said some black women got angry with Obsidian and said that he's just defending Dakia Martin because he's simping for her because he wants to sleep with her. Now he did admit later on that he did have sexual feelings toward her. Okay, when he was arguing with Donovan Sharp, he was saying, you just mad. He hit the same stupid ass talking points that black women did. He was like, Donovan Sharp just mad because he can't have her. He was like, I can't lie. If I was younger, I'd blah, 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 blah. But then this nigga's out of his mind. Then he says to black women, he says, these black women are just mad because they're non-select women. And Dakia Marie is a select female. And he said, yes, good-looking women, not only get more protection, but they deserve more protection. I'm like, what do you say about this guy? What do you say about this guy?
See, I'll say this much. You reference a talking point that I use, and I say that black men lack the understanding of optics. But I think one talking point that is even more important than that is not only do they lack the understanding of optics, but they don't have analytical skills.
No.
They don't. And as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this program, I mentioned how black men need to start focusing on building with one another, independent of women, because you're at a point where black women do not collectively respect us.
No.
So trying to reason with them makes absolutely no goddamn sense. And if you get them involved with whatever it is you're trying to do, they're going to ultimately destroy it. The same way how when Ice Cube had that discussion with them whole coffee with bimbos, whatever it was, and how everything a waste of fucking time. Now listen, I'm not gonna knock up shit if he wants to bang this chick. All right, that's your business. Talk to her behind the scenes. Y'all exchange numbers and y'all do that shit the way y'all do it. But to have her completely get on your program, woman, you coming at her on some funky shit, and then the next minute you all chummy with her because you want to sleep with her. That's some weak ass shit. That's weak ass shit. If I got a position against a female and I'm coming at a female, you're not going to then try to soft talk me and think, oh, well, I defend her now. No, you will never find me going in on a Cynthia G and then the next minute she's on my comment thread and the next minute I'm defending her. No, that won't happen. Just like I mentioned years ago, Chris Harrison offered me her number. I never took it. But look, it's simple with me. I'm not critiquing you because I'm trying to go out on a date with you. I don't give a fuck about none of that. If I got something to say with you, I'm dealing with your position. That's all.
Right.
I don't care to date you. I'm not trying to get your number. I'm not trying to hang out with you. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I got a problem with what you said, and I'm addressing what you said. Right. So when I look at somebody like Obsidian sitting around with an Irene Yvette, all this other female with a damn tattoo on her damn chest. I mean, come on, man. Are you serious?
and see, when I don't know if that was you or I don't remember. Somebody said that a majority of black women do not have black men's best interest at heart. Listen, any fit, and her name is Dakia Marie, by the way, or that's the name that she goes by. She gets the latest cheap pimp fraud on the block. Olivia, Alexa, Cynthia G, Paris Milan. Name these hoes all day, every day. But when any female tells a man, and especially a black man, with all these niggas out here getting shot by the police, getting shot by other niggas, any female who tells you that you have something to learn from a so-called bad boy, aka thug type dude, it's not a female who has your best interest at heart. Nope. And this female calls herself a female dating coach for black men. What she's doing, and I think she's on her live streams dressed like this. I think this is where Obsidian got this picture, because if you see the line at the bottom, I actually cropped that out. That was actually him playing a video where he paused it and screenshotted it. So this was actually a video of this bimbo, and she does live streams. It's obvious what she's doing. She's running. She's using her looks or perceived looks to run games on these dudes. And he offered a fair critique. I thought it could be a little bit better at first, but then at first she didn't want to come on his show. But then she saw, I can draw more attention to myself, and get more publicity by coming on this nigga show. So she comes on his show, and this dude is caping for her like he's her fucking PR manager or something. And it's unbelievable. He's ready to go to war with another black man. But I'm like, hold on, nigga, I thought you had issue with her talking about nice guys can learn something from bad boys. I mean, now all of a sudden you're kissing her ass. I told Mr. Jenkins, I said it would be funny if Kevin Samuels were to take issue with Dakia Marie, who would Obsidian run with his cape to defend? That's what I can't figure out. Would it be Dakia or would it be Kevin? He'd have to pick one.
Oh man! See, and the problem that I have with people like Kevin Samuels and even Obsidian is this is what they're really about: trying to pursue women. If you think in 2020 it is difficult to get women, you're wrong. There's nothing special about these bitches. I'm just gonna say it for what it is. There is nothing special about them. Half of them are dumb as a box of fucking rocks. Can't offer you nothing. Dirty, smelly ass. Don't got a brain in their fucking head. It's just useless. There's nothing you can do with them. That's why I came up with the term #HotRag. Wipe them down. There ain't shit else you can do.
Yep.
So waste of fucking time catering for them. I'm not doing that shit. Now listen, over the years I've talked to some women offline. Those who have never made videos, but some who are rather cool people, and then some who are on some stupid shit. But listen, I tell any women I've ever talked to offline, listen, this is who I am. I'm not changing it up. Don't think you're going to get me to switch up and start simping away. I'm not doing it. That's just not what it is. No. If you haven't seen the consistent behavioral pattern on my channel, I'm not doing it offline. So that's what you need to prepare yourself for. But listen, once again, it's not difficult if that's what you want to do. But when you start a fight trying to have a platform for black men, and you realize the condition that black men are in globally, the only thing that matters to me is black empowerment. That's why I want power. I want success. I want to win.
Self-included.
I want to be able to control my own destiny without somebody else governing me, making up laws, telling me I got to follow these damn rules. No. I'm not trying to go by somebody else's rules. I want to make my own damn rules. This is why I say black men need to focus on building, because if you build it, you're not going to have to sit around negotiating with a bunch of manipulative females.
Right.
You set the damn standards. Okay, you want to be a part of this? This is the benefit package we got to offer you. Either you with it or you not, but you don't run shit here. You don't run shit here.
Yep.
Now, I was being bold and blunt with it because other groups of people, they might not come out and say it, but their actions show it. Black men, on the other hand, no, we don't have nothing that says this. This is another reason why we get so easily be railroaded.
Yep.
Because all of these quote-unquote successful, good guys are the ones who find themselves getting locked up. Tax evasion or having some frivolous charges lumped up against them by who? Women. Bill Cosby is sitting in jail right now because of women. And you mean to tell me you're going to make this your top priority? Get the fuck
Right.
out of here. No, I'm not
Right.
doing that shit.
Oh yeah.
So if
Bro.
you're dealing with a female like this, and listen, we all seen we've seen this movie before. We know how the beginning starts and we know how the end ends. Start
Yeah.
off with pro-black bullshit. Oh, I'm all about black love. Before you know it, a year or two later, they're trashing black men. Find love where you can.
Yeah.
Just like April Mason, how she cooked up and concocted the whole damn story with her damn cousin about how some black dude was trying to kidnap her cousin. Total bullshit. And you would have had the decency to come back out and apologize and say, hey, I didn't know my cousin made that up. I thought she was telling the truth. I apologize. No, she doubled down. She doubled down.
Right.
This is also another reason why you have so many black women that support that Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party will not give black people collectively power, but it will give black women just a bit more over black men. It will also give black women the power to govern and to reap consequences on black men. This is why they vote Democrats so goddamn much, because when you ask black women, okay, why would you vote for Hillary Clinton? Okay, why do you want the Kamala Harris Biden administration? That's what I'm going to classify it as, because that's what it's going to be if he gets in. He's not lasting no more than a year. My head hurt. I got a bump in my head. All right, Biden, get your ass the hell out of here. Kamala Harris, here's your 7 package. That's what it's going to be. That's what's going to happen. So you got the Harris Biden administration. Why would you vote for Kamala Harris? How many? What kind of policies does she offer you? How many? Well, do you know she is responsible for locking up black men and women, mainly black men? They don't give a fuck about that.
No.
Because Kamala Harris will give them the authority over black men. And this is all that really matters to them. Listen, they ain't going to give me no power, but listen, as long as I keep power over your black ass, I'm good. Now they vote for that damn Democratic Party. It offers them absolutely nothing, but you have so many black women in record number who will vote for these people and don't even know their fucking policies. Why would you do this unless this is the reason why? And a lot of black men have to realize, because when you try to reason with these females and make sense, try to get them to at least, if you're going to vote for any candidate, get something out of it.
Yeah.
Have an agenda on the table. They won't even do that. So that just lets you know where they stand. And they're frivolous, goofy excuses that they come up with as of why they don't have an agenda. We can't just do that. We got to have something for everybody. Then sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
But now it makes sense. Because at the end of the day, yes, they want power over black men. Yeah. Just like Ice Cube went on that damn Coffee with Bimbos. This is the part that I forgot to that last recording. that same light-skinned heifer, the one that she ain't even black, talk about, oh, what's exclusive in it for black women? First of all, there's nothing in there exclusive for black men. This is exclusive to black people. Yeah. So you gotta come in here and talk about something exclusive for black women, knowing right there that's gonna cause division. Because there's nothing in there for black men exclusively. So why would something be in there for black women? So then furthermore, when he asked the question, okay, well, you can write up whatever you want and we can get something worked out. Oh, that's not my responsibility. You came up with the plan. So right there, bitch, you let me know you're not here to solve any fucking problems. No. You're not here at all. Now the next thing is, Ice Cube made his position thoroughly clear. This is not about illegal immigrants. It's not about people of color. It's not about minorities. It's not about people in marginalized communities. This is something specific for black people. Toward the end of that conversation, she says, what I want to talk to you about, lift every sails and lift every boat act and what we could do for that. And I'm thinking to myself, Ice Cube, why did you not shut that shit down? Because I'd have cursed that hoe out at that point in time. And see, the thing is, once you understand what it takes being a goddamn man, if you got a sound agenda, first of all, you don't go on no panel with a bunch of bitches. If you're going to even have them,
that was mistake number one.
Have them on your panel, so that way when they get out of line, you mute their ass and let them know, listen, I'm warning you. You got but one more time to pull this bullshit. You do it again, you off the fucking panel. That's it. I told you the agenda here is not about immigrants. It's not about LGBT. It's not about people of color. It's not about minorities. And it damn sure ain't about lifting every goddamn sail and boat. You can take that shit and kick fucking rocks with that bullshit. But this is what they do because they're not there to benefit the agenda. They're there to cause distractions. It's the same reason when David Carroll says, listen, I don't go to no Super Bowl party. If there's going to be females there, I'm not going to no. I don't even bother wasting my time. Because he knows most of these bimbos don't know not a goddamn thing about football, but they coming in there with tight skirts on, strutting around, walking back and forth all over the goddamn place because you have to be the center of attention. Fuck that. I'm not here for that shit. I'm here to watch a goddamn football game.
Right.
But
Exactly.
he knows, in addition to that, the minute that happens, you're gonna have a bunch of goofy ass Negroes who are gonna be trying to impress this hoe. This is exactly what you're dealing with, and this is more important why black men who actually want to build with one another need to leave, don't include females. Leave them out of it. Leave them out because they are a mere distraction, and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna come in there looking to distract you. And no, ho, we got an agenda here. We're not here for that dumbass shit. The only thing black men should be truly focused on is power.
Right.
Power.
Absolutely.
Power you can hold on. You don't got to negotiate with damn females and bargain with them. I'm not here to bargain with bitches, man. Get the hell out of here with that shit.
No, absolutely not.
Right. That there is some of the dumbest shit. That negotiating with women. And see this is what I've learned about black men that I didn't quite understand before. That black men, a lot of them, they want to fuck these hoes. They want to fuck with these hoes without dealing with the fuckery of these hoes. As Obsidian says, black female fuckery. And any man who knows anything about female nature, even just watching your own mother in a lot of cases, that's not gonna happen, dude. That's like trying to separate fucking grass from soil and thinking that the grass is going to continue to grow. It's not going to happen. Okay? If you're going to deal with females, you're going to deal with their foolishness. Okay? It's that fucking simple. But, you know, a lot of these guys, because they have coming up, even as children, they had no other frame of reference but, you know, some ratchet, loudmouth, you know, attitude having, you know, always flaunting her sexuality as black female in their fucking face, whether it was their mama, their aunt, their sister, you know, fucking Janiqua down the block. This is all they know. That's the only frame of reference that they have. And me and Brother Jenkins were talking about this earlier. This girl in this collage, prime example, one of these little K-pop swirling assholes. She called herself sick in one of her relatives. You may have heard me talking about it. Sick in one of her relatives on me, going my FB and threaten me, right? And so I said, okay, so this whole want to play games. So I'm going to, you know, basically out her in a 3-part video series. You know, since I didn't have no issue. I didn't make the video series to roast her because she's over there sucking Korean dicks or some sexually suspect looking red lipstick wearing K-pop fruitcakes. That's not why I did it. Okay, I did it because she sicked her male relative on me, and I promoted this series, part 1 of this series. Now get this, Akwasi. I said all of this to promote it, letting people know what it was about. You know, what this female and other black females going under the auspices of school teachers, quote unquote, to these other countries, you know, as single black women. And this dumb nigga in my comment section, all that I said, and his only response is, she cute though. Like that trumps, that overwrites everything that she did, you know, leaving the black community, because she's from Akron, Ohio, leaving the black community to go to a country where she don't even speak the language, trying to get, you know, pit one black man against another to get them to fight and kill each other, you know, even though she don't fuck with black men, doing all of that, and his only response is, she cute though. So what, I mean, and I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, is he just saying that she's cute? Or because, you know, with Negroes, you really kind of gotta try to decode. Is he saying she's cute because he just thinks she's cute, or is he saying that she's cute because he thinks that her being cute, like Obsidian's dumbass, automatically, you know, negates anything that I'm trying to present about her being the black man's enemy? I mean, does that give her a hall pass? Is she void now of criticism?
Yeah, he get her
because she's cute in your mind.
Yeah,
see, this is what black men are.
Give him a pass.
Right, this is what black men are.
That's unfortunate, man. But that's how it is. Too many lower evolved low inferior thinking Negroes in our ranks. This is why we're in the position, partially why we're in the position we are as men as well.
Right. And the thing that I don't understand about these Negroes, including her cousin or whatever, she don't even got this fool she doesn't even have this fool in friends list. The dude that came to my FB because he was mad that I called her a hoe in another video. Now I don't know if you're familiar with the story, brother Quasi, but this Asian dude that she met over there, he broke his foot off in her ass. It got physical. His name was June Lee. He's another YouTuber that uses black women for views. They met and she thought he broke his foot off in her ass on camera, dude. This Negro who talking about I'm gonna get gat in my FB box because I call her a hoe. I asked him, I said, do you have any smoke for June Lee? The one who assaulted your female relative?
Yeah.
He didn't have he blocked me.
These Negroes, they're pussies. They're pussies. And this is no different than when all these Negroes were coming after brothers like myself over the years, and they had a problem with the things I was saying about black women. But I said, okay, then where do you stand when it comes down to ghetto gaggers? How come you ain't got that same heat for them? And them Negroes are turning around, you ain't got to worry about that. That's just fetish. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
That just shows right there that you're a fucking coward. If shit like that is going on, you oh God, wow.
Right. I mean, you're talking about a guy who Shayla Toby, she basically came on YouTube. You know how black females, after they fuck up, then they try to play victim when they get in over their head. She told the story of how this little nerdy Asian dude, he told her that because he wanted her to be in his videos for month, and she wanted to get paid for it. And so he said, okay, well, how much do you want? She said 40% of that. And he was like, hell no, you get more like 10%. He was like, bitch, are you crazy? I can get any black. He was like, foreigners are easy when they come over here. I can get any black girl off the street of Seoul, South Korea. I don't need you. And he basically just busted her out. She got mad. They got into an argument. And so, he had bought her like a Goshiwan, which is an apartment, so she could be close to him, shoot videos whenever. When he got mad at her, he was like, you know what? This is my apartment now. Get the fuck out. See, this is how other races of men deal with these hoes. Which why people want me to have respect for them. But when these black hoes, when they cross the line with these other races of men, they put their foot up their ass. Okay, this black queen, they want to deify the race of men. He said, you know what? I can get another black female to replace you tomorrow. He said, get the fuck out of my apartment. This was 1:30 in the morning, Joe. Bro, I'll send you the link. This was 1:30. He came, dude. Bro. But I mean, these dudes do not play no games with these females, bro. I mean, they are about it as hell. He kicked her out at 1:30 in the morning. She didn't have no car. She didn't speak the language. And then he said, oh, not only am I going to kick you out of the apartment at 1:30 in the morning, give me the motherfucking $200 advance back. She was like, no, I need this to get a taxi so I can go back, because she was living with her cousins before that in another part of town. He was like, no, give me that $200 advance back because you didn't produce no videos. So they got into an argument about that. She tried to get in a cab. He dragged her ass out of the cab on camera and said, you ain't going nowhere. I'm calling the police. So I get wind of this and I'm making a video about it. I call her a dumb hoe or something like that. And this nigga on the left, Matt Money, is in my inbox telling me about how he said, you got me heated, bro, talking on shit you don't know. I was like, hold on, son. Whoa, wait. You said I got you heated? I got you heated for calling her a hoe? What about the Asian dude that's on camera? The fucking video went viral on Facebook and YouTube of him breaking his foot off in her head. Did he get you heated, nigga? Did he get you heated? See, this is why I say that black men are hashtag half the problem, bro.
You're right about that, man. You're right. The problem is we got stupid ass Negroes out here who just they don't understand the way the world works. And the problem is, black women have been accustomed to pulling this bullshit with black men. They have no idea that if you go over to another country and pull that bullshit with those other races of men, they gonna fuck you up. They're not playing around with you. You ain't no queen over there. You can get that bullshit out your damn. Only a simp ass Negro is gonna tell you some shit like that. But you're not no fucking queen. And this is how other races of men deal with these goddamn women. And this is why I say that they don't come out and say what I'm saying directly. Their actions show it indirectly. We have the ability to punish you if you fuck with me.
Right.
And I remember I was looking at that because you produced this link earlier. So I was actually looking at it earlier and I got distracted. But I remember you said he had to go, 200 miles away from where he was staying to go to his place. First of all, if you're going that far and you don't have the money to get back, you need to be on your best fucking behavior.
Right.
That's just what that is. And if you don't have the money to get back, well, first of all, you really shouldn't even be going. Right. You shouldn't even be in the first goddamn place. But like I said, these females are so fucking delusional.
Right.
They don't even think this shit through because they're so accustomed to dealing with black men who are simpish, weak, who are going to co-sign whatever it is that they do and say, that they think they can go to any race of men and this is the way it's going to be. And it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
I mean, it was like the shock and all motherfucking campaign, boy. When she crossed Buddy, boy, dude, he laid the law down quick on her ass. I remember, what was it you was talking about how these females when dudes break their foot off in their ass, they want to come running back to black men, throwing up the black power fist and all that shit. Look, she ain't even got this. Tell you how dumb this nigga is. The dude that contacted me on Facebook, I deliberately went through his Facebook friends. He claims that that's his cousin. She don't even have this Negro in her friends list. Show you how much respect that she has for his dumb ass. So he's willing to go to battle, willing to go to prison or early grave for a female who don't even want to get on her knees for a man who looks just like him. She's over there worshiping other races of men who don't even have no respect for her black ass. Said, get the hell out of my apartment. She yelled in the video. She was like, you came to my apartment at 1:30 in the morning. June was like, oh hell, no, this is my apartment. I paid for this. And he was like, get your ass out and give me the $200 back. But you're in my FB fucking with me. Like, I was like, did you even leave a comment on June Lee's fucking video saying, hey man, I don't appreciate the way you treated my little cousin, dog. See, this is why black men, they don't understand why, as Mr. Carroll says, the world sees them as the laughing stock of civilization. Yeah. It's sad, man.
And the thing is, these black men are going to have to realize, protection, you only protect a woman as well as she's willing to listen. And that goes for friends, whoever you're dating, or even family. If I give you advice, and this is the way I'm looking at it, if I give you advice as far as something that's going to help you, and you don't listen and you do your own damn thing because you think you got a better answer, don't come to me when shit goes wrong.
Right,
because I'm not getting involved with that shit. I'm not.
Exactly.
Oh, you went over there to Asia and got your motherfucking ass whooped. Fucking hey, don't come over here. Don't. The shit went viral. How did it end up going on Facebook?
Right.
Oh, so you posted it. All right. Don't come to me. I'm not defending you. I'm not even goddamn friends list. So no, don't. You think I'm going to check somebody who's making a video about this shit?
Right. I mean,
got it.
It's just like that Madison Amelia girl when so many years ago. Remember her white boyfriend telling her to go a black ass back to Africa? Yeah. You had black men. Somebody posted the link of the Facebook page of the white guy that was her former boyfriend. You had black men on his comment section harassing him and talking to him on her behalf. Black men. This is a woman who is made. These are females who've made up in their minds, and you have a lot of black females like this. Shayla Toby, anybody who watches the docuseries that I made, she has a post on her Facebook timeline that says that she needs quote, she needs a man, not a nigga. And only a few people will understand what she means by that. So what she's essentially saying is that she don't see at least the types of black men that she grew up around as men. And she's willing to go all the way to somebody else's country where she admittedly doesn't speak the language and doesn't have a work visa to try to stag one of these men. But your dumb ass is willing to kill or be killed over this hoe.
Because they're that fucking stupid. I mean, as far as Madison Amelia and the Negroes defending her, right after she got left that dude who was calling her a nigger, she got with another white guy.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you defending? You ain't learned the first time. All right, hey man, listen, that's on you. I'm not here to figure out why this white boy called you a nigger. Hey, that's not my problem. I'm not defending you. You get caught up in a situation like that, you don't have my protection. You don't. Sorry, it's not going down like that. And I'm not telling black men not to protect black men, but you don't protect. You got to be selective on who you protect.
Exactly.
I got to check your resume. If your resume looks fucked up, we ain't got nothing to discuss.
Right.
There's a bunch of white boys. Go over there and let them protect you. Come over here. Have one of them come out there with a protection.
Right. Yeah, this one dude in the comment section, he says that's why those other races of women don't get out of pocket with they dudes like that. There's consequences for that shit in their cultures. I mean, there was I made a video about this this Vietnamese model named Ngoc Tran. She went to the Cannes Film Festival or something in France in some skimpy dress, showing off her little scrawny oriental ass. I don't know what girlfriend called herself showing off, but it was a skimpy dress. It was J-Lo-ish, and the Vietnamese government didn't appreciate that shit. Now, granted, this woman is this is a single woman in a Vietnamese woman in another country. She wasn't even in Vietnam. They said that when she get her ass back here, we're gonna slap her with a fucking fine. And she didn't. Because they said that she was acting indecent in public. I'm like, hold on, ain't them laws for Vietnam? And I guess no, them laws are for Vietnamese, period, no matter where they are in the world. See, I've seen this multiple times with other races of men and how they check their women and how no liberal or no feminist group says shit about it. They only have something to say when black men even make a video, because we have no real power to check black women. If we even make a video, we get criticized. It's really y'all. Breaking news, y'all. Donald Trump is just taking the lead back from Joe Biden. He's now 209. He's now 209. Yeah. He is at 209 and Biden's at 205. So he must have won Texas or something. It must have been a huge. He won Texas. He just won. So Trump has taken Texas, Florida, and Ohio. Those are three of the largest battleground states. There are only a few states left. You got Nevada, look like Arizona. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a close race. But Trump is back in the lead at 209. And Biden is at 205, so there is a little hope left. But yeah, man, they don't play. They don't play with their hoes, man.
But that's the thing, that's what I mean when I say black men don't have analytical skills. Analytical skills will be a matter of being able to see that shit and look at how other races of people operate. That's what black men need to start doing. Start analyzing how other races of people operate, and you'll see how they sustain power, how they maintain wealth, how they keep their women in order. Because we don't have that right now, because black men just lack this. They get distracted the minute one of these bimbos come along. She might look a little pretty. Okay, nice girl. They just get distracted. Same thing with Obsidian. The minute somebody who looks good came on his panel, he immediately just lost focus, which lets you know where he's really at.
Right.
It's like, guys, focus or not. See, they're going to respect you more when they see that you're focused and you ain't about to distract you. But black men will easily get distracted, start running around trying to defend a group of women who collectively don't respect them. This is why I say, no, black men need to back up off of that. Start focusing on linking up with other like-minded brothers. And I say, no matter what crowd you come from, whether it be the educated lame, whether it be the thugs and criminals, whatever you come from, you need to have a coalition. This is what Bill Cosby should have been looking to do. Build his protege. I need to have a predecessor. I got to pass down the torch. Far too often, a lot of black men who get successful don't want to pass down the torch. They want their legacy to die with them. And this is why the community looks the way it does right now. Other groups of people know I need to find a predecessor. I need a predecessor because if I got money, wealth, and resources, I got to have this name passed down. This is what the Jews do. A lot of these names that you hear, these corporations, these are passed down. These are names from what, damn near 100 years ago or more. But they understand the meaning of that. This is how black men need to think. If you're coming across something, first of all, if you're dealing with a woman that's respectable, she's not going to come along onto your panel trying to distract you. If anything, she's going to approach you in a message or something like that, and y'all get the exchange in the messages like that. And that's how y'all get talking. People won't even know that y'all talking and getting seen. She ain't going to be all up on your damn shit, trying to be the face of your shit. And I'm almost certain this female, what she's probably going to try to do is use Obsidian for whatever popularity he has. Be on his damn live stream, co-hosting with him.
Yep.
Probably won't
He's
get
famous for that.
Oh, yeah. Just like he has Irene Yvette. I mean, Irene Yvette is somebody that no one cares to listen to.
Right. It's obvious.
But nobody cares to listen to her.
Right.
No.
I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious. No, I was just gonna say it's obvious why people are tuning in to Irene Yvette. I mean, let me remind those of us in our studio audience who forgot. If we scroll in, yeah, it's those. That's why people are tuning in. You know,
and it's big ass titties.
Yeah,
she got some big ass knockers. Of course, this is what she was doing in the beginning of her when she like 2 years ago. They know what they're doing. When you see a female doing shit like that, you know she ain't about shit. That's an airhead.
Right.
You're not pretending. If you want to impress me with your intellect. Show me that you have something of intelligence to say.
Right.
Because if you got them big ass titties, all that stuff could be seen, or if you're a form of a shapely woman, it's gonna be noticed. But you ain't got to do shit that, like, literally, I've seen her make videos where she had the fucking camera pointed at her chest. It's desperate.
No, go ahead.
No, it just looks desperate. You show that you're a star for attention. And the man who looks at that and finds himself I mean, come on. You can't say that you're a voice for black men. And you falling for shit like this, and you can't even stand firm on your damn square. You're easily distracted. I mean, if City, he's the same guy. I mean, this is when I stopped really unsubscribing him. But back in 2017, when Trump got in office, and he said that black men were winning because Donald Trump was checking black women. Like, guys, you can't say shit like that. That's a weak ass shit, man. Seriously, that's weak. If you're applauding and cheering a white man coming along and checking your woman, you're supposed to be the one that checks the black woman, not the white man. But yet, like I said, since he doesn't understand optics, he doesn't see nothing wrong with saying something like that. Doesn't realize how weak that makes him and black men as a collective look. I can't fuck with that. Because listen, man, I got problems with what these females do, but I'm not going to sit here and co-sign somebody else checking them. Now, don't mean I'm a defender. If when it happens, I'll just keep quiet if she put herself in that predicament. But I'm not going to sit here and cheerlead
you. Yeah. I remember what did it for me was the bimbo on the far right here, Olivia Alexa, another one of these females that call themselves Afro-Puerto Rican, but they're mainly just Puerto Rican. She came on in late 2018, and she tried to work the black MGTOW crowd. She made a video. It was classic. It was called Why Men Are Going Their Own Way. And, you know, she got a lot of views because, again, a bimbo, just like the rest of the bimbos, you know, get in line, you know, the hair, you know, the fake up, you know, not bad looking girl. And she thought, and, you know, people like Obsidian don't understand this. The reason why she was targeting MGTOW, trying to align herself with them, was not because she believed the shit that they claim to believe, but because she was trying to see if the way she was made up was good enough to make them go against the grain of what they claim to believe, which is that, you know, most women are not worth most men's time, and that, you know, men don't have to deal with females on, you know, the, from the viewpoint of the social norm of how to deal with females. So after she made that video, a lot of the MGTOWs, legit MGTOWs, responded to her video, and they wasn't buying it. So then, a lot of them were calling her, stupid asshole, this, that, and the other, and they hurt her feelings. She got mad because the people in the comment section weren't buying her bullshit. And so she made another video called why the MGTOW community made me do this. And she completely reversed what she said and went from pro MGTOW to pro feminist talking points like, without women, there could be no men, and your penis is really a clitoris turn, that's, the opposite direction, all kinds of dumb shit. You know how these females talk. And so, yeah, meaning that she was never legitimate about any of the things she was saying in the first video. And so I showed this in a live stream. It was the last live stream I ever did with Obsidian. It was Christmas Eve 2018. I'll never forget it. I got a copy of that stream, and I'm going to release it soon. I showed him this video, and I presented the issue that I had with this particular female. And he listened to the first video, and he had a friend on there that used to come on his streams all the time called Negron. And after he listened to it, the first video where she was talking about men going their own way, Obsidian said, I don't have a problem with what she said. I don't see what she did, what's wrong here. And before I could draw breath to be like, what the fuck? His own friend, Negron, said, man, this is female nature 101. She's working the crowd. She's trying to see how much attention she can get from these MGTOW dudes. Negron asked him, he said, nigga, how do you call yourself a red pill and you don't understand female nature? The core, the root of being a MGTOW is claiming at least to understand female nature. That women love dick and attention, money and resources. I say it all the time. They want one of the two, but usually both. Dick and attention, money and resources. Dick and attention, money and resources. And, Obsidian was completely dumbfounded, and he hit the same talking point that he always does. He was like, well, she has something to offer, and, that's why, she's on YouTube. Obviously she has something that's in high demand, and he can't see a woman. And this is why you have to stay away from Negroes like this. They cannot see women past what their penis is looking at. See, and when you have men like this, not only can they not be taken seriously, but going back to what you said once about, stupid motherfuckers, they can really be dangerous in a lot of cases as well.
A real situation to get you killed.
Yeah.
Around me. You can't wait. Listen, like I said, this is a typical pattern that you run. They'll start off by in this pattern of aligning themselves with. Only do that to get you to lower your guard. So they don't do to somebody like the city. They lower his guard by aligning themselves. Agree with what you're saying and what you just right, and before you know it, he'll lose his guard. But does that, she successfully infiltrated. And now she's all entangled in the mix now. She calls deception, sanction, whatever she wants to do. Why? Because he did not have the foresight to be able to see this shit. Which once again, we're right back into which is even more important than black men lacking the understanding of optics. They lack analytical skills. Because if you have analytical skills, you'll be able to see this pattern time and time again. No black man who has been on social media the same amount of time, especially on YouTube, the same time frame as me or longer, should be co-signing any black woman that you find that just suddenly pops up on the mix and she's saying, oh, I love me some black men. Right. I'm going to sit back and watch that. I'm going to give that 3 or 4 years before I make an opinion on that or make an assessment on it. Exactly. Because I know pretty much in about 2 years, it might be longer depending on who it is. Like April Mason took her a little while because she's been on YouTube before me. But usually about 2 years is when you start to see them change up their talking points. Just like Paris Milan, a whole bunch of Negroes.
My girl Paris.
Oh man, we gotta support Sister Paris Milan, man. We gotta support her. And yet, the next thing she turned around talking about find love where you can.
Yep.
It's like a host of Negroes sat up there and defended Cynthia G when she went at it with Crystal Karras. This sister's a pro-black. She's a pro-black. And I tried to tell these stupid niggas, no, she's not. She's
Yep.
not.
I mean,
And I'll be yeah, a few months ago, she had a live stream with Crystal Karras. They done squashed the beef and everything because that's how pro-black she is. Come on, man. Stop.
Right. These people, these females are just, all they're doing is just running game. They're going whichever way the wind blows, and they're seeing what works for them. Just like Kevin Samuels, with his high value piece. I was actually on that last stream that I did with Obsidian. I realized Kevin Samuels was actually on that show, and at the time, nobody knew who Kevin Samuels was. He was looking at the time for his angle, so to speak, on social media. He was talking to us about what he found out, what he learned didn't work. And his main interest is, views, likes, shares, whatever is going to boost his brand. He was talking about having social media as a brand. I do it as a hobby. He sees it as a brand. And so in late 2018, he hadn't quite found, his brand that worked. But, now 2 years later, we see he clearly got a majority of these goofy Negroes fooled with high value. But, you have, I talk a lot about she pimp frauds, but you have a lot of he pimp frauds as well. That, these people are basically just, if they're not outright leeching off of someone else's success, they're poking and prodding, trying to see, where the weak spots are at, what black people are easily gullible toward, and that's where they're aiming. That's where they're aiming their efforts. That's where they're aiming the muzzle of their gun. And it's just sad that it's such a minority of black men like ourselves that can see this for what the fuck it is. I don't know. That's why I know that you were talking about black empowerment, and I agree. But I really don't have, at this point, I just don't have a lot of hope.
No,
in the broad. I tell people, right? I tell people all the time. I say,
if you can find one person who thinks, if you can find one or two like-minded black men who think like you, that's great. That was just, they start with small numbers because a lot of these motherfuckers are stupid. There's nothing you can do with it.
That's
nothing.
True.
And even with Kevin Samuels, with his high value men piece, I say it's like this: black men are the last group of men on the face of the planet that should be talking about high value. Because even if you have the money and the tangibles and the resources that come along with it, the one thing you don't have is the means of protecting it. So therefore, when somebody else of another group wants to come along and say, guess what? We're stripping you of that. What can you do about it?
Right.
What? You're sitting up.
Yep.
Right.
Somebody
Still people within the day.
in jail now for some allegations 40 years ago. What can you do?
Right, exactly. And see, this is what bothers me about that whole Cosby piece. I could see if they had DNA evidence, which they didn't. I could see if they had video evidence, which they didn't. I could see if they had witness testimony. They didn't. The entire case was based on circumstantial evidence and her claims. In what case? I thought it was beyond a reasonable doubt. In what case do you convict on your word against mine? They just wanted, like you said, they wanted to make an example out of that Negro. And that's what they did. And black men, they keep taking these L's and just not understanding that no matter how much money you have, Mike was another classic example. That Desiree Washington about she got Mike Tyson caught up. Went to the room of Mike Tyson. Went into a hotel room at 2:00 in the morning. Even that white reporter Barbara Walters was calling her on bullshit. She was like, maybe it's just the age difference. Maybe it's because I'm a little older than you, honey. But he was like, you don't go to a man's room at 2:00 in the morning and not know what's up. And then the prosecution even had to admit that she removed the shield in her fucking panties. But she claimed to do rape. Why did you remove the shield on your period, Hope? But he again, Mike Tyson, big powerful dude in his prime, could knock anybody out, championship fighter, but still he was powerless in a white control system. When they want to lock his black ass up, that's exactly what the fuck they did.
And you know what that tells me, especially with Bill Cosby, that what they've done is they've sent the message that we can fuck you up at will. And I remember listening to Obsidian have a live stream or program where people ask him the question, well, what do you think about white men? I mean, I think he was actually having a debate against New Possibilities. And he was talking about white supremacy or white men. He's like, I don't view white men as the enemy. So out of all the shit going on, you mean to tell me that you can sit here and view black women as the enemy? And that's fine if you do, but if you're going to talk about them, then you have to deal with the source, because that's where they get their power from.
Yep.
So for you to sit up here and not view white men as the problem who are enabling them to do what they do, because remember now, it's white liberal policies that have led to black women having children out of wedlock. I mean, if you just look at the workforce, okay? This is something that I've noticed that white men do. White men always talk about shattering the glass ceiling by putting a woman in charge. They are the only group of men on the planet that I've ever heard about say some shit like this. Because other races of men know, listen, if you want something to be successful, no, men have to run this. Now, we can put women in some position, but they can't run this. This has to be ran by men. It's not sexist. It's not to slight women, but these are facts. If you want a winning strategy, you have to have your shit ran by sound-minded men. You get too many females involved, you're going to have chaos. It's a bunch of emotion, testosterone going on. No, you don't need all that shit. But white men will do. What they'll do is they'll put black women in these positions where they govern over black men. They do this for a reason. They won't put them in positions where they govern over white men, but you can govern over black men.
Yep.
And if you can't view that as a damn problem, I don't know what else I can tell a black man who can't see this as the issue. To say, well, no, you don't see the white man the damn problem. No, that's where you need to. That's the source of your problem. That's where you're gonna have to go. If you want to get this black woman in order, you're gonna have to get her from underneath that white liberal. That's why she votes Democrat so damn much.
Right.
You're gonna have to break.
Yeah. On that note, I want to ask you if y'all had that problem in New York City. I'm not. I've been making videos about this here and there. I've noticed an overabundance over the course of the last 10 years of not just black women in law enforcement. I ain't got no problem if the credentials fit and she went through the training, she passed the test, and whatever, then she has a right to be employed in that field. But I'm noticing a lot of legit hood chicks, bruh, becoming law enforcement, like cops, like police officers. I talked about one right down in Tanisha Pewsley, killed by her thug boyfriend down in Alabama. There was one in Philadelphia so many years ago. She tried to set up a fight club on her block with her kids beating up other kids. There was one in Memphis that was caught in a music video with known drug dealers. This bitch was a police sergeant. And more recently, there was a female dating a dope boy in my hometown of Chicago, half her age. Video went viral of her trying to stop him from running off with this young chick that he hooked up with from Memphis. And do you see a lot of? I know there's black female cops in the NYPD, but you see a lot of I'm talking about hood rat chicks, or is the NYPD a little bit more selective? Because I noticed they hiring these hood rat chicks.
It's the same thing with the NYPD. New York City is a liberal cesspool, so this is a Democratic city. You most certainly will find it here because this is what they want. This is what they want. You're going to find this foolishness, and like I said, they'll govern the inner city communities, yes, because it's nothing but a bunch of black people that live in these communities. So they'll have these women running around in these neighborhoods, governing what goes on over here. They will not have them up in the suburbs around the white folks. No, that's not going down over there. So they're very strategic on what they do. Very. But if black people can't pick up on this and see the patterns that I've been noticing for years. I remember years ago, I got off the New York City subway and I took a video of this. I never posted it on YouTube. I got it somewhere sitting in the archives of one of my storage cards. And I read something about how it was giving Black and minority women loans or grants to start up businesses. And I said, wow, nothing about Black men, but just Black women and minority women.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, that's strange. This was back in 2014. If I could find a video, I might very well post it or maybe include it in one of my videos that I got coming down live. But this is typically what they do. So Black men can't pick up and understand that, yeah, we need to band together because we don't have nobody on our side. You can't look to your women because they got another option that they can go to. So they just completely usurp your Black ass. They ain't got to go to you. I can go to the white liberal and be comfortable over there. The only way you are going to get them in order is number one, when you establish that you've created a society to where you're untouchable. Nobody can touch you over here. And furthermore, the only thing that they're going to understand is that there are consequences. If you try to become a part of this society and you break the rules, there are punishments to this. And you have to understand that we run this. We're not negotiating power with you. Fuck that. Because we've seen what happens for the past 60 years with you in power. We've seen this is why we ain't got no fucking community now. So no, they ain't no negotiating when it comes down to power. This is what we got to offer. This is the benefits package. Either you're on board with it or you're not. Yeah. Now, I'm not one that would typically talk about. Well, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying right now, because if I'm pro-Black empowerment and Black men and women are completely separated, you're not building any goddamn thing. Black race is finished. If we're out here dating outside the race, we're going to build a new community with other groups, the Black race is finished. So that's why I say, no, Black men are going to have to be selected. And what's going to happen is a lot of these older Black women that are out here now, you're going to have to disregard them and start pretty much training and grooming the younger girls growing up. Pretty much what a lot of us are going to have to do in the older generation or this generation now is start preparing the younger generation to put them in a better position. So they're not going through the same shit that we're going through now. So if you got younger Black girls and younger Black men who are being taught what not to do, you won't have this problem. That way they won't be so easily infiltrated. You won't have Black women running around looking to a Democratic Party and liberal policies to give them tangibles and benefits over Black men.
Right.
The women should be coming to the men to do that, not some foreign entity. We're dealing with a foreign entity that has never served our interest. The Democratic Party is the initial party that fought to keep us in slave chains. I think this is the same party that formed the KKK. So this party most certainly is not on our side. So with the fact that you got so many of them and you can present this evidence to them and they still will tell you, I'm going ahead and vote Democrat, just let you know where they are. They're lost. And many of them don't care to come back. They want to have power over you. So for the ones who think like that, if you're not willing to give that, you don't think I'm worthy of that, fine. I don't think I'm obligated to doing a goddamn thing for you. We know how white society takes care of it. Now, with the younger generation of girls growing up, they'll see and they'll have a choice to make. Do I want to be these bitter ladies with 101 house because they don't got children, or do I want to be married off with a family? So now you're presented an option. So just how I said with the educated lames. What makes them lames is not education, it's not your money, it's none of the above, but the fact that you have an abundance of them who don't see the need to build with other Black men who have the same mindset, to say, hey, this is the foundation that we have created for Black men who have followed the right footsteps, who believe in education, who believe in building for self. We've created this for us. This is for Black men who think like this. And if you create these foundations, perhaps you wouldn't have so many younger Black men going to the street life, because they might say, I can go that option there. And these brothers have created an option. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of these younger Black men, they ain't got nothing that they can look forward to at home. Parents ain't doing shit for them. So they're looking for masculinity. They're looking for some kind of guidance. And in many cases, they're looking for it in the wrong places. This is why I say the educated lames needs to focus on building. If they're not doing that, then what the fuck is it? If you are comfortable being a one black token Negro in a sea of white people, that is problematic, man.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen how that game plays out each and every time.
Yep.
I'm not looking to be nobody's token Negro.
You had mentioned about North Korea's Kim Jong-un in your last video. That's one thing I have to give those Asians, though. Even when they don't see eye to eye, they ain't doing nothing to each other on behest of some white man. What I mean by that is, you notice North Korea, people don't understand China has issues with North Korea. They do. They have their issues with North Korea. And the United States, the U.S. government always tries to piggyback off of that, like they do everywhere else around the world. When they have issues with North Korea, like the nuke thing, they always complain to China. Hey, China, put North Korea in check. Put North Korea in check. Now, China has an unofficial policy that if North Korea does something to cross that line with us, yeah, we will check them on behalf of our people. But we ain't doing shit to check their ass on behalf of this white motherfucker.
Exactly,
that is not happening. Because they understand optics, and they also understand the importance of a unified body. We're all, excuse my French, slanty-eyed, Oriental motherfuckers. We're not going to go against. We may go against each other, but it's not going to be on behalf of this white man. So he can divide and conquer over here like he done divided and conquered all over the goddamn world for centuries. That is not happening, and that's why the Oriental is the only group of people on a consistent basis that has been able to really hold their own militarily and socioeconomically with the white man, because they understand this. You don't go against your own kind on behalf of another tribe. And black people, they have the exact opposite attitude, that as soon as I get some money, I'm gonna run off. Even Shayla Toby's dumb behind, I don't have no money, I'm gonna run to South Korea and become some Korea boo in a language that I don't even fucking speak. That's black.
That's fucking insane. Why would any sane person do some dumb shit like that?
Right.
If I can't even speak the fucking language, why am I going there?
Right. I mean, you can show you how dumb these females are to go over there. You could be now. She talked about how one time June Lee brought her to his brother's apartment to shoot a video. I said to myself, are you really? You're a female. You're a young female. You're not like one of these big, girls like built like Venus or Serena Williams that can defend yourself. I mean, you're a little skinny something. Like, what if they're speaking in their language? We gonna as soon as we get this black bitch back to this apartment, we can strangle her and cut her body up and put her in a dumpster. But they're speaking in Korean. You can't even understand what they're saying.
Exactly.
You're going to be outnumbered. Nobody's going to be able to hear your screams. Koreans ain't going to help your black ass anyway. You don't speak the language. She said she even told the police that June Lee hit her. And one of the Korean police spoke English, and he acted like he didn't hear what the fuck she said. I mean, you're completely surrounded. Like that Negro that was from New York. He was in Arizona. He was on. You remember it went viral, that gas station where that redneck whooped his ass. He was talking about, I'm from New York. I'm out here by myself. I'm out here by. Why would you announce that, bro? What if a whole pickup truck full of these crackers pull up and just jump out and decide to stomp you into the fucking ground? He lucky he didn't get killed. But this is the thinking of black people.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm by myself. Yeah, I remember seeing that he got his ass whooped.
Yeah.
Right. It's and we wonder why we're always expecting other people to do for us. We have to understand that has to come from within. Okay, you have to understand that I don't know. The strangest thing about black people is we claim historically to be the most oppressed, to have been the most oppressed over the more recent centuries. Okay, the Jews didn't have to have nothing but, what was it, 6 years of Holocaust, and they saying never again. Black people, they can't wait to get with a white person that is the descendant of one of their oppressors. on slavery.
Exactly.
They can't wait to go to another country where they don't even speak the language, have a dude put his foot up their ass, and they actually forgive that person, but ready to go to war with a black person who sees that
Exactly.
a dumb hoe for doing it. You know,
Yeah.
we have a complete what I call ass backwards mentality, and that's
Yeah,
why we're at the bottom of the show.
and that's the
Huh?
issue that I have with people like Obsidian, Kevin Samuels. We talking like
Mm-hmm.
this. They don't feel that they have to do anything to benefit Black society. That's why they talk about the community the way they do.
Right.
But yet you're the only
Mm-hmm.
one who don't have an intact community. So if somebody else from another community wants to come put their foot up your fucking ass, they can easily do it, and you don't have the means to stop it.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're the only
Exactly.
ones running around thinking like this. No other group of people say, I got to do that for mine. No, they do it for their community. This is why they don't have the same problems. And like you mentioned, the
Right.
Jews went through this shit for 6 years. Never again. When do black men, we know we ain't going to get another black women, so I'm not going to ask that. When do black men come up with that same mindset? Never again. We got to put a stop to this.
Yeah.
That's what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we get Kamala Harris and
Right.
all the shit fucked up for us.
Oh yeah.
But now you don't hear agents running around complaining about who's about to get elected. They listen. They can influence political policies without even casting a vote.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Number one, they come from a continent where they're strong. And that's the next thing.
Right.
We don't even have a strong fucking continent that we can say, okay, Africa's backing us. We don't got nothing. We're
Right.
all over the place.
No power structure.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
power. Yeah, the fucking motherland is fucked. People over there ravishing that country right now. And I tried to explain this to black men back in 2017. Because Crystalline Carrison's dumbass got on YouTube, made a video talking about how Asian men were coming in and marrying the women in Africa. And there's a better deal. That's what a stupid ass said. And what's really sad
Can
and
you
what she
expect
said,
anything but stupid?
as stupid as that bitch is the fact that you got African men allowing these fucking Asians to show up to their damn continent and have access to their goddamn women. That's a serious fucking problem.
You know, brother Quasi, on that note, I don't know about you, but I'm starting to rethink this whole how slavery got started piece. You know,
Yeah.
the white colonizers, they came on, they say that, of course, yeah, black people did sell black people into slavery, but they act like at first it was like by force how the white people came ashore. Like I'm seeing like where black people are just like handing other black people to these white folks for free, not even for money,
Yeah.
or to
Yeah.
just oh hey white man, would you be my friend here? You want some niggas here
Yeah,
here
just to
they
give
are.
them a
Here,
food.
take my cake. Cause them Africans, I don't know if you noticed this, they kiss white ass more than these African Americans
They
over
do.
here.
They
I
do.
used to think that they were wiser. I thought that they were
No, they're
wiser.
not. They're not.
No,
Listen,
no,
I'll tell you this
they're
much right now.
worse.
If you think any revolution is gonna come out of them niggas over there in the continent of Africa, that ain't never gonna happen. That ain't never happen. And I alluded to something in the video I did last year when it came down to the Amber Geiger trial. And I said this to black people. Listen, because and this is the problem. There was a lot of Negroes who will say, "What goddamn rule?" No, Negro, that's not gonna solve your problems. First of all, you have to understand the political system is in a fair society. Yes, I can see how that will work. But in a society where we know that we have a group of people who have set that system up to work for them, even if the two of them are fighting over it, it's not geared to work for you. It's controlled by them, ran by them, and built by them. It will never benefit you. So you
No.
going thinking that you're gonna cast a vote. And that's what a lot of niggas think. If I just go ahead and cast a vote, I'm gonna be safe. No, motherfucker, that's not gonna solve your damn problems. And what these
Right.
Negroes are gonna have to understand is, listen, there's a point in time when you're gonna have to realize you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. And a lot of Negroes don't want to do this. This is why they want to run to a voting poll and go to a voting booth and fill out a ballot and think that's gonna solve their problems. It's not.
No.
And what
Exactly.
Negroes are gonna understand for people, people who like myself, like all three of us on this panel here, and for others who are listening, who understand this, you're gonna have to realize you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. And
Exactly.
I'll say this much, Brian, because I remember you posted a video about a brother who had a YouTube channel. He's dead now. He went on a killing spree taking out police officers, but he had a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
And he came to a point where he started going at the cops, and when I seen the face, it didn't dawn on me right away. But then again, when I looked at it again, I said, I seen that brother. I seen his channel before. And I remember specifically listening to him in a video, and he's like, listen, man, it's getting to that time. If I see people in my family on some bullshit, I'm taking you out. That's what he said in one of his videos. And I remember that specifically. So when I seen his face, it just brought it back to that same line. And when I see the YouTube channel, I said, okay, I remember this brother.
Gavin Long. Gavin Eugene Long. He was a former Marine. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He killed cops in Baton Rouge in retaliation for them shooting Alden Sterling in 2016. And one thing, Gavin Long, one of the things that he said that, I agreed with was he said that, marching and protesting does not frighten or intimidate your enemy. He said you have to stand on your rights. He said you don't stand. I forget how he put that, but he said you don't announce your rights, or you don't declare your rights. You stand on your rights.
Yeah.
He said if you look at these so-called founding fathers, the brother was wise. I mean, a lot of people, the debate can be thrown out there as to whether or not what he did was right or not, but he made a lot of sense. He said, if you look at the history of America, it's not peaceful. He said, the so-called founding fathers, what did they do to King George? They said, King George, go fuck yourself, shove your tax up your ass. He didn't say it like that, but and when you come back here, we're gonna have a little something for the ass, right?
Yeah.
So he said, why is it that black people are always expected to be, passive and non-aggressive and just accept whatever comes at us, and we're always supposed to be seen as forgiving, like Nelson Mandela. Why was he really celebrated when he died? He wasn't celebrated for unifying South Africa. That's dumb. No. Anybody who knows anything about the history of South Africa knows that there was more crime and poverty after apartheid than before it. Anybody who knows anything about Nelson Mandela also knows that he basically cut a deal to get out of prison with the rich white elites, because at the time South Africa had a sanctions put on it by the UN and the hypocritical United States that was accusing it of human rights violations. Okay, and these sanctions were squeezing the money of the white elites, including those who had owned banks in South Africa that were siphoning the money out of South Africa back to Great Britain or wherever the hell, or Deutschland or wherever the hell they were from. So they said in the early 90s, they said apartheid can no longer be sustained. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to let your black ass out of jail. We're going to allow free elections. Obviously, there are more niggas than us. They're going to elect you. We're going to put a black face on South Africa. Okay.
Yep. Figurehead.
While the black face on South Africa, you're going to ensure us that our money, your money that we're stealing out of your country is going to be allowed to keep being siphoned out of Africa. They're going to lift the sanctions, and we're going to keep sucking the money and resources out this motherfucker while everybody's looking at you again, misdirection like Houdini. Everybody's looking at your black face and talk about how South Africa is liberated. And that's the real story of Nelson Mandela, which is why I have an issue with that Negro. Okay? Yeah. But a lot of people don't want to talk about that. See?
Well, not only do a lot of people don't want to talk about it, a lot of black families in America have a picture of that Negro in their home.
Yeah.
Right.
Alongside Martin Luther King and President King.
Yeah, Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Get this, y'all get this about apartheid. I didn't even know this until I did. See, this is why Negroes need to do. See, we always hear the version that they want us to hear about history. Apartheid, up until the year 1960, was only for black men in South Africa. Grab that. Black women, the main way they created apartheid was through something called pass law. You had to have a worker's pass, equivalent to like a worker's visa for like immigrants over here. You have to have a worker's pass or some type of pass to come into the white parts of South Africa, like Cape Town. Okay, you have to have valid reason if you were a black man to be in a white area. But black women, because white men didn't mind having access to, you know, African women, they were allowed to come and go without passes. Okay. However, in the late 1950s, there was a virulent disease that swept through South Africa's white areas, okay? And they blamed it on these black holes that they were letting in there. And so they changed the law and said, okay, now all black South, now all South Africa, all black people have to abide by pass law. The black females put up a big protest, and the Negroes, the black men who were already being, you know, discriminated against, they came and they basically, you know, demonstrated the what was it, the Pan African Commission and the other one, the AFC, I forget the name of it, the African National Congress or whatever. They organized these massive demonstrations on behalf of the new pass laws that included black women, who were a lot of whom, not all, but a lot of them had legitimate jobs, but a lot of them were prostituted. Okay, but after the white man started catching when he started catching the itchy dick, then he said, no, you keep your black ass out of here too. How about that? And so then the modern day apartheid movement, there have been other movements that had failed before that. Then the modern day apartheid movement began when black women started being discriminated against. See, and that lets you know something about black women, black people, and black women and black men globally as a whole. Okay, that this shit, you know, they didn't give a fuck until black women started being discriminated against. Then all of a sudden, you know, it's a big deal. See, and so, you know, black people really just don't understand how, on a constant basis, they not only get duped, but in a lot of cases, they are their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here and abroad.
Right, here and abroad. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. So right now, according to what we're seeing here, it's Joe Biden 224, Donald Trump is 213. However, if you look at the states here, the predictions are that, and nobody knows right now, but they're saying that Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia and Alaska. Biden right now is only leading in Nevada and Arizona. So by these projections, Donald Trump may win. He should win, but it's going to be a long night. And, you know, not going to keep y'all on here all night long. I did want to point one thing out, something that we were talking about earlier, guys. How we were talking about, you know, how men of other races they hoe in check. Now, this thing about white men and black women, you know that black men are not allowed to touch that subject, right? You know, it's just their preference, blah, blah, blah. But check this out. When it comes to white men touching Indian women in India, I personally tend to believe that a lot of Indian women are very beautiful. You know, I think, you know, all different races of women. Look, this dude, this actor, Richard Gere, a couple of years ago, he called himself kissing one of them Bollywood actresses. Them Indian dudes went motherfucking crazy. Like, oh, hell. They issued an arrest warrant for Richard Gere over a kiss, bro. They was ready to lock his ass up and lock his ass down in fucking damn prison in New Delhi somewhere. Said a judge in India said the actor transgressed all limits of vulgarity by smooching a Bollywood star. See, now if he had to just maybe kiss just an average Indian chick, maybe they wouldn't have had no problem with it. But see, other men, they don't let other tribes of men just come, not just with their women, but they just don't let other, you know, like she's a, you know, like she's a well-known attractive Indian female. Like they not just gonna let white dudes or any other tribe of dudes just come into their country or their neck of the woods and just do whatever the fuck they want to do. Just like these black females ain't gonna go into South Korea. Right. So, you know, black men need to understand it's not that, you know, us making videos or us calling stuff out is wrong, or that, you know, we're being jealous or whatever the fuck bullshit they want to call it. It's just that we are expected to stay in we are needed to stay in a certain place for the dominant tribe to remain dominant. They never, and another thing I notice about the white majority is while they pretend like they're not threatened by black men, egotistically, I think there's something in a lot of white men, not so much in our generation, but from generations past, where they just don't want to be in a world where they have to be competitive. Even if they could beat a black man, you know, in a competition, they don't want to have to be competitive with a darker skinned man. It does something to them egotistically, I think. You know, just to think, oh, he's on my level now. That bother, you know, it's one thing, you know, individual, you know, like Jack Johnson heavyweight, but if black men as a collective could hold their own like that Asian could against the white man, then that's a problem.
You know, they're afraid of that. They want that. You know, and the thing is, like I said, that's a part of understanding the is being able to analyze other groups. The fact that those Indian men were ready to put a foot up Richard Gere's ass for kissed up with one of the women. And I try to tell black men, I say to black men, in your neighborhood, you need to be just a territorial. Well, a lot of people will say, a Negro who doesn't understand or lacks analytical skills will say, well, you're simping. No, I'm not simping. The thing is, I understand how the groups of people work. If you're willing to let an outsider come into your fucking community and snag the best of your women, he feels comfortable, he can just walk in and just have access and walk out with your woman, that's a problem.
Exactly.
That's a problem. Yeah. That's a problem. He needs to know, listen, you can't come over here with that shit. She gonna have to come to you. But you ain't gonna come over here. If I see this shit, I gotta check your ass. You don't do it. Why? Because I'm establishing my territory. This is my territory. The resources here are for me and people like me, not you.
Right.
And black men need to start learning how to get more territorial. No, you don't go around simping and taping for women who won't give a fuck about you. If you want to go to this world, you can't stop from doing that. But listen, you have to go and meet him outside of this damn neighborhood. You can't come to this fucking area picking you up. We better not catch into that shit because there's gonna be some problems. There's gonna be problems. It's not fair. I'm not here to be fair. I'm here to win. Fuck fairness. I'm done being fair. I'm here to win.
Exactly.
Just how people view my community, just that alone will let people know they can't just come to my community and do whatever the hell they want.
Right. And what I noticed that nobody says anything when other races of men check their women. It's only a problem if black men do it. Now, I think they even banned Richard Gere from India. Let me see. They said, "Don't you ever come your white ass back here."
You trying to stand up with our best? That's not happening. You're not taking one of our best and you're going to walk up in our country and grab one of our best. It's not happening. They don't say that shit.
Right. You know.
They don't say that shit.
Right. I mean, you know, like the funny thing is, a lot of times us as black dudes, like we don't see like guys, you know, like at the local 7-Eleven or at the gas station, you know, like a Pooh or a B, like we don't see them as like really hardcore gangster, but in their own, like when they, you know, on their own territory, a lot of these dudes are more hardcore than any of these guys on the street that call themselves thug life or whatever, boy. It's like we'll lock your white ass up. Come over here with that shit again.
You see how gangster they are. They might look like squares and cornballs behind that cash register. You try messing with one of these women, self cooking and fucking come behind.
Oh man.
Shit.
Oh Lord.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I gotta get ready to go to bed. I gotta work.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah, no.
For a while.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Yeah, I'm about to end this
Brother,
stream.
it's been an honor, brother, to be on here with you guys, brother.
It's been an honor.
Yeah, no, it's been great, man. Thank you so much, brother Quasi, for coming on the show.
Yes,
You
sir.
too, Mr. Jenkins. I know I got everybody up well past their bedtime. Well, most people. Thanks,
Yeah,
brothers, for stopping in. I really appreciate it.
brother Solange, I'm always a fan, brother. You're doing God's work, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. You as well. You as well, brother.
All right.
All right, man. Y'all
All right.
take it.
All right, you
Take
too,
care,
brother. Thanks.
Later.
hmm All right, guys. So, that was the great, the legendary brother of logic and common sense. This by far is the longest live stream that I've ever did. We are in our 6th hour now. I guess we should be monitoring the election. The funny thing is, when I started this stream, I hardly had anybody on the motherfucker. Now we 1 o'clock past the morning. Y'all tell me, should I keep going? Because I'm not excessively tired. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to keep watching, or you want me to end this shit? Because I think we covered a lot of ground in this stream. And I'm happy that I was able to have those two brothers on. Um, we definitely covered a lot of ground. To be honest with y'all, at first I was a little worried, but it looks like Trump is gonna win. That's what it looks like. Right now, Joe Biden is ahead by electoral votes, but when you look at um, the states with the largest the largest electoral votes left, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. He's already won Florida and Texas, which were supposed to be battleground states. No, nobody really expected Florida to fall until like sometime later on today, but he took Florida relatively quickly. Now that's saying something. Um, and you know now, I mean, they're saying that Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Alaska are leaning his way. At first, I was a little concerned, but it's looking like Trump may eke out a victory. Um, that's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. So let me pull it. Let me pull up one of these live coverage things right quick, because I see white guys do this on their stream all the time. Normally, I wouldn't do this. Oh shit! Let me do this. Let me go to YouTube. So again, guys, the title of tonight's stream is "What would you do? What would you do if Kamala Harris becomes president?" But it's looking like there's less and less of a chance of something like that happening. Donald Trump is right on the heels of Mr. Joe Biden, and it looks like right now the projections. We're looking at the states here. And by the way, thank all of you guys. Special shout out to Mr. Redrick if you're in the building. He made a donation yesterday. Special shout out to my new Patreon members. You can make sure to everybody that hasn't, make sure to friend me on Facebook. Make sure to follow me on Gab. That's gab.com, Gab .com. Make sure to there's so many of these goddamn social media account things. Make sure to like me. I think no, you follow me on Instagram. Yeah, you friend me on Facebook. You follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Gab. Okay. It's hard for me to keep track with all this shit. Make sure you subscribe, sign up and subscribe to me on BitChute, on Brighteon. Spell all the links are down in the description box. If I put the description box down there, And definitely sign up and subscribe to me if you're a black man over on FS Avenger. Okay. Um, so yeah, because and guys, another thing I don't want to forget, just in case I forget, let me close this shit. This series failed Korea Boost. Okay, part two dropped a few hours ago. Part two is now available for anybody who is a Patreon member. Failed Korea Boost parts 1 through 3, the entire series, 18 hours and 12 minutes, will be made available to the public sometime after patron members um, get their chance to see it. Again, sneak peek, patron members with the sneak peek tier, they get to they're guaranteed at least one full week of exclusive content before it's released to the public. That doesn't mean that it's not going to be longer before it's released to the public, but make sure you check that out if you're a patron member. And yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to know what your black queen is up to overseas, wait until part 3 drops out. Wait until part 3 comes out. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Y'all have no idea what these hoes is on. Well, some of y'all do. I take that back. Some of y'all do, but a lot of y'all don't. Um, Genuine Trucker Twan says, thank you, Trucker Twan. Says he'll be sending me a donation. I want y'all to think about this now. Because Obsidian has said something that had kind of pissed me off. Somebody told me that he said in a live stream that he had been one of my Patreon supporters for a while. And from what I'm taking is that he said it in a sense like he was my Patreon member, like he was paying to be my buddy or something. Okay? Which is bullshit. People who are my Patreon members know that I put in mad fucking work. Okay? I have made available more than 200 classic videos that I produced between 2014 and 2017. Yeah, I used to write blogs. I wrote blogs for a year. Okay. Wasn't a lot of people paying attention to those blogs. I got, some attention. But I decided to just turn Patreon into a classic video archive. Okay. You're guaranteed 4 videos a month of my classic video archives, 4 videos for just $7 a month. That's 1 video a week for a month. Additionally, those who upgrade to the $10 tier, the sneak peek patron tier, every time I make, and you may have noticed I'm making more and more of these docu-commentaries, and they're getting bigger and bigger. Okay? I haven't even finished my Black Zebras, White Lions documentary about Amber Geiger, Botham Jean. That was up until the Shayla Toby failed Korea Booze docuseries. That was the longest at 7 to 8 hours. Now this failed Korea Booze series is 18 plus fucking hours. You're getting a 18 plus hour docuseries, not $10 per video, $10 a month for that entire series. Go to the store and try to buy any new release of any movie or television drama for just $10 and see what your black ass gets. So while Obsidian was signed up, a lot of content creators, they don't even release shit on their Patreon. It's just like, if you like me, and y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. If you like me, sign up. Sign up for my Patreon and support me. Y'all are getting me. Thank you, brother Twan. Thank you. I appreciate it. He said donation just sent. Thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, I don't shake y'all down for money. I let y'all donate at will. Okay? You got Negroes like Obsidian, every live stream talking about hit that pay button, hit that pay button, hit that pay button. I don't do that to y'all. Do I do that to y'all? Hell no. No, I don't do that to y'all. I let y'all donate at will because I do this as a hobby. I enjoy interacting with my audience, which is why I read every comment, which is why you can't never say nothing slick and I miss it. Okay, a lot of these content creators, I'm not talking about all of them, all of them, but a lot of them don't even care about their audience. Okay, I give y'all most of this shit for free, and even the shit that I charge you for, I give it to you to the point where you overeat. You get 4 classic videos for $7 a month. For $10 a month, you get 4 classic videos plus any sneak peek docuseries or docu-commentary that's guaranteed to be over 2 hours long. Where are you going to get that? And this is quality content. It's not just me getting on a fucking live stream. Those brothers that just left here are quality brothers. One is a doctor. The other brother is a blue-collar brother, a train operator. Okay? Did you see us arguing and bickering? Oh, I disagree. No, I disagree about that, brother. No, no, nigga. Like Obsidian and Taz. No, we don't do that. I'm not. You don't hear me on no amplification system talking a bunch of dumb shit. No, I'm sitting here with like-minded black men having an intelligent conversation. Not once did you hear us try to rebuttal or, even if we disagreed. I'm sure there were some disagreements there. We were quiet about it, okay? You're getting a now 6-hour live stream for absolutely free. And the stuff that I charge you for is just because I put so much fucking work into either recovering it or making it. Try making, you know what, niggas? Try making an 18-hour long docu-commentary and editing that shit. Try doing that shit and see if you still have your sanity. You have no people helping you. It takes Hollywood usually 1.5 to 2 years to make a damn 2-hour fucking movie. Okay? I'm giving you 18 hours of well-researched content, my nigga, for just $10 a month. Meaning that if I make another docu-commentary, you're going to be able to see that within the same month for the same price. So Obsidian or anybody else don't come to me talking about how, oh, well, I can't believe you talking this shit about me. I was your Patreon. No, you're not paying me to be my friend. You're paying to view content. When people came to me and said they were having a problem with the links, I didn't ignore that like Zaza Ali. You just take y'all money. No, I went back and I fixed every single fucking video that didn't work until it worked. And then I messaged y'all and told y'all that I did. Okay? I work harder. Okay? Yes, I should have a larger following. YouTube's going to make sure that don't happen, but I'm not worried about that. Okay? The select few brothers and a few, black women that listen to my content, they know that I produce quality content. Okay? That Korea Booze series is quality fucking content. Point blank period. Point blank period. Nobody, I'm not going to say nobody, but you're not going to find too many people in the black sector now of YouTube that produce content at the level of quality that I do. These are just facts. Editing takes a tremendous amount of time. Even for live stream editing, tremendous amount of time. But anyway, brothers, yeah. So right now, and this could go well into sunrise. Right now, it's looking like even though Joe Biden is leading in electoral votes, it does look like Donald Trump is going to eke out a win, though. Let me read some of these comments. It says Blackheart said would have to lay low, and also I didn't do this before. Thank you, Genuine Trucker Twan, and all my other moderators. I think I had like 2 or 3 moderators in here. Thank you so much for keeping an eye. I didn't see we didn't have too much trouble because we didn't have too many people in here until just a little while ago. But thank you so much for keeping an eye on things. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I saw looks like one of y'all restricted one account from posting. I didn't get a chance to see what the person said, but thank y'all for keeping an eye on things. Um, yeah, guys. You know, this is I've had a lot of hobbies in my life, but producing content, whether people agree with me or disagree with me, whether they think I'm a little harsh, and I was a little too harsh in that failed career boost series, as you will see. But I put my all into all of the content that I produce. I don't clout chase. If I produce a video, if I produce a live stream, it's because it's something that genuinely interests me. Okay? But you guarantee that you're going to get 110% every single fucking time. Okay? This is the Brian Solange promise. And most of the shit that I'm doing for free. It is what it is. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. I was a little fucking worried about Donald Trump at first, boy. I thought old Sleepy Joe was gonna get his ass though, bruh. I mean, I know I'm kind of contradicting myself because I'm saying, well, I don't really give a fuck because that's why I didn't vote. But at the same time, I understand the legitimate danger of having a Kamala Harris be president. Aquasi alluded to what I was saying. I mean, look, the woman is not only is she a feminist, she's a puppet. Joe Biden is too old. The odds of him even running for re-election are unlikely. Okay, when you're that old, okay, you're talking about something, first of all, that would be unprecedented in American political history. A man trying to govern an entire country, not only with domestic issues, but foreign policy, going well into his 80s. That has never been done before. Ronald Reagan, again, the oldest president prior to Donald Trump. Ronald Reagan was 77. He was Joe Biden's age now when he left office. Donald Trump, if he's elected tonight, if he's reelected tonight, and it looks like there's a good chance that he's going to win. I mean, those states are the states that haven't been decided yet, that haven't been called. They're looking solid red to me. But I mean, Donald Trump, okay, if he wins, and I lost my train of fucking thought. If Donald Trump doesn't win, and Joe, yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, so if Donald Trump wins, okay, how old is Donald Trump? Let's see, how old is Donald Trump? How old is Donald Trump? Donald Trump age. Let's just see how old this motherfucker is. Look, I said it before. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, that's what I thought. He's 74 years old. So if he serves another term, get this, y'all. This is what I'm talking about with Joe Biden. Okay, Donald Trump would be a year older than Reagan was when he left office. Donald Trump will be 78 years old upon re-election if he survives a second term. Because I'm not gonna say it here on the live stream. I don't have nothing against Donald Trump, but in all honesty, Russian collusion, Ukrainian collusion, Stormy Daniels, motherfucking, they done tried everything. COVID-19, the George Floyd riots. What else? They impeached Donald Trump. Yeah, they impeached him. They sicked the Gold Star family on him because they knew he was going to react. Look, there's only one thing that they haven't tried to get Donald Trump out of office. And I think we all know what that one thing is. November 22nd, 1963. Okay? If you get my drift. So, I mean, if he survives his second term, okay, because keep in mind, a lot of Secret Service agents don't like Donald Trump either, but, that's a subject for another video. He'll be 78 years old. Donald Trump will be Joe Biden's age if Joe Biden, he'll be his age if he when he leaves office, that Joe Biden will be when he's sworn in. This is what I was saying before. Okay, you're talking about an old man. They're both old men. Okay, but it's just like you have a car with so much mileage on it. Okay, no matter how many repairs you get to that motherfucker, there's just, I mean, unless you completely switch the body out and then you're practically talking about a new car, there's only so much you can do with that fucking thing. Once it gets up past, I remember I had a Chevy Impala that had like 250,000 miles on it, before it finally broke down on me. I mean, it was a good ass car, durable as shit, but there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do. You know what I'm saying? So, Joe Biden at that age, I mean, how much can he do? And then, for goodness gracious, if he gets incapacitated because of some type of health issues, then Kamala Harris takes over by default. See? So I am glad to see that it looks like Donald Trump will be victorious. Like I said, this could go all night. Let me see if we can get away with. Let's see if we can get away with doing this. I know technically you're not supposed to do this on YouTube, but let's just see. Okay, NBC News. Okay, so I'm gonna because I've seen white guys doing this in their live stream all the time. Oh, this is another female. Got to talk about, not now, but this CC less than 3 chick. She's over in Korea, always complaining about how Korean guys just want to fuck and nightmare stories about clubbing. She's one of these females, as y'all will see in the Korea Booze, the failed Korea Booze docuseries. She's one of those failed Korea Booze. She, as pretty as a lot of black men would call her, she's been over there 4 years, going on 5 years. She only managed to pick up one nerdy looking Asian dude as a boyfriend. Okay. And she's always complaining about Korean dating apps and Korean clubs. She's one of those black females that went to Korea under the auspices of being an English teacher. Like I said, low skilled profession with, that's in high demand with lots of incentives. And they go there under the auspices of being English teachers because it's kind of like their backstage pass. And once they get in, then it's like, okay, now we're going to go for what we really want to go for over here. So when she's off duty as a teacher, she is always going to the clubs, trying to find, that K-pop D. But all she ever does is complain about how terrible clubs are, how Asian dudes just want to fuck, or how dating apps suck. And again, she's an attractive female. She's somewhat of an attractive female. And that right there just lets you know. That lets you know, where these females are at over there. You're dealing with a largely homogenous tribe that sees their standard of beauty as, light-skinned Asian females. You're not going to find a lot of guys that are interested in doing much else than bending you over. And these are just fucking facts. Okay? These are facts. And as you will hear me say in that Korea Booze docuseries, whether you're a Patreon member or not, you're not going to need me and my opinion to prove it as fact. Okay? All you're going to need for that is motherfucking reality. Okay? So, whose brother? Okay, so let's click on this cautiously. I'm not going to click on CC Less Than 3's channel, but trust and believe, okay? She's one of them failed Korea Boos. She's what I call a hopeless romantic. Hopeless romantic? I call her the hopeless romantic. And by the way, guys, in case this stream is taken down, it's gonna be downloaded and it's gonna be re-uploaded to FS Avenger, in case you were wondering. So I'm not gonna turn the audio on, I don't think, but I'm gonna see if we can just monitor this. But let me read some of the comments here. New Age Black says someone tried to assassinate him. Yeah, that's true. When Donald Trump was running for office, I can't remember if that was in the primary or if it happened during the general election. But there was this white boy that he tried, I think it was in Las Vegas. Yeah, there was this white boy, he tried to grab a police officer's gun that was guarding the event where Donald Trump was. But I think he got overpowered and arrested. But yeah, his idea was, since you can't smuggle guns in there, you get close to a police officer or a Secret Service agent that has a gun. Good luck with that. Take their gun from them, and before they can react, use it to shoot Donald Trump at point blank range. Now, that is thinking outside the box. I will give that white boy that, but he failed miserably. He failed. You guys have really kept me awake, man. I thank y'all so much for just staying here this long with me. I'm surprised I got so many people in the damn chat room. Let me see. Is this thing okay? So where we at? Let's get some better fucking reception on this motherfucker. I know we can do better than that. Come on. Come on now. Come on now. At least give me 480. So Genuine Trucker Twang says, New Age Black says, ashamed to be from UK. This place is a hellhole. So many feminists and soy boys. Yeah, I see all them protests that be happening in, where is that, London? What's up with that? Them people over there are about as liberal as they are over here. Says, what was that? Oh, New Age Black, yeah, man, it sucks. Just as bad as Canada and other parts of the EU. Sorry you have to experience that, brother. So, they're saying that the Democrats are going to retain House. Ooh, it's close. The Democrats are going to hold on to the House. The Senate is close. The Senate is close. Right now, the Republicans retain the lead, but just by one seat. There's only 7 seats left in the Senate, y'all. 7 seats left. Google is saying that Biden is leading 224 to Trump's 213, but NBC is projecting right now that Biden is at 220 and that Donald Trump is at 213. This was something that I was looking at earlier on my other computer, and I finally decided to share it with you guys. Is there any fucking... Hold on. Is there any... Trying to see. Is there any... Oh, good luck with that, Brother Twone. He says he's on the night shift until 6 a.m. Yeah, man. I used to work the graveyard shift. Woo, that was rough. I did that shift for 5 years for 2 different companies. I'm telling you that, man, it never got old. You know the thing about the graveyard shift, though? The thing about the graveyard shift is you can do it, but you have to, for me at least, I had to fight a sleep bug for a couple of hours when I first came on shift. But once you fight that sleep bug off, that overwhelming urge to fall asleep, you're usually okay for the rest of the night. As a matter of fact, as the night goes forward, I realized that I started to get stronger. But you know that just natural urge to want to fall the fuck asleep, man, that was the hardest part about the graveyard shift, man. But I did it, man. I did that shit for 5 years. Don't want to do it no more. Well, I'm doing the graveyard shift with y'all, I guess, technically, cause I'm up in this motherfucker doing this stream. Let me check my power charger right quick. Y'all believe it or not, I'm running the stream off my phone. Huh. Imagine that shit. Running the stream off my phone. So I gotta make sure this motherfucker's. Oh yeah, it's 51%. I think YouTube streams aren't allowed to go over 8 hours, so y'all, we gonna be cut off here in about an hour or so. I don't know if I should start a new one after that. Okay, so the House is covered. The Democrats won back the House. In the Senate, there's 7 seats left. Now, it is a problem for Trump if the Democrats can manage to win both houses tonight. And as you can see, like I said, there's 7 seats left. That could be a potential problem for Donald Trump, regardless. See what I'm saying? Because then they can basically pretty much just, shut down anything he tries to do. The Senate keeps kind of like a balance there, being in Republican hands, even though the House has been in Democrats' hands, I think, since Obama, right? Yeah. Oh, this looks like this is just a audioless live. Audioless live. Audioless live. Oh boy. Had a good time with you guys tonight. I didn't think this stream was going to be this awesome, guys. I really didn't. I did not think this stream was going to be this awesome. But yeah, guys, make sure you don't miss out on that failed Korea Boo series. I got so much more content rolling down. I want to open my mouth and say something about another major project, but I'm gonna keep that tight lip because I want to be the first one to break it. Because everybody want to pretend like they smooth back and didn't hear what this bitch in the music industry said. I'm gonna keep that to myself. Some of y'all heard me mention it. It's involving Biggie Smalls, the rap artist that was killed back in the late 90s. But I'm gonna keep that shit to myself. Keep it to myself because I want to be the one to make the video about that shit and break the news. But yeah. Ooh, my mouth is dry like a motherfucker. Man, do y'all realize, other than Aquazi and Jenkins coming on, I've been running my damn mouth. I have been running my damn mouth for almost 7 hours. See, this is why you don't want to fuck with Brian Solange. I got too much energy. See, most people, when they run live streams this fucking long, they have other people on the panel with them, like that goofy Taz, where they can feed off of each other. Now, we did have some of that today, but most of the stream has been all me. I was so glad the brothers came on earlier, but most of this has just been me. You know what I'm saying? Just running my damn mouth. Now, we've been talking about some good shit. We have. I'm actually surprised they let us continue streaming. I'm surprised. So I'm not saying that black men who care can breathe a sigh of relief, but what I am saying is that I believe there is a legitimate chance that Donald Trump will be reelected now. I was a little I was a little worried, but I mean, it's not that Joe Biden is ahead right now. So long as Donald Trump can maintain a lead in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which I believe went Republican last election cycle. So long as he can do that, and let's go back to the because that just shows the states that have gone. Let's go back to that map on Google, see what the fuck it's saying, because it actually has Biden ahead by a little bit more. Oh shit. I wonder what the liberals are gonna say if Donald Trump is reelected. Okay, so yeah, they're saying that okay, y'all look at this. Check this out. Check this out though. Check this out. They're saying that Wisconsin basically looks like it's going to go for Donald Trump because that's 90. Donald Trump is 51.3%. Um, he has 51.3% of the vote, but that's 91% of the votes counted. Okay, that's 91% of the votes counted. Michigan is at 71%. So, but Donald Trump has a healthy lead ahead of Joe Biden. He has a healthy lead ahead of Joe Biden. That's 16 electoral votes. That's 10 electoral votes. So that's 26 votes. That's Pennsylvania is only 64% reporting in. But again, I mean, Donald Trump has a healthy lead over Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. That's 20 electoral votes. So right there, you have 46 votes. North Carolina is 15 electoral votes. 94% of the precincts reporting in. So that's what? 46, 56, motherfucking, that's 61. Yeah, that's 61. So Donald Trump needs 23, 33, 43, 53, 63. He needs 57 electoral votes to win. In all of these states, Georgia, 16, 93% reporting in. It's a little close, but that's 93% of the precincts. He's leading by with a healthy lead, though. That's the thing. Um, when you look, I mean, the votes aren't there, bro, for Biden. The only states he's leading in, they have a combined 11, 17. They have a combined main 4 electoral votes. They have a combined 21 electoral votes. Okay? 21 electoral votes. If Joe Biden wins all 3 of the states where he's leading right now, okay? And let me see what his lead is looking like. Yeah. If he wins those states, that will only be enough to put him up to 246. Okay? Donald Trump is not only leading in these states with huge electoral votes, but he's leading, he has a healthy lead over Joe Biden in most of them. And I think he only needs 57, so that's, yeah, he only needs Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which is 46, and North Carolina would be 46, 56. Yeah, North Carolina would seal the deal, or Georgia would seal the deal. He only needs, and he's leading in Alaska, but there's only 28% reporting in from there. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely a closer race, but it does look like, I mean, from what they're saying, it looks like Donald Trump is gonna, it looks like he's gonna smash Joe Biden, though, bro. I'm just gonna be real with you. It looked like he's gonna smash him. I don't know. I mean, let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. Is there hope for Joe Biden right now? Is there hope for Joe Biden? I mean, Georgia with 93%, that's still a close, relatively, that's a close race. Okay? Even though 93%, that could be flipped, especially when they go down to the counties that have a lot of niggas in, like Albany, Atlanta. I'm no political analyst, but they got it fucking wrong last time, so that don't really mean nothing. But okay, that's one thing. North Carolina is relatively close, with 94% reporting. But I mean, look at Pennsylvania. Okay, Pennsylvania's only 64% reporting. But what are the odds? See, that's the thing. What are the odds, though, bro? What are the odds that, you know, um, he's gonna be able to climb back up? Because while that percentage is going up for the amount of reporting, I mean, you know, Donald Trump is still going to be getting votes. It's not like he's just going to automatically stop getting votes. So for every vote Joe Biden gets, there's likely going to be another vote for Donald Trump too. So he's likely going to be able to maintain that lead in Pennsylvania. I don't know, man. This is looking bad for the Democrats. Tuan says, not anymore. It became too exhausting eventually to do long ass live stream like that. LOL. Yeah, I don't know about Georgia though. Georgia might flip. There's a lot of rednecks. They got a lot of rural country in Georgia, but Atlanta, even though 93% of the precincts are reporting, Atlanta, something tells me they haven't been counted yet. So we'll see. But yeah, I think Donald Trump's gonna win it. Yeah, I know. Hey, I know Joe Biden had you niggas shook though. I know Joe Biden had you niggas shook for a second. Again, it's not over. It's not over with. But who knows? Who knows where the wind blows? We'll see. I wish I could play some music for y'all, but that'll probably get the live stream taken down. Plus, the music sucked. So, gotta wet my damn whistle. Let me read some of these comments. Quan said, I was kind of nervous, not gonna lie. Yeah, man, when I believe that was back when Aquazi first came on, we were talking about we were in the middle of a conversation about something. And at the time, that was like 2, maybe 3 hours ago now. Donald Trump was down like 132, and Joe Biden had just crossed over the line of 200. I think Joe Biden was at like 209, and Donald Trump was at 131, 132. But then what happened while we were talking? Donald Trump won Florida. To everybody's amazement, he won Florida a lot faster than people thought he would win the shit. And there are 29 electoral votes in Florida. So that was a huge one. And then he won Texas. When he won Florida and Texas, that was a huge boost. A huge boost. Huge boost. Yeah, usually the Republicans don't win a lot of states by number. But it looks like this time they're going to win by the popular vote, the number of states, and the electoral college. I don't know. I guess we shall see. We shall see you and me. We shall see you and me. I was about to end the live stream when them brothers left. We are into our 7th hour, folks. We are 1 minute past the 7th hour. And I'm sorry to tell y'all, but I gotta pee. So y'all gonna have to excuse me for a second. Let me see. I'm gonna try to play this music, but see, the fucking thing is, I don't know how to. Hold on, y'all. I want to play a little music for y'all, but I don't know how to make the thing recognize the 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 system audio. I know it knows how to recognize the microphone and the speaker. There's no question about that. Communication speakers, Logitech, blah blah blah. Speakers, high definition, blah blah blah. All right, y'all. Like I said, I gotta pee right quick. All right, we all men. We all got dicks, you know. I mean, I've been talking for 7 fucking hours. What you want from me? Huh? Talking for 7 hours. Let me go pee right quick, and then I'm gonna come my black ass back. Here, listen to a little music. If we got that, yeah. Oh shit. If this thing will even play. I don't know. Is it gonna play? I do. I'll be right back, folks. All right. I am back. Raymond Weasel. So, guys, I guess I should ask because I know a lot of y'all did vote. I'm pretty sure I know what y'all gonna say, but who did you vote for? Yeah, it is. It's I don't know. What state are you in, Truckatron, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm here in Central Illinois, and surprisingly, besides a little frost, it's not really that cold. It was cold earlier in the week, but it's not really that cold right now. I'm actually surprised. It's like I don't want to say lukewarm because it ain't warm, but it ain't like biting cold like where I gotta have my coat on. I actually took my coat off earlier, so it's not that bad. It really isn't. Black Heart say I didn't vote. Wait, ain't you the one from the UK though? He trying to pull a fast one on me. He said I didn't vote. That's funny. Ain't you the brother from the UK though? I wonder how Americans that live overseas, how do they vote? Do they go to the U.S. consulate or the U.S.? I'm assuming they go to the U.S. consulate or the U.S. embassy to vote, right? Who said something about Christopher Dorner? By the way, Brother Brian, did you get a chance to finish that masterful, colossal docudrama about Amber Geiger? Oh yeah, brother. That's something that I'm actually working on right now. I still, I keep getting sidetracked with that. Oh, I didn't know Angela C was still here. What up? I thought most of y'all had been gone to bed. Y'all stand up with me like this. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice of all of y'all to stay up with my black ass. I'm up here like a crazy motherfucker. It's damn near 2 o'clock in the morning, and we still up here waiting to see which one of these fools is gonna be in office for the next 4 years. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I look the Amber Geiger Jean documentary called White Lions versus Black Zebras. I've been working on that shit. I've been working on that shit for like a whole year, and I would have been finished with it, but things keep coming up. For example, this Shayla Toby thing that just came completely out of left field. That came completely out of left field, bro. That like I wasn't even expecting that. This dumb hoe gonna have the audacity. Okay, you want to leave a comment because you didn't like what I said about you. That's fine, okay? But don't ever come to me with one of these Pookies and Ray Rays. When you didn't summon him, you were ready to forgive June Lee. You said you didn't want people bullying or bashing or even canceling June Lee. Okay? So if you're not going to summon the Pookie and Ray Ray to deal with the dude who assaulted you, who dragged you out of a taxi, who told you you wasn't shit, don't summon him to come after me. That's all I'm saying. So if it wasn't for that, to be honest with you, Tigger, if it wasn't for that, I would have been finished that doc commentary. I was actually supposed to get to work on it shortly after my Dear Monkey docu-series. But, again, that came completely from out of left field, and what was supposed to be just a short 2 or 3 hour live stream turned into a damn 18-hour, fucking TV docudrama or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, guys, let us see where it is. Man, I hope they. I think Joe Biden should concede, though. What y'all think? And I'm not saying that because I'm pro-Trump, but I'm just saying though, bro. I'm looking at the numbers though. Y'all. Oh, he just won Arizona. That's why. Okay, so Joe Biden just won Arizona. That puts him up 236, y'all. with 80% of the precincts counting in, they are projecting that Joe Biden is the winner of Arizona. I remember when Arizona used to be a red state, now it's a blue state. Go figure. I remember when Virginia used to be a red state, but now it's a blue state. That's been like that since Obama first ran against what was that dude? Senator, oh fuck. What's that dude? He was the most famous senator of our time. Obama ran that first time with that senator from Arizona, as it so happens. But I can't remember his fucking name. Somebody help me out. What was that fool's name? Damn. Anyway, he had that Sarah Palin bimbo as his running buddy. But yeah, Virginia, the state of Virginia has been blue ever since Obama first was elected. Let's see what the Senate is looking like. Says Senate is, yeah, still holding strong with 7 seats left. Still holding strong. I don't know what they doing with Nebraska though, bro. Why they got Nebraska blue and red stripes like that? What the fuck does that even mean? That means it's too close to call, I guess. Okay, so right now Joe Biden is up 236 to Donald Trump's 213. Joe Biden, and didn't Nevada used to be a red state too? Damn, bro. Everybody was expecting Texas to flip tonight. You know what is strange about Texas though? Florida is one thing, but Texas, like, you would think that Texas would be a blue state. And this is why I say that. Because Texas has, as a lot of y'all know, some of y'all are from Texas, some of y'all live in Texas. Texas has a overabundance of 2 kinds of people: Negroes and Hispanics. It has a huge demographic of minority population. In Houston, in Dallas, it's 2 major cities. I mean, maybe not so much El Paso don't have as many blacks, but it has a lot of Hispanics, right? Where is it? Odessa, Texas. Which other one? Galveston, I don't know. I think that may still be white. It's an island anyway. But San Antonio, doesn't San Antonio have a lot of Hispanics in it? I'm surprised that Texas is still managing to be a red state. Them dummy cracks, boy, they just waiting for that motherfucker to flip though. What's up, my Nick for life? Come on, Donald. Don't let Sleepy Joe get you. Let me refresh your screen, see what's cracking. Yeah, man. I think, honestly though, I don't think Joe Biden has what he needs, bro. I mean, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump only 64% reporting, but I mean he's 12%, dude. 12% lead. He has a 12% lead. In Michigan with 73% reporting, he has 8% lead. Yeah. 4% lead. 2% lead. Yeah, it's close in Georgia and North Carolina. Georgia and North Carolina can still be flipped. Maybe not so much North Carolina, but definitely Georgia. We click on this. Yeah, good. They show counties. Now you see, okay, so Atlanta, has Atlanta been counted? Okay, so Atlanta's already been counted for the most part. Yeah, you see all the areas, the major cities, Athens, Augusta, Savannah, Atlanta. That's where the blacks reside for the most part. But then when you get out in the countryside, just like in almost every other state, number rednecks. That's why you see so much red. But black women better wake up, man. They better wake up. Because black men are, more black men need to wake up. A lot of you niggas are still asleep. I ain't gonna lie, like I said at the beginning of the video. But I'm noticing a lot more black men are starting to wake up and do their thing. And I think, you look at Ice Cube endorsing the Republican Party. You look at that goofball, what's his name? The one that married that bimbo, Kim Kardashian. Um, God, I'm too tired to remember his fucking name. But him, and there's another dude that was endorsing the Republican Party. But yeah, man, I think black women and the white liberal, they're in for a rude awakening because black men are starting to, just like the black woman is viewing herself as a free agent, a lot of black men are starting to view themselves as free agents as well. And they're literally starting to go their own way, not only with other races of women or as Marlboro men like myself, just buying dolls and saying fuck women, but they're also going their own way socioeconomically, saying all my money and resources for me, and they're going their own way politically. I mean, when you think about this, you think about the background that Ice Cube came from, okay? And it makes sense that he would vote Republican because he's from, I believe, Compton. And, everybody knows Compton and Los Angeles were run by racist police organizations. But back in the C. Dolores Tucker days, as I like to call them, the early 90s, I mean, a prominent black person, especially a prominent black person from, the Generation Xers, that was almost unheard of, bro. That was almost unheard of to openly vote Republican now. Because my dad, he said while he disagreed with Reagan's policies, he voted for Reagan both times because Reagan always said what he meant and meant what he said. Unlike a lot of politicians. So I mean, I don't know. These females are in for a rude awakening. If they're not seeing the writing on the wall, they go into these other countries and guys just seeing them as a piece of pussy. And now black men are waking up and realizing that voting for the Democrats is not in their best interest. Now, the Republican Party, they have their own issues too. But, okay, it's a better option, or it's a fresher option for black men than you know, um, voting for a party that is clearly shown under no uncertain terms that they give a fuck about your black ass as a black man. And they prove that by having these cops that racially profile. I mean, look at New York City. I brought that up when Equazi was on the live stream. Stop and frisk. This is in a liberal, and this really shows you where black men are. Okay, stop and frisk before they put an end to it, before they change the laws. This was in probably the most liberal American city besides maybe Los Angeles, California, in the whole of the United States, authorizing police officers to pull over and just violate the constitutional rights of any Negro that they see on the street without even cause. Oh, you're black, so you look like you've been robbing. Get your ass up against the wall. Get your ass up against the wall. What you got? Drugs? What you got? Guns on you? Ha. What I do, officer? I tell you what you did. I tell you what you did. You were walking down the street as a black man. That's what you did, damn it. Now we're gonna pat you down. But that didn't happen in a Republican-controlled city. That happened in a Democratic-controlled setting. Okay? That Wiener Schnitzel restaurant on the north side of Chicago, where wealthy and upper middle class white folks go to see black women act like buffoons. Modern day step and fetch coons. That's not in a Republican controlled setting. Again, that's in a setting controlled and run by the Democratic Party, which means that these liberals really don't like your black ass. They really don't. They just pretend like they do for votes. And a lot of black men are waking up to this fact, and they're basically, black men are basically picking up their cookies and going home. Okay, so Joe Biden is now up 238. He just won Maine, I'm assuming, or it's projected to go towards Joe Biden. It's 4 electoral votes. The only state that's left, think about this, guys. The only state that's left where Joe Biden is where Joe Biden is right now leading by only 3%. The last state where he is leading only has 6 electoral votes, with 67% of the precincts counting in. Even if he wins this, that will only be enough to put him up to 244. But the magic number is 270. The magic number is 270, folks. So, I mean, what is he going to do? The biggest concern is Pennsylvania has a huge lead with 20 electoral votes. Only 64% of the precincts count in. Damn. Y'all hear me yawn so much because that sleep bug getting me. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna try to. Let's see if old Joe Biden concedes. Let me see what the radio is saying. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see what these fools are saying on the radio, bro.
70. Yeah, I've got Fox show 73 with right now roughly because there's 5.2 million votes total in Michigan. That
I don't know if y'all can hear that.
People that voted, and right now they are at roughly.
Can anybody hear the radio?
1.
I'm playing the radio.
3.9. So 1.1 million left. Now, when we started the show, they were 2.2 million votes to be counted. So they've actually gone through a ton of votes. Right. Now, and the lead has roughly still remained the same for Trump, which is 45 or 53.3% to 45.1. So he's still up by 8.2. He was up at one point, I think, like 8.7, 8.8, but still.
Anybody hear the radio?
Lead, you're not seeing a drastic change in that. And when we came out in the air, I think it was roughly around 50% of the vote that was in Michigan. So again,
Jupiter Apollo says, "Damn, I missed most of the stream." Well, we've been on for 7.5 hours. Where you been in 7.5 hours, my man? That's a lot to miss. Don't worry though, it'll be re-uploaded.
Let's go to Alicia in Texas.
Worry not,
Welcome
my
here on Red Eye
sir.
Radio. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to, I know in Pennsylvania, I believe the AG Shapiro.
Angela C
saying that
says they're
he's
doing
not
an
going to
extension
let,
election. What the hell is an extension election? What's an
Trump
extension
win, and
election?
I think that's going to end up being a disaster.
Someone explain to
if
me
they
what an
quote
extension
fine,
election is. I ain't never heard of this shit.
mail-in ballots for Democrats. I mean, we're so far ahead.
Did anybody hear the
I think
radio?
It's going to work, but it's going to be a wild ride. I think this is going to go on more than just a few days.
Well, I think basically what the AG was saying there is, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm trying to get as close as possible, that after all the votes are counted, Trump will lose. And then a lot of people were saying, look, if there's a legal case, a challenge there.
Oh my God.
The AG should recuse himself from that case, but we'll see if that happens. Look, there's going to be a legal challenge one way or the other. I think the president's team has been very clear about it. They were over the last several days when they were campaigning the president.
Why are they talking about Trump will lose when all the... I'm listening to the radio right now, and they're talking about how when all the votes are counted, Trump will lose.
Definitely going to go to court.
How the fuck is he going to lose?
It's funny because a lot of the liberal...
How the fuck is it even going to go to court?
Media types were really, focusing on that.
How is it even going to go to court if he's winning in almost every state that remains at this point? These people are bullshitting on the internet, man. I mean, on the radio.
Get his lawyers together and go to court.
Why?
Well, if that applies to Joe Biden, if it's a close race, it applies to Donald Trump. So she believes that.
It ain't gonna. I don't think it's gonna be as close as they think it is. So basically, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing, y'all.
That's what you do. You go to the courts if you think.
Oh shit! Angela C is saying that counting votes that came in after 8 p.m. Where you? I wouldn't put it past them desperate motherfuckers. But where are you hearing this from? Or how are you finding this out? Any links?
Your state law designates.
Because these Democrats have proven that they are desperate. I mean, this COVID-19 thing, I'm not saying that it was a complete farce, but I mean, come on, man. Come on. Come on. Okay, so the poll, you're saying the polls closed in California at 8 p.m. I guess that's what you're saying. Like,
I look at it too.
I don't know why they're saying that it's going to be close, though, y'all. Look, on the radio, I guess, I don't know. Can y'all hear my radio?
Just so you know, they must be back up. And actually,
because they talking that dumb shit right now, bro.
94%. They were stuck at 93, and Trump up 50.5% to 48.3% right now. And roughly, it looks like
I don't think it's going to be able to go to the courts, though. To be honest with you,
2,000 leads, so that's gone down a little bit with 94% in. So how close would Georgia be? We don't know.
See, here's the concern. Okay,
as that came in, Trump's lead shrunk what? Roughly 10,000.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Right.
North Carolina, right now, I'm going to tell y'all right now.
In Georgia, it still is quite possible.
North Carolina and Georgia are the only two states that I'm worried about right now. Now, if Joe Biden is able to flip either one of these states, Georgia or both of these states, Georgia or North Carolina, which is possible. I'm not going to say it's likely, but it's possible. That would give him a combined 31 electoral votes. That would be 48, 58, 68. That would put him within one electoral vote of winning. That would put him within one electoral vote of winning. But the question is, could he flip those? And he would still need like Alaska or something. He would need to flip Alaska, and that's likely not going to happen because he's getting smashed there.
Well, there's a lot of confusion. You go to the different.
Pennsylvania is almost always the last fucking state to count in. I hate those motherfuckers.
It's a little bit frustrating.
Michigan, y'all remember in the 2016 election, it came down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Them people on the radio don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro. Donald Trump is behind, but he has the clearest path to winning, though. Even if Nevada falls, and it looks like it will, even if Nevada falls to Joe Biden, that ain't number 6 fucking electoral votes, though. Now, okay, that's right. If he wins Nevada like it's believed that he will, then all he would need is like North Carolina and Georgia. Oh shit! I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's gonna be close, but not that close, really. What is NBC trying to talk about, bro? Damn, they ain't decided another Senate seat in 2 fucking hours. The Senate is still holding with the Republicans maintaining by 1, y'all. And fucking NBC is behind. They still talking about Biden is at 220. But Google is saying something completely different, though. Google is saying 238. No, the Associated Press. I really don't know what they're talking about, bro. I don't know. It ain't making sense to me. Is it making sense to y'all? They talking about, I think the people on the radio, they looking at something different than what we looking at. Because it's one thing to be ahead, though, but after Nevada, Joe Biden's chances narrow. Didn't Pennsylvania go Republican in didn't Pennsylvania go Republican though in the last election? I'm pretty sure they did. Pretty sure they did. So they cheat. They're trying to cheat. Sound like Angela C is saying that they were supposed to stop taking votes at 8 p.m. I mean, I don't know, bro. But I know. I mean, the Democrats are desperate. Like I said, there's only one thing they haven't tried, and that's the school book depository trick. I mean, I hate to say it, but I wouldn't put it past these. I mean, look, man, if they're willing to hype up and over exaggerate a fucking germ pandemic, what are they not willing to do is the question. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Let me look at Pennsylvania though, because it has Pennsylvania takes forever to count shit, but even with Wisconsin, the only path to victory in Wisconsin is the areas where black people are. Have those been counted yet? Milwaukee looks like that's been counted as blue. So yeah, Madison, yeah. All the major cities are almost always gonna go blue. Ain't that funny though? Ain't that funny, y'all? They always want black people, and particularly black men, to vote for the Democrats. But when you look, all of these cities, these rundown shitholes, where black people are catching pure hell, are in Democratic counties. Damn. Detroit looks like it's become. See, that's his only hope. That's his only hope. Let me look at my home state. I know it failed already. Well, we got 11 electoral votes. Let me look at my home state. Oh, I'm sleepy in a motherfucker. Oh, I see. Chicago's bitch ass. Let me see what my state. Ha ha ha. My county is red, baby. Look at my state, y'all. All the way red. People don't realize something. Without Chicago, Illinois would actually be a red state. It's only because of Chicago and the population in Chicago that Illinois is actually a blue state. You remove Chicago from the equation, and we just as red of a redneck state as Indiana. None but fucking Hoosiers in this motherfucker. Besides Chicago. Let's see what Philly doing. What's Philly doing? Yeah, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh haven't failed yet. But see, they're expected. They're fucking expected to be blue states. Almost every fucking state, y'all. Except the more liberal ones. I wonder, does New York, this is funny, does New York have any red counties? Damn! I didn't know New York got down like that. Look at this, y'all. Niggas, look at this, bro. What the fuck? I was about to say, I know good and got. Look at that, y'all. Long Island. I didn't even know that about New York. I didn't know New York was that red of a state, though. It's the same thing with my state. If it wasn't for New York City, New York would be a red fucking state. I didn't even know that. Honestly, I swear. I swear on everything. I didn't even know that, bro. That's crazy. Damn. Let's see. Woo. There's swing states that are left. They got the swing states down here. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm getting tired. I gotta turn this radio on. See what's cracked.
Yeah. Roughly 700,000. Whether he is enough to catch up. And so we looked at Philadelphia County where they had 270,000, right? Right.
Can y'all hear my radio?
Mail-in ballots. Right.
Can y'all hear my radio?
270,000 in Philadelphia County alone. A total of 1.4 million for the state to be counted.
Can y'all hear my radio?
There, that would go 75 to 25. In Philadelphia County, yeah. Right. Then you're roughly down to 130 to 150,000.
Tell me if y'all can hear my radio.
Votes, and then you would have to make up the rest, which would still be around 500,000 votes. Well, in all the other blue counties there.
Hey, y'all tell me if y'all can hear my radio, all right?
He's performing at roughly 40% or higher, as high as 47%, and Center County 47.4%. So, if you do the math, it will come out very, very close, assuming all the ratios apply from those blue counties. And by the way, I think that's a fair, conservative.
Genuine Trucker Tron said a lot is riding on the outcome of the election tonight. Promotions, firings, mass arrests, political seats, contract favors, etc. Yep-a-roo.
And I don't have the answer for you. No, I don't. We don't. Yeah. So we'll, keep.
See what these fools on CBS News is talking about. What these fools trying to talk about, though, bro? Oh, hell no. I can't even hear that shit.
Back on TV, an exhibit.
Oh, fuck all that. We'll just go back to 1400 a.m. 1400 a.m.
Right. I asked
Voice
a question
of the underdog
about what was going on in Wisconsin with Democrats because, you had a handful of celebrities come out and do fundraisers in Wisconsin. You had Ron Howard do the virtual Happy Days reunion.
Can y'all hear my radio okay?
Fundraisers for Wisconsin
Somebody
Democrats.
tell me if you can hear the radio okay.
And, why were they doing it?
Yes, we in it for the stretch unless they end the live stream.
Some, again.
Hey, y'all, I'm just going to let y'all know. Wait, hold up. Let me turn this radio down.
Here in Wisconsin, the Democrats. Here's your forecast on the national.
I'm just going to say this. They talking shit about how Donald Trump gonna summon his lawyers. They still trying to make it seem like Donald Trump may lose. That's bullshit, dude. Again, let y'all see the fucking map again. Okay. Yes, Joe Biden is ahead and he's closer than Donald Trump. But when you back off and you look, okay, the only state he's leading in is Nevada. Let me remind y'all. Okay. Every other state is leaning hugely towards Trump. And I'm going to tell y'all something else. Now, I think the limit for YouTube with streaming is 8 hours. I think. They may have changed it. But if they ended at 8 hours, it's been a great stream. I'm not going to do a second stream because I'm getting tired. But if they let us go over 8 hours, I might go ahead and do over 8 hours. But I'm not going to, try to do another stream if they ended at 8 hours, y'all. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time. But yeah. I don't know what these people are talking about, bro. I don't know what they're talking about. All right, I'm going to turn this radio back up. Turn the shit back up.
Bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Forget the commercials, folks.
And AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at AARP.
Hey, y'all, I didn't know this. I didn't know this stream was going to be as fire as it was, though, bro. I thought I was going to come on here for like maybe one.
The White House as the results of the election remain uncertain.
It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won.
CBS News has not yet projected 10 states, including Pennsylvania. Joe Biden spoke a few hours ago.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Why did Trump say it's a sad moment?
Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
CBS's Deborah Alfarone on congressional races.
CBS News has not made a projection on the House majority, but Speaker Nancy Pelosi has already declared victory.
We have held the House, and now when all the votes are counted, we'll see how much better we will do than that.
CBS News special report. I'm Wendy Gillette. If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? By their clothes, their age?
So let me ask y'all direct again. I'm just, what the fuck? Hold up, y'all. Oh, hell no. My phone's about to, well, that phone don't matter. So I'm not worried about that. So the title of tonight's live stream is something that, I've asked, but I haven't asked it enough tonight. Again, I can't iterate enough. What would you do? Or what will you do if Kamala Harris becomes president. What would you do, or what will you do if she's elected president tonight? Again, only the fast-thinking motherfuckers gonna understand what the fuck I'm talking about. The slow motherfuckers gonna be like, huh? What? No, it's not Kamala Harris running. You know, she's just the running mate of Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden that's running. You know. But faster thinking people understand the science of physics. And one thing you understand when you understand the science and nature of physics is that an old, crusty, dusty, broke down motherfucker like Joe Biden is highly unlikely to do anything for the next 8 years, including continuing to breathe. I'm just saying, I'm not hating on this man. I don't have nothing against him. He seems like a nice guy. Although he was kind of an asshole during the Clarence Thomas hearings. A lot of people don't know he presided over the Clarence Thomas hearings with Anita Hill and all that, talking about Long Dong Silver and all that bullshit. But, you know, I mean, honestly, now, Junior Trucker Twan, now, I gotta ask you seriously. You know, you my boy and everything, but I hear a lot of people talk about how they gonna lead the U.S. though. Every election, it never fails. People talk about how if so and so is elected, I'm leaving the country. Are you really gonna lead the country, bro? Like, you know me, I know it's gonna be sad if Joe Biden wins. I'm sorry, did I say Joe Biden? Fuck that. If Kamala bitch ass wins, if she wins, it is gonna be a sad day in Black history. Yes, it is, especially Black man history. But at the end of the day, the sun is gonna rise, the moon is gonna set, or whatever the fuck. The wind is gonna blow, and our lives are gonna go on. The main thing that I'm concerned about with Kamala Harris, she impresses me as one of them, you know, people that might try to abuse her power as president by passing several executive pieces of legislation that, you know, could potentially cause great harm to the Black community, but more importantly, to the lives of Black men. Angela C says they boarded up a lot of businesses out here. Why are they rioting again? Y'all got some type of, well, no, y'all wouldn't have hurricanes in California. Says, I'm happy I run my business outside my home. Yeah, ain't nothing like being your own boss. Let me tell y'all ass something. You tell y'all Black asses something. Ain't nothing like what, boy, I go to sleep when the fuck I do. Do you think I could do this if I had a regular fucking job? Hell to the motherfucking no, nigga. I run my own business. I wake up when I want to. I go to sleep when the fuck I want to. I do whatever the hell I want to. And don't bat an eye about it. If I want to take off a day, whenever I want to take a break, granted, I am a hard worker. I am a hard worker, but, you know, some days I just feel like lounging. You know what I'm saying? What the problem is? I ain't got to punch nobody's clock but my own. Fuck that. Oh, let me turn this radio back on.
Right. I've been called.
Oh.
I'm at the North Carolina State Board of Elections. And this is, now, keep in mind, they state this as the unofficial local election results.
Let me see where
statewide.
Where we at?
And they're reporting U.S. president vote, or the election for U.S. president. Precincts reported 2,662 of 2,662 precincts have reported. That's 100%, if I do my math correctly. And they have Trump in the lead there in North Carolina, 50.5
okay.
48 points. Yeah, so
okay.
We'll see. Again,
they're saying North Carolina looks like it's going to fall to Trump. That's what they're saying right now.
Okay. Well, the state is reporting 49.98 for the president and 48.57 for Joe Biden.
Yeah, they're saying
and now it is
Trump.
The president does still have a lead of basically.
I'm listening to the radio.
Roughly 77,000 votes that the president is leading by there in North Carolina against.
Okay, so they're saying that Trump is leading by 77,000 votes in North Carolina. Now let's look at.
According to their website, it's all precincts reporting in the state.
Okay, they're saying all precincts reporting in the state of North Carolina.
Turns out to be the case.
And
in the Senate race there, they're listing
Tom
Tillis, the Republican.
Donald Trump is leading by 77,000 votes. Of course, when you get into the cities around North Carolina, I believe North Carolina has 15 electoral votes. The cities are Democrat, Greensboro, Raleigh, but when you get outside the cities, it's almost all red. Just proving that, yes, white people are a majority in this country.
If that is the case,
but I'm talking about redneck white folks.
But again,
let me see how Virginia turns blue, though. Yeah, that's what I thought.
See if that is the case. If there were any anomalies, I'm not seeing any of that anywhere. Although
it's Maryland.
Earlier that George
it's them niggas. Look at this, y'all. This is why Virginia turns blue now. You see how Virginia's almost all red?
And so neither of
but it's these niggas coming out of Baltimore, though. They coming out of Baltimore and D.C. Right around Baltimore and D.C. These little counties that surround, that border Washington, D.C. Going into Virginia from Maryland. That's why, that's the real reason why Virginia is motherfucking a blue state.
Michigan just updated again. 77% of their vote in. Trump with 52.2%, and Joe Biden 46.2%.
Okay, so
that now
77% reporting in from the state of Michigan with 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump still has a healthy lead over this fool Joe Biden. They're saying 77% reporting in.
Like about $1 million.
They're not done counting Detroit, so
like maybe 1.1
Detroit.
Million. All right. So
Detroit, man.
They've counted half of those the ballots that are out, and Trump would be up 6 points. Yeah, 6 points in Michigan. Right. So his lead is Trump. Yeah, as they continue to.
These niggas talking about his lead Trump. Numbers, they just hoping. They just hoping this nigga lose, bro. Yeah.
Really been holding that
they
lead.
Praying this boy lose.
So there's what,
they praying he lose, y'all. Georgia, they praying he lose.
I just wonder if anybody else has
keep praying, motherfuckers.
Anyone out there has updated the Wisconsin.
I just don't. I'll be honest with y'all.
Secretary of.
Let me tell y'all. Let me explain something to y'all. Whoa, let me turn this shit down for a second.
Yeah.
I just want to explain something to y'all right now, right here, right now. Okay, I would not be losing sleep over this motherfucking election if it was just these two old, crusty, dusty ass white men, rich ass white men. Okay, just two white motherfuckers competing for power, like white men have been doing since the dawn of humanity. Nothing new to see here. That is not the reason why I'm losing sleep. Reason why I'm losing sleep, other than, having a good time with y'all, which we've done for the past 7 going on 8 hours now, should be, we're 5 minutes away from the 8th hour. I don't know. Let me say this again. I do not know if they're going to cut off the stream or not at 8 hours. I believe the limit is or used to be 8 hours for YouTube, but I don't know for sure. But this is what I do know. I'm not losing sleep over, no bullshit about Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The reason why I'm losing sleep, and the reason why a lot of black men should be losing sleep, if even, mentally, is because there's a real chance that we could have a feminist bimbo become president of the United States, a realer chance than this world has ever seen. I mean, than this country has ever seen before in history. I think there's this black woman named Shirley Chisholm or something. She ran for president back in the 70s, I think, and I think she ran against that fool before he got shot and wounded. That fool George Wallace, the former segregationist of Alabama. I have to look this shit up. When this whole Shirley Chisholm, when did she run for office? Hold up. Shirley, yeah, Chisholm. Chisholm. She ran for president when? This is the closest that a black woman has ever been to that type of power since Shirley Chisholm, and she didn't get that close. Let's see what's up with her. When did she run for president? It says Shirley Anita Chisholm, born November 30th, 1924, died January 1st, 2005, was an American politician, educator, and author. In 1968, she became the first African-American woman elected to the United States Congress, representing New York's 12th Congressional District for 7 terms, from 1969 until 1983. Yeah, she ran for president. She sure did. I think back in the 70s. I don't know, man. I don't want no feet. Look, it's not a matter of whose penis she's sticking in her mouth. You know, that's her husband. And like I said, I've outgrown that Negro bed, which, you know, oh, she's with a white man thing. You know, we know what these hoes are about. It's that I don't want somebody with the mindset that they want to claim blackness when it's convenient for them, but all other times, you know, they don't consider themselves black. They only consider themselves black when they want the black vote. Okay. But all of the times they basically, you know, on their knees for white people. Okay. And this is a person that didn't have no problem implementing policies that just made it easier than it already was to put, you know, black men behind bars. Okay. I don't want nobody like that. I don't want nobody like that becoming president. Because again, see, if there wasn't a clause in the U.S. one of those amendments that said that the president can implement executive powers. Do y'all understand this? Okay, the president has executive powers where he can not override Congress, but he can do stuff with, or he or she can do stuff without congressional approval. Okay, that is a fucking problem, especially when you're talking about a feminist libtard like Kamala fucking Harris, who thinks it's okay to say anything to appease to a target demographic of men who've been marginalized since they got over on this motherfucker. See, that's why I'm losing sleep, because I want to see if America is really going to allow this to happen. Yet, when did this woman run for president? Says blah blah blah. Congresswoman in history as a representative of her New York district. When she launched her primary campaign in 1972, she became the first black person to seek the presidential nomination from one of the 2 major parties. The first woman was Margaret Chase Smith, who sought the Republican nomination in 1964. Her slogan was "Unbought and Unbossed." Yet a strong black woman. Yep. There she was. And I honestly, y'all, I didn't think that I was going to see a half black president in Obama before I saw either a biracial president or a female president. But that must have really hurt Hillary that she got rejected like that. And it's so ugly as hell. See these fools still talking shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this radio back on.
Anybody wins Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He's got 270 with Alaska. If he wins Alaska, 273. And then Biden has 238 right now. He would get 248 with Wisconsin. And Nevada would be another 6 in there. So he would get, 254. Yeah. So it would be dead close. And I think that Democrats would look at this as a success that they almost beat an incumbent, and they are extremely far left. So, like most presidents, I would be very surprised if Trump got anything done domestically. What happens when you have a president in their second term? It's mostly foreign policy things which they can control.
Okay, so it sounds like...
Yeah, and judges, appointing judges.
Okay, I don't know if y'all can hear the radio, but it sounds to me like the liberal news media, they trying to keep it close. They think they can bullshit the American people like they bullshitted us with COVID-19, but they're starting to see that Donald Trump about to win. They starting to see Donald Trump ass about to win. Would Joe Biden just concede so I can go to bed? God damn, bruh. They said that the Democrats should be happy with getting this close to an incumbent president. It's close, but it ain't close enough, nigga. Joe Biden doesn't. I mean, I'm not gonna say he don't have a path to win, but it's unlikely, bro. It's unlikely. It just is, and I'm not saying that because I care about Trump. I don't give a fuck about this nigga. I mean, besides the fact that he pisses liberals off, I'm just not trying to see Kamala Harris be president, bro. At the end of the day, I'm not trying to see that shit though. Really.
Leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help armed women returning home.
This is bullshit.
Scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind.
I wonder if one party would ever win. Would one party ever win if they didn't have the electoral vote? I mean, why have people vote if you're not going to count on the votes, man? That's some bullshit. I don't really know what to think of this electoral college shit.
Drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills.
Oh shit!
If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from...
Yeah, bro, Joe Biden about to lose.
Motel 6.
This nigga about to lose, bro.
We applaud the individual truckers and
let me see what's cracking.
With care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club.
Oh shit, they let us go over 8 hours. Damn. I was actually kind of hoping they would end this shit.
How do you stay entertained when you're on the road? Me,
man.
I like to unwind at home with live HD TV.
All right, y'all, I don't know what I'm going to do if I start fighting my fucking sleep. I might have to go to sleep and let y'all listen to the radio, bro. Would y'all listen to the radio if I went to sleep? I've really had a lot of fun. I've enjoyed y'all, man. Thank y'all so much. I didn't think y'all really cared for me, man. Y'all done stayed up half the night with me. Y'all could be listening. Y'all could be watching CNN. Y'all could be watching Tommy Sotomayor, because I know he must be covering it, right? Y'all could be watching MSNBC. Y'all could be watching CBS, Al Jazeera, Russia Today. Y'all could be watching some of any fucking thing. Y'all up in here with my black ass, and I appreciate that. I really do.
Here's one thing I found. It's a small thing, a simple thing, a remarkable thing. Smile. You can share a smile from more than 6 feet apart. You can share it socially with the whole.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know if I can be up until sunrise on this shit, bro.
And I hope you're smiling back. Because smiling.
What's up, Zachariah Williams?
Now's the time to stay apart. Social distance.
I'm trying to stay strong, y'all, but this.
Pull together. What's pulling together while we're staying apart? It's calling family to check in on them.
I mean, man, look, man, Joe Biden lost. All right, can we just say it? Can we just call it, y'all? Can we just call it though? Can we just call it? Twan said, "Go to bed, brother Solange. There's a great chance Trump is gonna win in the morning." Man, look, man, Biden gonna get his ass whooped. Look at the fucking map, bro. I'm not look. We looking at this shit over here with NBC, but on some real shit though, bro. On some real shit. You look at the Google map because see, the NBC map is just they're just showing the states that have been won. They're not showing the actual live vote count as it's coming in. Okay, look at the shit, bro. The liberal media is even admitting he's about to win. North Carolina, they're reporting 100%. It's saying 94%, but CBS is saying it's 100%, bro. North Carolina is going to fucking Donald Trump, okay? Georgia, I mean, that's too close to call. Even at 94%, with Atlanta, with them niggas in Atlanta, that's too close to call. But Pennsylvania, I mean, Biden would have to overcome odds in all of these. He'd have to overcome odds in at least 3 of these states, though, son. That's not happening. I'm trying to tell y'all. Joe Biden fucking lost, bro. Just concede with your old crusty ass, bro. Damn. Don't y'all miss the days when, you know, like the candidate that was on that clearly didn't have enough to win, they just come and call it quits and give their little speech and congratulate the other person. They don't never do that no more. Now they just want to drag the shit out for days and days. You know when that started? Y'all remember when that started, right? With that was when Al Gore went up against George Bush Jr. Y'all remember that crazy shit with the Florida recount? How many people old enough to remember that shit? 2000. The year 2000. It was Al Gore's goofy ass, and it was George Bush Jr. Sure was. 2000 in Florida had something fucked up where the ballots in their state weren't being counted right. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court. They were recounting ballots for weeks, nigga. Weeks they were recounting ballots in 2000. I know people hardly remember that shit because it was 20 years ago. But ever since that shit with Al Gore and George Bush Jr. went down, ever since that happened, I mean, it's been like this where neither side wants to concede. Remember when Hillary lost in 2016? That bitch didn't concede until she didn't concede until like 2 days later or something, 2 or 3 days later. They want to drag this shit out. Joe Biden would have to flip Georgia. He ain't gonna flip North Carolina, I don't think. He would have to win and overcome and win in Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, he's gaining a little ground, but come on, bro. It's this nigga lost, bro. I'm not trying to hear nothing nobody trying to say. At the end of the day, this nigga lost. I'm looking. I was worried at first, but I mean, y'all see what I'm looking at though, bro. I mean, what is he gonna do? At this point, Joe Biden has the same problem that Hillary Clinton had in 2016. When you look at these states that are left, most of the state is going to go red. We know that, okay? The only place where Joe Biden might have a chance is where these single welfare weave-wearing baby mamas are in the inner cities. Milwaukee, Detroit, with Pennsylvania, that would be Philadelphia. Raleigh, North Carolina don't have enough of them, and Atlanta. So basically, what you're looking at in these states is, does Atlanta, this is what we talking about right now, y'all. Does Atlanta, Philadelphia, motherfucking Detroit, and Wisconsin, do these four major American cities, does Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Atlanta have enough votes left to flip the state back blue? Because you know damn well the rest of those counties where all those farm tractor driving rednecks ain't voting for no goddamn Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. It's just not happening. Okay? I don't think they have enough inner city baby mama. I'm gonna start calling them baby mama votes, goddammit. I don't think they have enough baby mama votes, bro. I don't think they have enough baby mama votes. I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I don't think it's about to happen though, bro. Biden is done, bro. I don't give a fuck. Why don't I go my black ass to bed? Oh shit. I would like to see the outcome of this, but Maine, I don't know, y'all. It's looking like curtains to me. Well, Biden, it was the good old college try, motherfucker. Motherfucker. But it's time to accept your shame, as the Japanese would say. You lost, nigga. Oh my God. See what these fools are saying on the radio.
Embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
CBS News has not yet projected the outcomes in 10 states. CBS election law expert David Becker on the president's speech.
This process is still ongoing, and as was pointed out, and this was a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona because he thinks it will benefit him.
Correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
The bottom line is we are waiting on results. We're waiting on results from Pennsylvania. We're waiting on results from North Carolina and Michigan and Wisconsin and Georgia. That would make this more clear to us. We don't know where these votes are going to wind up. Now, the president is citing the fact that there are leads right now in the votes that have been reported so far. But in the state of Michigan, for example, a third of all the votes have not been reported yet. In Pennsylvania, a quarter of the votes have not been reported yet.
In Georgia, a plumbing problem has caused delays. CBS's Mark Strassman.
At State Farm Arena, which is where the Atlanta Hawks play, that was a processing and tabulation center for absentee ballots. There was a water leak. Pipe leaked this morning. None of the ballots were damaged, but that stopped the counting. And with about 50,000 uncounted ballots, they sent most of the workers home. A few workers have been working overnight, but the sense is that they're probably not going to finish it up again until sometime this morning.
Coronavirus cases are
Thank you, Monsoon Armstrong, for hitting the like button. Thank you, guys.
In the country. Nearly a third of test results are now coming back positive. Pennsylvania recorded its biggest one-day increase on record, and Massachusetts is under a stay-at-home advisory.
This is CBS News.
All right, y'all. They trying to leave hope open They acting like Donald Trump's back is the one that's up against the wall here. I'm saying I don't care if Joe Biden is at 238, bro. His back is the one that's up against the wall because, again, Trump, all he has to do is win a couple of these. Even if Biden wins one or two of these, he would still need one electoral vote. Unless Nevada fell or Alaska flipped. Donald Trump has the clearest path to winning, bro. Because remember how far down he was, and then he climbed back up? Come on, man. All right, y'all. So, if I'm keeping it real with y'all, Genuine Trucker Tron said, yup, he's done. The statistics are coming in hot. The lamestream media can't even hide it if they wanted to. Right, man. They fucking lying, bro. They lying. They talking about it's close. It's really not close, though. Because Wisconsin, listen to me, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania fell for the Republicans last election cycle, 2016. And I believe Wisconsin flipped because Wisconsin used to be a blue state. Okay. It was red in 2016 and looks like it might be red this in this year. Now, Michigan, Joe Biden has increased his lead a little bit. See, the problem, the only thing that's concerning, let me explain something to y'all. The main reason why Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still counting ballots is because a lot of those ballots are coming from those hood areas, okay? If you don't know the hood areas that I'm talking about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Atlanta, Georgia, okay? It's taken a while to get that count in. The only concern that anybody should have at this point, though it's a very small concern, is that the districts where these cities are that are going to be predominantly black, okay, will have enough votes to flip the overall state, okay? Like, for example, if you look at my state, Illinois almost always goes blue. We're a libtard state. But when you look at the state of Illinois, the only part of it that's blue is Chicago. But Chicago has 3 million people in it. Okay? That is a third of the entire state. And you just got done hearing me say, if it wasn't for funky ass Cook County, what my dad calls Crook County, Kane and Lake counties, which also comprise the greater Chicago metropolitan area. If it wasn't for these three counties, the state of Illinois, like most states, would be a red state. Okay? So the real concern right now, and I think I'm going to end the stream on this because I got to go my black ass to bed. The real concern now is if Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to be exact, which is bluer as it should be, if these the votes coming from the Gettonians and not all black people that live in major cities are ghetto, but enough of them are. If the votes coming from places like Milwaukee, Detroit, Lansing, Michigan, if those votes are enough, like in my city of Chicago, my home city of Chicago, to flip the entire state, which you can see in almost all of these cases. Oh shit. In almost all of these cases is predominantly red. Now, Pennsylvania is making me mad, and I'm going to tell you why, because they've been at 64% all fucking night. It's time for that needle to move on Pennsylvania, yo. I'm telling you right now. They trying to send mixed signals. They can't bullshit their way out of this, man. They can't bullshit their way out of this. I'm not trying to hear nothing they talking about, bro, but I'm going to turn this radio on one more time.
You're on the Trump team. Where are the vulnerable spots where Biden could catch up to you? And we went through all the rest of the counties that are still out. And right now, there's only one small county at 50%, but it really isn't going to be a game changer. The rest of the counties lean Trump that are heavily.
Y'all hear what they saying?
And they're at 94, 95, 96% reporting.
You only have Menominee County.
Y'all hear what they saying?
What is it? Menominee.
I'm sure be right. I have no idea.
I'm sure great people there, but that it's a very small county. Biden leading. It's definitely it's in the middle of red. Isn't that amazing? Look at that, right in the middle of all red.
Right.
But it's Biden 1,303 to 278. Only 50% of the vote in, so that's 1,000 there. But every other county that we can see in Wisconsin that has not yet got to 100%. Everyone but that one is a Trump county, right? And looking at here at Milwaukee County, as you went right to the county website, 100% have reported in. I don't see why they haven't counted, because when you count it, that includes everything, right? And it includes the mail-in ballots, that includes everything, because those are the reported amounts. So we don't see, and as we've been told throughout the night, Wisconsin is going to give a final tally. We had the caller that said they had announced probably around 3 a.m. That hasn't happened officially yet, but we don't see how Trump doesn't take Wisconsin. We don't know.
Right.
I don't
so
see
they're admitting he can win Wisconsin and North
that
Carolina.
Biden can win Wisconsin. Red Eye Radio is going to call it. This is unofficial now. Don't believe anything we say.
Well, what's the standard for us calling anything?
Well,
is there one?
Well, we seem to be doing better than Fox News. No, seriously. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to get into these counties, and then going to the county website was helpful to all right, where are the vulnerable spots for the president, where Biden could.
Oh, just went out.
Rest of the counties that aren't completely reporting, but they're at like 94, 96% are leaning Trump, except for one small county.
You hear that? Leaning Trump.
And it's not going to make a
Trump.
difference. There isn't
Trump.
mathematically. I don't
Trump.
see how Biden can win Wisconsin. It's just not going to happen.
Now, in Michigan, just so people know, we've been keeping track of that. Now, they've said they won't have the full results until Wednesday evening.
Oh, fuck
but with
you.
79%
I'm going to bed.
now of the vote in.
These niggas.
Trump with 52%, Joe Biden 46.4%.
Let me tell y'all something. I'll tell y'all something.
When we came in,
these fools need to be slapped. Talking about they ain't gonna have a county. And didn't Michigan do that in 2016? They made motherfuckers wait 2 weeks until after the election before they projected a winner. They talking about they ain't gonna have the county in until sometime late Wednesday evening. Which is, what is that? Wait, what is today? Damn. What is today's date? I mean, I know today is the 4th, but they talking about later on today, y'all. No, man. Even the liberal media is saying that Trump won now. They're looking at the path. Okay? We're looking.
It was at that point. I don't remember here.
Right.
Sorry, just so much going on. But he still has a very healthy lead there in. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong state. In Michigan, roughly 200 and looks like about 240,000 votes.
Right.
Woo!
He was up by 300,000 early.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So
Right, but still 230 vote with 30,000 vote margin.
Biden can't
and the
catch
number
him.
of votes
Look.
that have been counted, again.
Look, but they even saying it in the liberal news media. Biden can't catch him in the following states. And remember, Hillary Clinton had this same problem. What's up, David Bowman? What up, brother? But look,
so we just did the math at that time and went, okay,
they're admitting that Joe Biden cannot catch Donald Trump. He can't catch Donald Trump in Wisconsin. He can't catch Donald Trump in Michigan, and he can't catch Donald Trump in North Carolina. The only two states where he might have a chance are Georgia because of Atlanta and Pennsylvania because of Philadelphia.
That are being reported in that county that Fox News
Boom.
and other maps have, and they're saying it is done for that county. So if that's true, again, it's not that it was going to make a difference anyway. It's such a small county. There's no win. There's no way to get there in terms of a win for Biden in Wisconsin. So I would expect here in the next hour or two for them to call Wisconsin or Trump. So that's 10 more for the president. We'll see how it plays out in Georgia and how it plays out in North Carolina this morning or later today. We're still not able to find anything, even though we went to the North Carolina website, the state website for the State Board of Elections, and they're saying that all of their precincts are in, and they have the president winning 49.98% over Biden to 48.57%. And it's a stretch of about 70.
And what we're being told, those are absentee ballots.
What are absentee ballots?
The ones that haven't been counted in North Carolina. That's why.
Okay. All right. Could be. Yeah. The state's reporting that all the precincts are in. I don't know if they do that and don't include
the absentee. That would be the question that I would have. Yes.
Well, yeah, and why would you do that? Why would you say all the precincts are in if they're actually not? Because an absentee ballot is the same. The precinct has to report that. So
right. Exactly.
I don't know.
Right.
Not sure. So, but there you have it.
All right, y'all. Yeah. I mean, look, when the liberal news media, who has, and I'm going to end with this. When liberal news media is who constantly aligns itself with the liberal elite to push this COVID-19 and Russian collusion, and just an hour ago they were talking about how it's going to be a close race and this, that, and the third, Donald Trump going to call his lawyers and there's going to be a legal fight. And now they're saying, well, we're doing the math and we don't see a path for Biden to win in Wisconsin, and Michigan, we don't really see a path for him there. And North Carolina is saying that Trump won. Y'all understand the state of North Carolina, people are talking to officials in North Carolina, and while North Carolina is not officially called it, people behind the scenes are saying that North Carolina has gone Trump. Okay, so that's 15 electoral votes, I believe. Donald Trump won, bro. I'm not trying to hear nothing they saying, bro. 15 electoral votes. That puts him at 228. 16 electoral votes. That puts him at 238, 244. And Wisconsin, that's 254. But okay, dang, he would still need Pennsylvania. Slow ass. Pennsylvania ain't gonna be done counting until next week, y'all. I just want y'all to know that. At 254, he would still need either Georgia or Pennsylvania. At 254. Pennsylvania will put him at 274. And Georgia, I believe, would put him right at 270. So they're saying he's gonna win Wisconsin, he's gonna win Michigan, he's gonna win North Carolina. Yeah, I'm calling this myself, bro. I'm calling this myself. They can kiss my ass. Because I gotta, it's not just that I gotta go to bed. When they said that Michigan talking about they ain't gonna have the results until um Wednesday evening, which is later tonight, about the no, bro. Look, I'm no Trump nut hugger, but dude won. Okay, it was close. It wasn't as close as the Democrats wanted it to be. Okay, they want this to be a they know they're not going to win by a landslide because people are tired of their punk ass. But, they were hoping that it would be closer than it is. It's not. It really, I mean, when you look at it, the reality is, what did I just get done telling y'all a minute ago? What did I just get done telling y'all a minute ago? I said it's going to come down to what it came down to in 2016 with Hillary versus Trump. Okay? It's going to come down, for the Democrats at least, it's going to come down to the city votes. Okay? We know a majority of the people who live in the cities are minorities, and a majority of those minorities are these baby mamas and they pookies and ray-rays. Now, since most of the pookies and ray-rays have felonies on their records from committing crimes, it's going to be mostly the baby mamas that are voting. Okay? Plus, a lot of black men like myself don't care to vote anyway. So who is the majority of people who are going to vote in places like Wisconsin? Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Atlanta, Georgia, or even, yes, Raleigh, North Carolina. Mostly black females. Is there enough black female fuckery in these 5 remaining states with huge electoral votes to flip the states that are clearly red, where Trump, in at least 3 of those states, clearly has a large lead? And I say no. No. So, I'm going to do one of CNN's numbers. I'm going to do one of CNN's numbers. Ding, 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 ding. Brian Solange, Too Bad TV show, is calling the presidency for Donald Trump, 45th president of the United States, now reelected to his second term, will be sworn in January 20th. The 74-year-old billionaire, real estate billionaire, will now become the 46th president of the United States. Goddammit. He is clearly in the lead in Wisconsin, and he is projected to win both Wisconsin and North Carolina. All indications are that he has a healthy lead in Michigan as well, and there seems to be no clear path for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, swirling bear winching ass, to catch up with him in Michigan. So our projection is that Donald Trump will retain the presidency of the United States. Thank y'all, and good night. Whoa, let me just hear these bitches on the radio crying one more time, and then I'm gonna end it, y'all. I promise, because I need some shut eye, bro.
Have your batteries tested. Check the alternator for sufficient amperage.
Oh shit, they on commercial. But thank y'all so much, man. Thank y'all, the 40 of y'all who came out and stayed up with me all night, man. Thank y'all. We had a fantastic time on this live stream. This live stream will be re-uploaded onto FS Avenger. David Bowman came in late, but thank you so much, brother. You always send me links and stuff on Facebook. Always showing your support. I appreciate it. Trucker Twan, thank you so much for holding down the fort. I think you commented more than just about anybody in here. Thank you guys for being here. And yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be wrong. Again, I'm not pro anybody's political party, but I think beyond a reasonable doubt, Donald Trump will be reelected. From what I'm looking at, there's just no clear path for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris punk ass from what I'm seeing. So thank you guys so much. This has been the longest stream, one of the longest videos, and we will see you guys with the official results sometime in the morning when the sun rises, because it is the morning technically, or later on tonight. Take care, guys, and thank you so much for staying here with me. I really appreciate it. Take care, guys.